In this world, the Melvinger family is the #1 magic clan across the 6 continents, and our male lead Eric comes from this very clan. 35 years ago, during the war with the demon tribe, the Melvinger clan led humanity to victory. However, most of the clan's key members sacrificed their lives in that battle. When Eric was just 8 years old, his father, who had already been affected by the war, along with his mother and magic teacher, all passed away. The only 2 remaining direct bloodlines of the Melvinger clan were Eric and his sister. Since then, the vassal clans who once swore loyalty to the Melvinger family betrayed them. At that time, Eric vowed that he would become the greatest magician and restore the clan's honor. That was his plan. But what happened afterward did not go as expected because Eric, despite being the direct grandson of the great clan leader, couldn't even open the first magic circle. This happened because Eric suffered from a very rare condition called magic blockage. Because of this, he couldn't use magic at all. His dream to restore the Melvinger honor was gradually put aside, and he became a laughingstock to the world. For many years, Eric trained until he was completely exhausted just to find a cure for that magic blockage, but he was completely stuck. However, heaven never abandons the good. Eric believed his prayers had reached the heavens when one day he met a dragon. That was the only chance he had to restore the clan from ruins. "It is you who will free me from this cursed seal. My new vessel, come here and be one with me. Then we will rule this world together." "Human boy," that's what the black dragon Kia said to Eric at that time. Then the pitch-black power gradually invaded his body. At first, the feeling was very uncomfortable, and if Eric had known that it was the Demon Lord's test, he would never have searched for that dragon. But, as the only remaining son of the Melvinger family, Eric saw, how could he let himself be devoured by this thing? On the opposite side, the bastard Kia also felt this. He didn't know what mysterious power Eric had. Where did Ra come from? But it was undeniable that it was too powerful, and then when Eric lifted the curtain from the black gas, Kia stepped out. Ra, the Demon King, could feel a threat. Just like in the ancient demon war, I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future. Later here. According to the agreement, the first Demon King will be swallowed. Eric's voice rang out. But it seemed like that voice didn't belong to him, and then with just a snap of his fingers, the tables were turned. Eric went from being swallowed up to being the one who swallowed up. The Demon King, who was so elated at finding a vessel, was now pitifully weak and could only scream helplessly under Eric's power. After that snap, the sky and sea were calm, and then a dark blue tattoo appeared on Eric's arm. It was a dragon, though. Eric didn't seem to be very clear about the situation you're in. So much evidence that you don't even know where you are or what you're doing anymore. Then, in his daze, Eric suddenly saw a figure, though he couldn't see his face clearly. But he felt that person was very familiar. Then the voice of this seemingly supernatural man rang out. "We are the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic." This voice made Eric even more confused, because he felt like he had heard it before, but in his confused mind, he couldn't figure out who the owner of this voice was. Yet, there are those who have fought for this greater power, who say they have brought misfortune to the world, because it has been corrupted by the flood. We devils have come to the decision to fix this, and to atone for our past, we have created a chance in this world. A chance to purge the demons to the root. When Kia's voice rang out, Eric seemed to have seen a giant demon, or rather, the Demon Lord. The things that were slowly passing before his eyes were like a reenactment of the demon battle from many years ago, and the owner of that mysterious voice firmly declared that their mission was to eliminate all the demons, yet the demons would never completely disappear. They would always come back, and he added that you must continuously destroy them, over and over again. Until then, the guild cannot be disbanded. That fierce battle was unfolding right before Eric's eyes. Although the entities appearing before him did not touch him, nor did they injure him, it was still too realistic. So realistic that Eric didn't even realize he was just lost in fragments of memories. And when he saw an impending danger approaching the mysterious voice's owner, he didn't hesitate to rush forward. "Watch out, Eric," he shouted loudly, reaching out to grab the mysterious man's hand, but he only caught a patch of air. Then the illusion vanished. The Demon King, the man, and the mysterious voice were all gone. Eric returned to reality. What just happened could be called a dream. Now Eric was lying on a soft bed, in a room filled with sunlight, perfect for recuperation. Next to the bed sat someone with their back turned, but with familiar red hair. It wasn't Shin, so who else could it be? Eric called out, and the other replied bitterly, "Are you crying? Me? Crying?" Shin stubbornly answered, but his shoulders trembled violently, and his voice quivered, making Eric wave his hand, as if to say he was crying too. Shin silently cursed Eric for waking up at this moment, making him embarrassed. "It's okay, you can cry. I remember you cried when we were still in the cave." Eric wanted to comfort him, but instead, he hit Shin's weak spot even more. When Shin half-turned, his eyes looked like he wanted to kill Eric. When he arrived, Eric muttered, Sorry boss, the intimidation act is over." Shin then told Eric to get up and get off the bed. Eric thought Shin was going to beat him up, but Shin just wanted to confirm a suspicion. After leaving the dragon cave, Eric had grown taller. Before, Eric was half a head shorter than Shin, but now, after the ordeal, they were the same height. Even Eric didn't expect this to happen. Looking in the mirror, he was stunned. Eric never thought his body would change after leaving the dragon cave. After Eric calmed down, Shin asked, "What happened? Tell me. What about the dragon?" "Well, I'll tell you at the right time first. I promise." Eric scratched his neck. Though he wanted to, he felt he still couldn't tell Shin these things. Shin looked at Eric for a while, then sighed deeply. Although the unclear truth made him uncomfortable, Shin trusted his buddy and guessed Eric had some idea or plan. So Shin patted Eric's shoulder to encourage him. But on the other hand, Eric, keeping secrets from him, still hurt Shin's pride. "Don't be mad." Eric coaxed Shin like a child, then smoothly changed the subject like Sunsilk. "By the way, what about that place?" Shin cracked an egg while saying his family would take over that place. Eric thought that was good. At least it would fall into Shin's family's hands instead of others. Eric thought the Nestor family would be busy excavating the dragon cave after taking over, but Shin calmly said they only guarded the gate to prevent anyone from entering because it belonged to Eric. Those who found it couldn't let anyone do whatever they wanted recklessly. Shin added in a very trustworthy tone that what he said was true. According to the law, the cave belongs to the finder, but usually, big academies can gain benefits first by requesting excavation permission. Of course, after the dragon cave was discovered, the Magic Tower and academies would frantically try to get involved. Eric understood this very well, so he was even more grateful to his close friend. He also knew the Nestor family wanted permission to excavate the cave too, but Shin did this for him. "You're a great friend." "Stop laughing," Shin said, getting goosebumps from Eric's cheesy smile. "Thanks. Hey. But putting aside Shin's help, a name suddenly popped into Eric's head. Right, old hunchback Barks. How could he forget the bastard who dared to plot against him while exploring the dragon cave? Thinking of Barks, a wicked smile appeared on Eric's face, giving him goosebumps all over. Shin frowned. "What crazy scheme is that guy planning again? Every time you smile like that, it's dangerous. Something is definitely about to happen." Shin gritted his teeth and asked, "Shin, I want to ask you for a favor." Eric suddenly appeared, and this expression of his made Shin even more uneasy. Who would have thought Eric's request was actually very simple? Just to announce outside that you were seriously injured. Shin, although not understanding what Eric was planning, still agreed to do it at his friend's request. So right after that, the Royal Magic Hospital became the place where Eric, severely wounded and in a deep coma after returning from the dragon's lair, was treated. When Barks and his subordinates arrived here, he was informed of this, and the doctors at the Royal Magic Hospital bluntly asked him to leave. "I went all the way here, and you're telling me to go back? What about the excavation rights? Are you planning to leave that cave alone?" Among the group, Barks whispered, and then the questions became more and more pressing. They questioned why the Nestor family's people were blocking the hospital gate, but even if they asked, they still couldn't get in. Eric stood on the third floor, looking down through the window, mocking those old fools with satisfaction. "Shin, please rest well." Cadonis, the spokesperson of the Nestor family, had just come in to clear away lunch. After he left, Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief as the space became a bit more private, enough for him to talk with another being, present here that no one else but him could see. "Hey, will you stop staring like that? How long do you plan to keep inspecting me, Mephisto?" Facing Eric was a scowling face, Mephisto Forrest, the former supreme demon lord whom Eric had conquered. Not only had he lost the vessel he had struggled to find in the dragon's lair, but he also lost his freedom. How could he not be scowling? "Sammy, show some respect to the revered king standing right in front of you," Mephisto said. Felix, annoyed, retorted that he was the great demon lord, who once threw the entire world into chaos and danger with the full name Mephisto Felix. However, now he was just a restless evil spirit trailing behind Eric and enduring his contempt without any means to resist. Shortly after waking up, Eric vaguely sensed changes within himself, and as he suspected, everything that happened in the dragon's lair was real. The proof was the dragon heart beating inside his chest, the source of absolute power from the ancient dragon. That dragon had clearly died after being pierced by the demon lord's red spear, but now inside Eric's chest was a beating dragon heart. Eric wasn't sure if it belonged to that dragon, because he still sensed something different, and his vague memories only reached the point where the demon lord tried to take over his body. That was why Eric wanted to extract information from Mephisto Forrest. In ancient times, when gods ruled the world, there was a demon god representing darkness and 4 lieutenants: Phoenix, the Destroyer; Insanai the Mad; Fortnoxer the Lustful, and finally Estorigale Pekatum, the origin of sin. This last name was also the origin of the demon lord, the supreme and most powerful demon lord in legends. "I told you not to call me Mephisto. My name was given by the great demon god," Mephisto Forrest raged, but clearly his anger had no effect on making Eric afraid. After all, this name now was just a restless evil spirit with no real threat. "Do demon lords usually act so foolishly? I've told you many times, but you still don't understand? Are you going deaf from old age?" Eric yawned and replied, then climbed back into bed. Mephistopheles was trembling with rage. He had waited 1,000 years, and yet not only could he not resurrect, but a mere mortal had stolen all his mana. He once made the whole world bow before him, which was why Mephistopheles existed. Then he encountered a powerful enemy, the Dragon King Senna, who blocked his path of conquest. In their final battle, both were buried together. Thus, 1,000 years passed. Mephistopheles waited and waited until finally meeting Eric, the vessel qualified to free him from the seal. During the exploration of the dragon's lair, you have passed all the tests he gave you with flying colors. Eric still thought it was the dragon's tests, and then when Mephistopheles almost succeeded. Once you have control of his body and soul, as everyone has seen, the giant power in his body suddenly erupted and all of Mephistopheles' plans were ruined. Now he was left with only a piece of demonic energy. Even the incarnation was pitifully weak, yet Mephistopheles was still extremely puzzled, something he still couldn't figure out. What kind of giant power does Eric possess? What kind of terrible power is it that can even swallow him up? The most important thing is that right now Eric has absolutely no respect for a legendary demon king like him. This makes life even more difficult for Mephistopheles, because he values his reputation more than his life. But even though the name of the Devil King kept nagging in his ears, Eric didn't care at all. Right now, he was still thinking about the mysterious voice that I heard before waking up. This person said that I hope that message will reach the Descendants. In the future, one day after I sober up, Eric seemed to have guessed that the voice belonged to his own grandfather here. According to the Covenant, the first Demon King will be swallowed. This sentence suddenly appeared in Eric's head, making him jump up in surprise. Yeah, so does that mean you absorb the Demon King's power? Then the Melvinger family heirloom pendant is a tool to devour the Demon King or SAO, or in other words, it is a tool to devour demons. If so, then it can devour other demons besides Mephistopheles. If there is the first demon, then there will be a second, third, and many more. Thinking about this, Eric couldn't help but turn to look at Mephistopheles. Then he gave an evil smile. If his guess was true, then the demons would soon become his mana. Mephistopheles, even though he couldn't guess what he was thinking, just seeing this smile, he was already cold all over. So right after that, Eric sneaked out. Mephistopheles kept asking, why did he come here? But Eric had no intention of answering this noisy evil spirit before finding out how to use the power of this pendant. He needed to confirm a few things, so Eric sat down cross-legged and started circulating mana in his body. It's amazing that even with your eyes closed, you can still feel it clearly. Things going on around you like a ladybug flapping its wings or the feeling of a gentle breeze passing by. Eric có thể thấy và cảm nhận được mọi thứ để kiểm chứng xem nghi ngờ của mình có đúng không. Eric bèn vươn tay theo bản năng sử dụng ma thuật thiêu đốt. A blazing fire broke out in front of him as soon as this happened. Mephistopheles' face turned pale because it was dragon magic. But how can a normal person use dragon magic? Even if Eric has Melvinger blood. Well, this was a bit too much for Eric. Standing in front of the fire, he was silent for a long time before he raised his head, let out a few dry laughs. The emotions at this moment were hard to describe, so now Eric was able to use magic. All the traitors who abandoned the family, everything was ready to be settled once and for all. Meanwhile, below, reporters continuously flashed their cameras and asked questions non-stop. Is it true that student Eric Melvinger is in a coma? What about the rights to excavate the Dragon Cave? Please be careful with your answers. The official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower. So please confirm the statement when the press conference ends. He quickly left and returned to work. His whole body was still trembling. His voice choked with embarrassment. Master, please don't make me do things like this. At this moment, Shin rubbed his temples and praised. He's here already? Well done, Ka. He complained, it's nothing. Every time I'm with Eric, the commotion he causes almost kills me. Ka worried, but if your scam is exposed outside the Magic Tower, the royal family won't support you. Can you bear the consequences? Shin hesitated, holding out a handkerchief, then replied, well, he said he's already considered that, so I'll trust him. He hesitated and handed over the handkerchief in front of him, replying, ah, then you continue. Eric said he had already planned everything, so he would trust him. His brother wiped the cold sweat off his face, Eric's excited expression flashing in Shin's mind. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. He was trembling with anger, silently cursing Eric. That bastard, did he even know how much he had endured? Wiping sweat, he asked, Eric, where did he go? The reply was indifferent, I don't know. He wandered off somewhere. He recalled the note Eric left. I'm going out for a bit. What's the use of friends? I'm counting entirely on you. Haha. The thought lingered in his mind. With such a weak body, where could he possibly have gone? Suddenly, among the documents in his hand, he found a letter. The staff slowly stepped in front of young Master Shin. He stammered anxiously, something's wrong. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Shin's voice rang out, what's going on? The staff's eyes fixed on the bright red seal on the letter. He hesitated, afraid to speak. The door suddenly burst open with a powerful kick, and she angrily shouted, your brother is plotting something. What kind of plot? Not telling me? His face was full of horror. Sis, why are you here? The woman spoke coldly. Why are you surprised? Standing before them was the Firebird Witch, Tazaneristor. Is it strange for a sister to visit her brother? The Royal Magic Tower and the Necromancer Alliance each produced great geniuses of the century. In the same generation, they were the three stars leading the empire, called the New Three Stars. Taza, aren't you going to show him my letter? He tried to cover up. I've been a bit scatterbrained lately. Shin's sister, the youngest ever to earn the title of Grand Mage, was one of those three. He frowned, slightly annoyed. So why did you come here? Calmly, she replied, I heard your friend is sick. As someone with a magic certificate, I can't just stand by. Is Eric not in his room? Is the boy somewhere else? Shin felt uneasy inside. If she entered the sick room, he would be in deep trouble. He silently planned to get rid of her quickly before she found out anything. Shin lied. Eric is not available to see anyone right now. Taza looked at him coldly. Is that so? Shin trembled. Then please don't bother the doctor and go back. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand. Brother, are you ordering me around? Taza snapped irritably. She asked, let's continue our conversation. What happened with the right to excavate the dragon's lair? Shin was stunned, thinking, the dragon's lair? I forgot this witch is obsessed with dragons. Taza questioned coldly. No one has gotten it yet, right? He nervously sweated and hesitated before answering, that was Eric's decision. I had to betray my friends. The core decision was Eric's, she said, frowning and glaring threateningly at him. Magic flared fiercely, lighting up the whole room. Taza's voice was cold. Then there's no other way. She squeezed his trembling arm tightly. Suddenly, Taza gently released his hand, leaving Shin stunned. She waved her hand and left. Contact me when your friend wakes up, she said. If you don't contact me first, she threatened, be ready to get beaten, little brother. The memory of his sister tormenting him flashed through Shin's mind, making him groan inwardly. Hurry up and do something. Eric's weak call startled Shin. At this moment, he looked utterly miserable. Is she gone yet? He shouted anxiously. Meanwhile, news spread quickly in the town. The heir of the prestigious magic family was unconscious. Eric stood before a newsstand. A cloaked figure concealed their identity. The sound of a knife echoed through the street. Who will get the right to excavate the dragon's lair? He praised, Shin is handling everything well in my stead. At that moment, a figure on the newspaper caught Eric's attention. Wow, who is this? His eyes fixed on the paper in his hand. Our director sure looks good in photos, Eric muttered, laughing. Better enjoy it while it lasts, director. Scene changed to the academy. Looking at the information on the newspaper, Riverton flattered, Congratulations, principal. He bowed humbly. Now you can do whatever you want, he said. The principal interrupted, Don't be so hasty. He cleared his throat softly. The election hasn't started yet, Riverton. You're too impatient. I can't understand the feeling of wanting to protect the academy's future and its students. Flattering words filled the room, sweet as honey to the ears, making the principal smile with pleasure. Honestly, I told you I'm not yet the principal, he said. Then he asked about the student's condition. How is Eric? Riverton immediately answered. I heard he's barely surviving each day. Though his face showed no joy, the dean pretended to exclaim, Oh dear, how unlucky. Raven immediately suggested, but if he wakes up, it'll be a big problem. We should hire a few assassins to make old Sam's face as gloomy as a stormy night, with magic raging around him like it's about to burst out. Angrily, his eyes lit up fiercely, sharp as blades, filled with overwhelming killing intent. He trembled, sweat pouring down like a shower, his face pale, as if drained of blood. Sorry. Suddenly the magic vanished as if it had never existed. Calmly, he said, There will be a vacant professor position after the election. His words were full of hidden meaning. I wonder who will take that spot. Reynolds, are you handling it? Dean spoke up. I'm just the dean. I don't know what's happening outside the academy. He seemed to understand and quietly exclaimed, Ah. Then Reynolds bowed deeply instead of thanking. I won't let you down. The old man remained silent, sipping tea calmly, but his eyes were deep and full of schemes. Meanwhile, the entire town had sunk into darkness. Only rays of light from window panes slipped out, creating a gentle yet vivid night scene. In a dark alley, a figure cloaked in black silently hid in the shadows. The person quietly removed the hood, revealing Eric's face under the dim light. He looked up at the building ahead. All right, let's get started, Eric pondered. With his mind's eye, he could see the other side of the world, thoughts flowing in his head. If I can find the hidden space, Eric suddenly raised his hand, thinking to channel the mana from the dragon's heart into it. At that moment, the blood in his veins seemed to ignite fiercely. Eric froze, eyes wide with shock. His mind went blank, his whole body trembled as if a strange energy had awakened something dormant inside him. Instantly, a burst of magic erupted, propelling Eric soaring into the sky. Leaving his cloak behind on the ground, it shone brightly, blinding with waves of surging energy. The energy showed no sign of stopping. Then a thunderous explosion shook the ground, shockwaves spreading like a tsunami. Excitement surged through his body. He could hardly believe he could use magic without complicated incantations. Eric exhaled softly, relieved. The first step was good. Under the full moon lighting the path ahead, he walked leisurely, thinking to himself that he was finally at the starting line. A bright smile blossomed on Eric's face as if all worries had vanished. At that moment, Nephi appeared, mocking, pathetic. You can only use magic at that level, even with my power, just a simple jump. You're using tricks? Those words felt like salt in his wound. He was right. I need to be faster, stronger. Seeing Eric silent, Mifi angrily pointed and shouted, "You bastard! How dare you ignore me while I'm talking?" In my time, humans, demons, even dragons cowered when they saw me. Whenever he spoke, Eric pondered there was something called consciousness, the seal in the true dragon, magic of the dragon race. He slowly raised his left hand forward, magic gathering, his intent being guided and shaped. Eric's right hand quickly gathered magic and spoke aloud. Then both hands swiftly formed seals to activate the spell. Mifi tensed, watching every movement closely. A feeling of unease crept into every breath. Sensing the moment had come, Eric shouted and jumped. At that moment, Eric's foot lightly struck, and in an instant, he was hovering midair. The scene before him amazed Mifi, who exclaimed, "Impossible!" Eric's shout echoed, propelled by a powerful leap. His eyes blazed with magical fire as Eric flew relentlessly through layers of air. He glanced down in surprise, exclaiming, "Whoa!" Then Eric began to fall freely, shouting in panic, "Too high!" His heart filled with excitement. Simple, but extremely effective. Then Eric activated magic instantly. He shot forward again, with Mifi close behind, his mind in turmoil. Frowning, Mifi thought, a mere kid who just learned magic, and could already use consciousness seals and dual magic. Mifi recalled the eternal enemy of the demon realm, the Merbinger family, thinking, even the strongest Merbingers might not compare to this guy. Mifi stared intently at the figure before him. A thought flashed through his mind. No, there was only one. His heart confirmed it. A familiar face with a proud smile and eyes challenging everything. Mifi was startled. Oh no, I shouldn't think like that. He secretly plotted at any cost before he became stronger. I must seize that body and crush it. This dangerous seed? Mifi's face darkened with confusion, his heart in turmoil. Is there any way? At this moment, Eric's mind was in complete chaos, unable to sense the murderous intent radiating from him. He stood still, deep in thought. The soul imprint is amazing, but it's still really hard to utilize it on my own. Eric clenched his fists to become stronger. I have to understand the core of dragon magic. I need a teacher who can keep this secret. He was frustrated in this academy already taken over by madness. There's no AI capable enough to teach me. Soon after, Eric lowered himself gently to the ground, still deep in thought. At least someone on par with Mifi, but there's no way they'd accept me as a disciple. Eric sighed quietly, thinking if he were still alive. He shook his head, telling himself no, not even dad or uncle. At this moment, Mifi was still immersed in his own story, trampling the seed. I even have legs to see him. An idea suddenly popped into Eric's head. Without hesitation, he called out loudly, "Hey Mifi, I propose you teach me magic, okay?" The thought echoed in his mind. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Mifi is definitely the best fit to be my teacher. Mifi shouted in surprise, What the hell did you say?" He immediately spun around, looking cold, but when he heard Eric's voice, Mifi's lips curled into a smug smile. Mifi, scheming, pretended not to care. "What's in it for me, if I do that?" Eric replied, "I'll create a new vessel for you using alchemy." Mifi sneered, "You think a mere mortal can create a vessel for me?" Eric continued, "Then make me strong enough to do it." Those conditions still didn't satisfy him. He wasn't strong enough yet. Eric smiled slyly. "What can you do if I'm not stronger?" Eric raised his hand, proposing, then suggest another condition. Mifi's response made him freeze. "I refuse. Why would I enlighten you? I might consider it if you become my equal." Seeing Eric remain silent, Mifi glanced at him, scrutinizing. Inside, he was extremely pleased. That embarrassed look, so satisfying. "Damn, you've been messing with me all this time?" A plan sparked in his mind, although he was still too weak to devour Eric if he secretly used dark magic on him during lessons. Mifi thought he would grow stronger while Eric's soul would be corrupted by the dark magic, and then he could devour him. He smirked arrogantly. "Now kneel and beg me to accept you as my disciple. Know your place. And obediently become my vessel, you stupid Mobinger." Suddenly, Eric shouted, "Cut the crap." Mifi's face paled, every muscle tensed in shock. He was stunned, speechless. "Huh?" Eric growled, "Listen, Mifi, demands have limits." Angry, he spat, voice full of resentment. "Don't you understand your situation?" Mifi's eyes widened as he stammered, "What?" Crazy laughter erupted. Mifi was so furious he trembled, then angrily lunged at Eric. Eric didn't dodge, calmly saying one sentence to silence him. In an instant, Mifi's mouth was tightly sealed. Eric cheered. Success beyond expectations. Mifi raged and cursed, but with his mouth sealed, only groans escaped. Eric quickly covered his ears, teasing, "Oh man, you're too noisy." Those curses were impossible to hear. "I won't be subdued just by a soul imprint." Then Eric chanted a spell, acting cute. Very quickly, a little Mifi wearing pink bunny ears appeared. The adorable pout appeared before him. This transformation left Eric speechless, as if all the blood drained from his face. Unable to bear it, he bent over and vomited. "Oh my god, vomiting." After vomiting, Eric looked up at Miffy. Still keeping that cute act, he blamed himself. Why did I ask him to do that disgusting thing? It felt like he might vomit again if he looked any longer. Trying to suppress the nausea churning in his stomach, he handed him a notebook. Calm down. I don't want to see what happened earlier again. If you change your mind, write down all the explanations about soul magic here. I'll dispel it for you. After reading all the content, Miffy was silenced. He also had to endure the cute act. Miffy was miserable beyond words, screaming inside, "Do you think I'll compromise with just this?" To me, someone who endured being sealed for 1,000 years, Eric was obviously not a patient person. He stretched and muttered to himself. So, should I use this time to train? At night, Eric continued practicing with the fireball in his hand, ignoring Miffy being forcibly made to do something cute. With a scream inside, he would generously forgive you if you admitted your mistake. The next day, Miffy was furious when he saw Eric. Not even glancing at him, he thought to himself, "So now you should be begging me to teach you magic." The next day, Eric became more proficient with fire magic, while Miffy started to attract attention. He was confused why he was being ignored like this. And the day after that, after many days of being ignored and not spoken to, Miffy began to think, "Anyway, I'll teach him eventually. Should I pretend to compromise? No, I can't lose." But his body was honest, holding a pen to write down the basic principles of mind seals. He finally compromised. Eric smiled with satisfaction. Miffy was very angry. "Did you have to go that far?" He fumed, pride swelling inside him. "I am the Demon King Mephisto Falls. No way will I hand it over to a mere human." However, his body didn't seem to obey him much. Looking back, Miffy saw himself trying to please Eric. What is this? Why am I acting like his dog? Eric grabbed the notebook. The basic principles of mind seals were ancient knowledge that he couldn't find in any book. He skimmed through it and praised, "Good. Shouldn't you be happy to help me?" "Keep your promise." Eric snapped his fingers, lifting the cute spell. He returned freedom to Miffy's body, but then continued with a request. "Ah, the information behind this." He pointed to a certain part of the notebook. "Can you write it in more detail? Maybe I'll let you speak." Not a little frustrated from not being able to talk, Miffy trembled with anger, cursing inside. "You bastard." When receiving the additional details, Eric was very dissatisfied. "What the hell is this? Don't you know you should write more than this?" The day before. Seeing Eric's provoking face, Miffy was furious, but only he understood what he wanted to say. Which bastard decided that? Eric ignored his resistance and tempted. "So, can you write multiple times a day? Add a little each time, and I'll lift the silence curse for 3 days, okay? How about that?" Now Miffy was the meat and fish, Eric the knife and cutting board accidentally in his hands. He could only endure and listen to Eric's complaints. "Ah, your handwriting is terrible. Write neater, or I'll reconsider. Multiple times isn't enough. Why don't you just write everything at once? Have you ever thought about teaching me some secret techniques?" Miffy wrote while scheming. Wait for it. The dark magic hidden in these notes will completely tear apart the body and soul of anyone who doesn't know their place. After studying and learning magic from Miffy, Eric had some achievements. The first was a shiny ice block. He had only learned the beginning part. The cold from the ice blew out in the forest, where there shouldn't have been any snow or ice, but with just that much power, he could create an ice block several times his size. Miffy didn't want to believe it, but the cold around him kept him alert. This was impossible. Wasn't there supposed to be signs of dark magic activation? He clearly remembered putting it in there. At that moment, Eric suddenly turned back to look at him. "What's up, Mephisto?" His face showed his shady intention. "With my body right." But nothing happened, which made Miffy suspicious. He quickly turned away to hide his cowardice. "I don't understand what you're saying, Eric." Eric said, "Do you think I'm stupid enough to learn whatever you give me without questioning?" Facing Miffy's frowning face, Eric smiled. "Fine then. Anyway, thanks. Because of you, I've reached a new level." Miffy was sweating nervously, feeling panicked inside. He knew it now. Damn it, all this damn stuff. Eric checked the notebook. Was there anything else? He was getting stronger and stronger. So he didn't want to stop at all. Miffy shouted, "Are you dreaming, human? You're too noisy." Eric threatened, preparing to snap his fingers. "Fine, silence curse again." Miffy hurriedly said, "There's nothing else." Eric was quite surprised. "What?" Miffy said, "Besides the true mind seal magic, there's nothing else you can teach me?" Eric was quite surprised by this. "What?" Miffy said, "Besides the true magic of the mind, there's nothing else. I can teach you more." Then the atmosphere suddenly fell silent as birds flapped their wings and flew out of the nest. Eric was stunned, thinking to himself that the true mind magic meant the highest level of mind magic. Besides the divine voice, the mind magic? Miffy showed clear disdain. "You can't fully understand it at your current level. You might go insane." Seeing the other's attitude, Eric scratched his head, pondering. He's not lying. What now? Miffy suddenly says magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That is the fate of the Merbinger family, your house. Until now, this statement leaves Eric stunned. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield? Childhood memories flood his mind. His father once taught him that was the Merbinger family motto. those who continuously protect the six territories from demons. His father taught both Eric and his sister about the Merbinger family's honor over the war-torn lands in the Demon War. Even though he never said a word, Eric's father was severely injured from the aftermath of the war. Surely he still remembers the days fighting fiercely as a mage beside his grandfather. After the war, he was wounded. His body weakened and deteriorated day by day. When Eric was young, he was mischievous and said, "Dad, when I get to the battlefield, I'll be able to use cool magic like Grandpa, right?" The great mage, Eric. Here, his father hesitated. "That's done." Then his wife, Eric's mother, interrupted. "Eric," she said, placing her hand on her husband's shoulder, making him tremble, while she looked at their little son and smiled, saying, "I already told you. If you want to become a strong mage, what must you do?" The boy Eric replied disappointedly, "Study." She was pleased. "That's right, study. You can't just have the shell of powerful magic. Ridiculous, like your father. I didn't tell you your grandfather became the greatest mage before he became the strongest in the six territories." Seeing his wife unfazed, Eric's father gently reminded her, "Dear, I'm still the head of the family." Saying that, Eric's mother raised her voice, "Dear husband, please stop giving the kids false hopes. Honestly, no man in the Mobinger family knows how to listen." The mother turned to praise her daughter. "Hi G, our girl always listens to her mother." Taking the opportunity, the father whispered to his son, "Still, magic should only be perfected on the battlefield, son." When Eric thought he was finally going to be taught something useful by his father, he suddenly disappeared before his eyes. His mother was too quick, pushing him away and not forgetting to assign Eric a task. "Eric, make sure you finish reading the summary research on the relationship between the ancient magic array system and the new era language system by the end of the day, okay?" "Easy." Eric looked cold. She pinched Eric's ear and dragged him away despite his screaming and shouting, "Mom, no. I want to play with Dad today, sis. Sis, my ear's about to fall off. Let go of me, damn it." The father spoke up to rescue his son. "Dear wife, studying is good, but after all, they're just kids." The mother sighed. "That's because you spoil the boy too much, giving him bad habits. Like father, like son." As the sun set, facing the powerful household head, he could only helplessly complain, "There she is." Scene changes to a stormy night, dark clouds covering the moon. Sob cries echo from the Merpinger mansion. The sick parent's conditions worsened. The mother, who cared for the father day and night, suddenly collapsed. The father spent his last breaths beside her. They passed away peacefully together. Before dying, the weak father said, "I'm sorry, my love. You always shone brighter than anyone in this world." "It's all my fault," the gentle mother reassured him. "Don't say that. Since meeting you and having our good children, there hasn't been a day I wasn't happy." They held hands. He whispered thanks to her. "You raised our children well. You truly are a wonderful mother." She looked for their daughter Hiki. "Hiki, are you there?" Hiki answered, "Yes." The mother instructed, "Take care of your little brother, please. I'm sorry and thank you." Hiki trembled, unable to hold back tears. The father looked at his little son Eric. "I'm sorry, son. Your magic blockage is all my fault." Eric was crying heavily, sobbing, "Dad, I'm so scared. How could you leave like this? If you're gone, what will happen to me and sister?" Suddenly, the father's thin hand touched Eric's face, wiping away his tears. He whispered, "Looking back on my life, compared to the time I was a mage fighting on the battlefield, I was much happier. Compared to the time spent fighting as a mage on the battlefield, I'm much happier now. During the days I was a father to my children, you don't need to become a mage." He smiled one last time. "I only hope you live happily with those around you." After finishing, his hand on Eric's face relaxed and dropped. Eric was stunned, tears streaming like a river as he looked at his parents' hands still tightly clasped. He softly called, "Dad," but there was no response. Suddenly startled, his tears stopped, replaced by a heart-wrenching scream from his father. The painful flashback ended, returning to the sunlit primeval forest. Eric silently sent a message to his late father. "But Dad, don't you know? You were wrong when you said I didn't need to become a mage if I wasn't strong enough. I would be discarded in this harsh reality." He clenched his fists, determined. "That's why I must become stronger, so no one can ever turn their back on me again." He muttered that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. Eric agreed with this. "That's right, what I need most now is real combat experience." He pondered where to go next. The Blood Demon Forest is full of ghost-type monsters. That place is too dangerous. Then the Goblin Cave is overcrowded. Where else? Suddenly, Eric remembered his father's advice. "Listen, there are 7 secret seals scattered across 6 lands where our ancestors once lived." He found the right place. Yes, that's it. Immediately, he called his demon companion. "Let's go, Mephisto." Mephisto crossed his arms and asked where. Eric replied, "We're heading to the Snowman territory." His eyes flashed a bright green. The Snowman Highlands. Warm golden sunlight bathed the forest, a gentle breeze rustling the branches. By a clear, cool stream hidden among the trees, Eric was washing himself, thinking it could be a problem if his identity was revealed. he had to change his appearance. Without hesitation, Eric used magic to splash the stream water high into the air. Tears fell from above, drenching his head. When his hair was wet enough, Eric suddenly commanded the water to stop, then transformed it into sharp blades that swiftly cut off his long, flowing hair. Eric's control over magic had become more skilled. The stream, water, moved fluidly like the hands of a skilled barber, quickly trimming his messy hair. In moments, his long hair was neatly cut, but just cutting his hair wasn't enough to hide his identity. He muttered a transformation spell. Eric morphed into a charming young man with tan skin, sporting neat, fashionable brown hair. Only his green irises remained unchanged. Looking at his new appearance, he smiled in satisfaction. "Looks good, right?" Eric headed toward the city at the foot of the snow mountain. At the guide branch, someone said a team was about to depart. "You're in luck," the guide said. "No one's been to the Snowman Highlands lately. It's surprising that suddenly many want to go there. Our team is over there." Eric looked where the guide pointed. The door creaked open. "They're here," the guide said just in time. Leading the group was a lively young boy. Dressed in thick winter clothes, Eric casually glanced at Team 5, the group he would join. The group was quite large, including 4 herbalists, 3 demon hunters equipped with weapons, and 5 people hiding their energy. They were all fully covered, faces concealed. The boy was probably the captain. "Always radiating positive energy," he said. "Then I'll introduce myself. Our tribe has a tradition of naming people based on their birthday. My name is Manhwa, meaning Monday morning. You might wonder what good that does. Well, today is Monday morning, which in common language is Tuesday. So as long as you stick close, you won't be in danger. Because as a spirit, no one can see Mephisto, but he is affected by those around him." He grumbled. "That bastard talks too much. I swear, one day I'll rip that mouth off." Eric ignored the complaints, raised his hand to ask, "Yes, Manhwa, can I buy a communication crystal?" Some herbalist whispered, "What for? Our village doesn't have crystals." Someone suggested, "You could use something like carrier pigeons or letters." Suddenly, Manhwa spoke up. "I remember a hilarious story that happened before, involving pigeons and letters." Someone interrupted, "That's bad luck. Let's go then." Manhwa wasn't discouraged, walking on while saying, "Too bad, I'll tell you on the way." Eric worried inside, "She'll be upset if I don't contact her soon. Things are getting more complicated. Anyway, I already told Shin. He'll handle it." On the way deeper into the Snowman Highlands, Manhwa told the story about the carrier pigeon, which suddenly flew headfirst into a chimney. But before realizing what was happening, that chimney must have belonged to the thief who stole the money. The person living next to the lover of the grandmother of the oldest village chief here on the road. Mifi looked around, feeling this place was quite familiar. "This is where the Yeti live?" Eric curiously asked if he knew about the Yeti. He arrogantly replied that he had been here before. "Of course, they are just trash who dare to admire us." Hearing that, Eric was startled. "The Yeti are demons?" Mephi shouted indignantly. "Don't lump me in with that kind of trash." Eric was silent, thinking to himself. He had thought they were just monsters, but who knew they were connected to the demon realm? Truly astonishing. Mephi walked ahead without looking back. However, their former king was truly useful. He must have received the blessing of the demon lord. Although his fate was not as fortunate, Eric had many questions in his mind. Did the Yeti have a ruler in the past? "You slipped up," Mephi said. "His tomb is probably still around here." Hearing that, Eric immediately asked, "A tomb? Do you know where it is?" He shook his head, unwilling to say. "Even if it's still here, it's probably been robbed already." Eric glanced at Mephi, suspecting that if the Yeti are demons, then surely their fate must be somehow linked to the clan's Secret 7. When he was young, he once lay on his father's lap listening to old stories. Secret 7 is the sanctuary of the ancestors, built to protect the clan's heritage. "Eric, when you grow up and become clan chief, come to the plateau of the first Yeti. Confirm all the clan's heritage there and pay respect to the ancestors." Holding the pendant in his hand, Eric pondered deeply, wondering what the clan's heritage could be. He didn't know. You can learn more about this magical pendant if you go there. Ahead, Manhwa is still active, talking non-stop. I don't know where the boy gets so much energy to talk all day like that. According to legend passed down from generation to generation, the first Yeti tribe appeared abandoned by her husband and left on this plateau. That woman died after taking revenge. She met Yukiona, who suddenly appeared. And that's how the story begins. Manhwa's childish voice nagging in the ear made Mephi furious. He covered his ears and questioned Eric. "Can't you use magic to shut that kid up?" "Look, my ears are bleeding now." Eric didn't care. She can endure it. "What kind of ghost bleeds?" "You should stay alert and watch your surroundings." Speaking of the Yeti, that guy keeps mentioning, why haven't they appeared yet? Just then, Manhwa turned to look at everyone. The lively boy announced, "All right, everyone, the path ahead will be quite difficult. Before continuing, we should eat something." So the group stopped to rest and made a campfire. The group split up to sit according to their teams. Eric sat alone. Someone stood up and walked toward the 3 demon hunters. Eric suddenly heard him ask the demon hunter group, "Can we borrow some fire?" Because this person in the group hides a mysterious identity. He couldn't help but squint, scrutinizing the mana energy radiating from him. It was quite strong. Eric silently judged him to be as strong as a noble knight. That person borrowed fire and then returned to his group. Thanks to the fire, the place where they sat gradually warmed up. Eric assessed the group. They didn't seem to be targeting him. Could they be on some secret mission? He noticed a person with a bright blue hood, standing out and different from the group. Is that the leader? He didn't seem so while Eric was pondering. The other person reached up and pulled down the hood. Eric was a bit startled when he saw the face of that person, and the demon hunters blinked in surprise. It was Isabel, a beautiful and polite noblewoman. "Thank you, we will cherish it." Eric was stunned. A woman? The hunter whistled loudly, teasing, "Why hide such a pretty face?" The young woman smiled wryly. "Oh my, I didn't think I'd be so lucky to have such a wonderful experience here." As the two finished speaking, a swift figure drew a sword. The sword's tip aimed at the foul-mouthed, bearded hunter. The figure moved as fast as the wind. The hunter barely had time to react. He had just finished laughing when the sword was right in front of him. His smile froze. The young man holding the sword said grimly, "You've offended the lady by speaking like that. Capture the evidence with your life, Isabel." "Over there," shout loudly. Chen lowered his weapon and sat aside to observe. Mephi tried so hard not to laugh that he was trembling. Even Eric felt sorry for the hunter who dared to flirt with a noble. What? Does that head even have a brain? Suddenly, something flickered behind the snow-covered forest, making both him and Mephi turn their heads to look back. Eric sensed something terrible was coming. His eyes lit up with a dim, intense light. "Over there," Chen protested. "But, my lady, these bastards." Isabel was very displeased with Chen's independent action. She repeated, lowering her sword. Chen turned to look at her, his eyes showing some reluctance. But in the end, he obeyed and struck the sheath. At that moment, Eric suddenly stood up and shouted, "Everyone, run!" Chen turned to look at him, confused about what was happening. The hunter who had just escaped death was stunned. What? But it was already too late, because his body had already been pierced by several bullets. Seeing this, Eric bent down and drew his sword instinctively to block. Immediately after, his sword successfully stopped the unexpected barrage of bullets coming from afar. Manhwa and his tribe stared in terror. The fanatic hunter who was shot through the body earlier had fallen. The surviving comrades were horrified. In the blink of an eye, Chen blocked a long-range attack, his whole body trembling from the strong aftershock. He immediately ordered to protect the lady. The knights all stood up and surrounded Isabel. Everyone was trembling with fear, not knowing what had just attacked them. Eric frowned. This reminded him of a nest. When the wind blows, it signals an ambush, and sure enough, a volley of spears and arrows shot toward them, making Eric exclaim, "So many!" The sound of arrows slicing through the air whistled straight toward him. The large spears and arrows were getting closer, and near Eric, there was nowhere to hide. He swung his hand forward and cast a spell to block. A shield formed from many hexagonal shapes, looking like a honeycomb, appeared before Eric, stopping the thick, heavy arrows from the enemy. He was safe. So, he turned to check on the others. "Are you okay?" Near Isabel, a group of 4 knights took turns deflecting the arrows. But Manhwa's group was not so lucky. They were just guides and herb gatherers without any self-defense skills. They only knew to scream for help when they saw comrades fall. "Save me!" But no one stood up to protect them. Only fresh blood stained the ground from fallen comrades. Seeing this, Eric furrowed his brows tightly, while Mephi appeared indifferent as if this was a completely normal situation. At that moment, there was a loud explosion behind the pine trees halfway up the mountain. Because he was a spirit, Mephi suffered no damage at all. He smirked. "Those idiots are from the Blood-Eye tribe, Eric." He quickly used his special eyes to scout how many enemies there were, and in Eric's eyes, spots of light appeared behind the forest. He heard that snowmen usually travel in packs of 10, but the number of lights was more than 10 and approaching quickly. They charged and suddenly appeared in front of Eric's group. He was terrified, but this was too many. He hurriedly commanded to wipe them out. The snowmen, with their large physique, had superior close combat ability, not to mention their numbers were enough to overwhelm the group. They struggled to dodge the attacks of many snowmen. Mephi excitedly said, "The first fight is already pretty tough, huh?" Eric quietly called Mephi, but he didn't listen and kept babbling. "You're starting to feel scared now that it's time to fight, huh? Humans really are." Eric was annoyed and silenced him immediately. Only a small spell, and the omnipotent Demon King gets shut up. He coldly said, "This is not the time for nonsense." Eric observed the trend and couldn't help but silently praise him. "I admit, they're incredibly amazing." His eyes lit up as he found a perfect counterattack opportunity and swung his sword. The blade sliced through the snowman like a phantom, blood raining down. Eric was impressed. This is how a knight optimizes his aura. What? He turned to look away, though wanting to admire more. But this was not the right time. The snowman's ambush was truly a problem. But that wasn't all. From afar, in Eric's eyes, he saw many other spots of light. Another pack of snowmen was waiting for the chance to ambush them. Everyone could be in danger if they made a mistake now. However, the story would change if he struck first. He crouched and leapt up. The powerful thrust shattered the ground beneath his feet as he jumped up. It's how Eric shed his handsome, cool, tanned appearance. Shedding the transformation, he immediately cast another spell. Armed with that, a pair of wings sprouted on Eric's back. He flew far away, leaving Chen's group to handle things. On this battlefield side, it seemed they were using Gi. Remembering to record some useful enhancement spells, Eric easily spotted a pack of aggressive snowmen moving toward them from above. They stopped to rest when suddenly one snowman noticed something descending from above. Eric dove down at it, still a bit worried. Although he wasn't sure if his attack would work, he still went for it. With a powerful kick, he landed on the snowman's head. Eric successfully landed on it, causing a traumatic brain injury that sent it to the afterlife. His sudden appearance threw the remaining snowmen into utter confusion, but Eric remained unfazed. At least he could slow them down. Before the snowmen could react, he unleashed another move. A deafening explosion erupted, blasting several nearby snowmen away. Then Eric landed on the ground. His sharp eyes glanced at the remaining snowmen. Seeing them approach, he chanted a spell that ignited flames rising from beneath his feet, burning the snowmen in front of him. Crackling explosions rang in his ears as the air froze, sharp ice shards forming and multiplying as if alive. Eventually, those shards transformed into sharp ice swords descending from the sky. Following Eric's command, the surviving snowman barely had time to react before facing his attack again. Eric lowered his hand to control the piercing ice swords. The dull thud of countless ice swords stabbing into the snowmen echoed. Eric moved like a ghost, dancing around. Wherever he jumped, unlucky snowmen fell. The sharp ice swords pierced through their bodies, leaving them dismembered. When Eric's feet touched the ground again, only 2 snowmen remained, trembling like leaves. He exhaled, only 2 left. Huh? Seeing them inch backward, Eric turned and glared. Where do you think you're running? He smirked slyly and twitched 2 fingers to bind them. After defeating so many snowmen, Eric knelt on the snow, panting. Not bad, huh? He tied up one snowman to question it and said, let's have a chat. Then he called out to the demon, come here, Mephi. Eric had forgotten he had just silenced him. Mephi was furious, only able to mumble, showing he was still nearby. Eric smiled and snapped his fingers to lift the silence spell. Still here, let's talk a bit. Mephi started cursing. This bastard, you really don't let me finish. Before he could continue, Eric warned him. Mephi wanted to curse more but swallowed his anger. Eric calmly ordered, no time to waste. Translate for me quickly. Mephi looked confused. Then Eric pointed at the tied snowman, telling him, if you tell me where your tribe is, I'll spare you. So Mephi started communicating with the snowman. Then he told it to untie itself. Eric laughed. Sure, I trust you. Mephi seriously advised him that in this situation, negotiation through dialogue was better than threats. Eric snapped his fingers and untied the snowman. There, you're free. Now tell us more. Mephi continued the conversation in the snowman's language. They whispered for a long time, as if plotting something. Then both turned to Eric with unfriendly looks. Nora, Mephi said with ill intent. Translating his words, we have a one-sided conversation. Now we'll pretend to cooperate with this scoundrel. Eric sensed something was off and called out, Sir, the snowman is betraying us. It angrily roared and tried to attack him. With a bang, Eric flicked his finger and shot an ice block at the snowman's head. His finger hovered in the air, completely a natural reflex. Eric breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He glared at Mephi and the snowman, both trembling as if they'd just done something wrong. Eric smiled innocently, warning them, so let's talk again. In the snowy mountains, the sun slowly rose, signaling a new day. Then with a loud sound, Eric raised his finger and shot an ice shard at the snowman's head. His finger hovered in midair. It was a completely natural reflex. Eric sighed in relief. That was almost a big problem. He glared at Mephi and the snowman, both trembling as if they had just done something wrong. Eric smiled harmlessly, carrying a warning. So, let's talk this over. In the snowy mountains, the sun gradually rose, signaling a new day. The conversation between the snowman and Mephi echoed through the forest at last. The snowman left, his upper body still bound. Eric followed him and scolded Mephi. That gullible snowman almost died because of you, sir. He turned to thank the snowman. Thanks for showing me the way, Mephi. Outwardly, he smiled, but inwardly, he cursed, all of you, just die. The cold wind blew across Eric's body, making him shiver as he placed his hand on his chest. Inside was a heart pounding fiercely, the dragon heart containing the magic of dragons and demon lords. He could only unleash 3% of the magic power from it. If he unleashed the full amount of that strange magic power, his body wouldn't withstand it and would explode. At this moment, the snowman had his hands tied in front. The family emblem had arrived. They stood before a snowman village with giant stone gates. Eric considered. At his current level, it was really dangerous. If he kept fighting like before, he clenched his fists, but he couldn't back down. Carrying great ambitions, Eric bravely stepped forward. If he gave up now, How could he build a family clan? He glanced back then, looked up at the clear blue sky, wondering if that noble young lady would be safe. Elsewhere, blood splattered everywhere. Chen was panting after a tiring battle. Not only him, but his teammates as well. They had just defeated a group of snowmen and were now resting. Isabel ran over in panic. "Chen, did you see anyone just here?" Chen wiped the blood off his face, thinking the person probably died fleeing alone or was hiding somewhere. But when he turned to answer Isabel, he smiled. Maybe he escaped safely. The girl frowned slightly, her gaze distant. Probably so. She didn't notice Chen's deep gaze toward her. Isabel's purple eyes reflected worry. Troubled and anxious, she remembered the green eyes of that young man. Please be safe. At this moment, Eric had entered the snowman village and was being blocked. He hesitated slightly, but clearly spoke. "Please don't look at me so bloodthirstily. Let me meet the chief." Not sure if the snowmen understood. At least they didn't attack, but their hostile stares remained. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "Get out of the way." The snowman heard and obeyed strictly, leaving a path. Heavy footsteps sounded from behind. A large shadow approached. Eric looked up and swallowed nervously. The snowman chief was taller than the others, like a small mountain towering before Eric, trying to stay calm. He said he had some questions for the chief, who growled but didn't answer. Still no use. Eric's hands hidden inside his cloak were always ready to strike a critical blow. It would be better if he didn't have to go this far, but if talking failed, this was the fastest way to take down the chief in this tense moment. He heard the snowman chief speak. Its green eyes looked at Eric and asked, "What is your name?" Suddenly, it spoke so politely. Eric was a bit slow to react. Eric Merbinger. The snowman chief looked fierce with scars all over. After hearing his name, it was silent for a moment, then said, "Follow me." This unexpected friendliness surprised Eric, raising a question in his mind. A moment later, the snowman chief led Eric. The snowman guards followed at a distance behind it. While walking, it told him, "Our tribe has a legend." Eric was curious. What legend? It said a long time ago. There was a great king who ruled this mountain. This made Eric's body suddenly tense in shock. He immediately turned to look at Mephi, who nodded slightly at him. The snowman chief ignored Eric's small gesture and continued. That king said, only one person was recognized by him as a friend, a person with green eyes, and Merbinger was that person's name. Eric went from one surprise to another, thinking his clan's ancestor and the snowman king were friends. The snowman chief continued. Our chiefs continued to manage their homes according to the king's wishes. Eric squinted and asked, "Where are those homes?" The snowman chief stopped and looked toward one side. There, the two arrived at a cliff. Before them, a deep abyss. The snowman chief signaled Eric to look down. He bowed his head and looked down, wondering if there really was a house below the cliff. Looking down, he bowed his head, following with his eyes, wondering if there was a house beneath the cliff. The mountain wind blew fiercely from below. The dark, gloomy abyss made Eric squint, trying to spot the house's silhouette. There were no lights. He had to look carefully to see a tiny house. It was crazy, there really was a house down there. Suddenly, Eric became alert, sensing something. A chilling cold wind blew up from the abyss. He was amazed as the snowman chief shared, "Once a year, when the wind calms, we go down there, but no one has ever returned." Mephi hovered nearby, teasing. So much magic, yet not a single thread unraveled. Why is Eric silent? He quietly looked down below. How to poke the maze? No one has had the skill yet. Eric nodded, as if talking to himself. That's right. It's really reckless given my skills right now, but if I just stand here, I won't move forward at all. As he spoke, he stepped forward a few steps. It seems the ancestors want to see the skills of their descendants. The Snow Tribe chief looked puzzled. What are you planning to do? Eric decisively leapt into the deep abyss. He smiled brightly. I guess I have to satisfy them. Watching Eric freefall, Mephi shouted, "This crazy guy just jumped like that?" The biting cold wind hit Eric's face, wiping the smile off. Damn, the wind here is stronger than I thought. Mephi normally can fly, so he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he even looked down on this crazy guy. Focus or you'll die, Eric. He began adjusting his legs to change his falling posture. Almost there, just one more step. He gritted his teeth, focused his mind, and was almost there. Looking at the house far below, he silently urged himself to land. Falling at lightning speed, the house gradually became clear, but before face planting, the magic to place feet midair was activated. Then Eric skillfully jumped down in a zigzag pattern to reduce impact force. When he finally landed on the snow, the impact caused a big shock, scattering the thick snow. Eric's landing on the snowy field looked incredibly cool. Snowflakes drifted down, quite poetic, but the cool image shattered the next second. He fell backward, lying on the snow, sighing, I really thought I was dead. After a moment, Eric sat up, questioning and answering himself. I did it, right? Awesome, right? Do you admit that? I admit it. Mephi was speechless indeed. Eric stood up, looking at the house ahead. It looked ordinary, like a simple thatched hut. He stepped forward, reaching out to open the door and enter, but a magic circle appeared. It blocked anyone trying to invade the house. Eric was surprised. It seemed locked by ancient magic. He suggested you should try channeling mana and reciting a spell. Mayfi thought for a moment, then suggested merging. Eric used his hand to channel mana and recited countless spells from Demon Magic, the Demon King, and Monster Hunter clans. Entrusted to the squirrel-eating cake, story bird DJI dinosaur, after many failed attempts, he began to rack his brain. Mana didn't work? What's this? Something like a key? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Eric's mind. Could it be? He grabbed the four-petal flower-shaped pendant. Nervously, he brought it close to the door. The pendant neared the magic circle, and the protective barrier began spinning. A flash of light appeared. The pendant almost absorbed the protective barrier around the house. The door creaked open. Eric exclaimed, "It really fooled people." Stepping inside, the house looked small but wasn't small at all. He was almost overwhelmed by the treasure trove of books left by the ancestors. He strolled around, picking a few books to read. Just seeing the titles, Eric's eyes widened. Excited, he ran around the library. Despite Mephi's annoyed gaze, there were basic doctrines of magical theory, including magic of elves and beasts. There was even dark magic. What? All kinds of books are here? Mephi looked around, evaluating. This seems to be the residence of the Eastern Hand Sage. Hearing that, Eric poked his head out, asking, "Eastern Hand Sage?" Mephi felt a bit speechless at his ignorance, but he didn't know Eric was thinking silently. That person and the Snow King knew our ancestors, and it seems there's a hidden story behind. Suddenly, Eric's eyes fixed on a book. He took the book and looked at the title, History of Merbinger. Curious, he opened it and read, "Our family's mission is to destroy demons." A fleeting image appeared in his mind. This is exactly the content Eric had seen in a dream. He temporarily set the dream aside and continued reading, but some parts of the book were blackened and hard to read. What is this? This part is missing. Certain conditions are definitely needed. The mission assigned by heaven to the family can be accomplished if... When Eric read this information, the letters in the book began to flow out, swallowing mana, then swallowing demons. If digested properly, would there be a new harmony of demon paths? Silently, a powerful energy burst forth from the book. Originating from the words, Eric's eyes lit up green as directive phrases floated around in his head. Eat demon, swallow demon, drink demon. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. The pendant showed signs of cracking, but it didn't break. Instead, it shed its skin and became radiant like a precious jewel. Eat, swallow, drink demon. The black gem in the pendant projected a beam of flickering light like a projector. Countless images flashed before Eric's eyes alongside information he read from the book. If so, all demons would be contained within him. And so a new mage would appear, the first demon swallowing air to break the fate and pass the demon path's test. The test of the demon path would now fully begin. Eric lost consciousness, and when he woke, he found himself lying on lush green grass. He blinked, trying to find a familiar feeling. Where is this? Eric sat up suddenly, hearing a voice from behind. It seemed he was the heir in a distant future, promised to receive our fate. A man clasped his hands behind Eric. The wind blew through his blonde hair. Eric turned to look at him. The man smiled gently, wearing golden glasses. Along with a beard and mustache, Eric cautiously asked who he was. The man placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. Otto von Merbinger. He seriously said he was the guide and examiner of the heir. The main mentor was Otto von Merbinger, the one who established the Merbinger family's demon magic system hundreds of years ago through many generations. Only a few ancestors could become the family's patriarch, and he was the ancestor who became the patriarch. Otto smiled kindly. It seemed you know me, huh? Eric hesitated, asking if the ancestor was the great ancestor Dong Thu V Nan. Otto was slightly surprised. None of his descendants knew this anonymous identity. Where did you hear that? Eric looked to the side but saw no sign of Mephi, then honestly answered. That was what the Demon King Mephisto said. Where is that name now? Otto was surprised. Mephisto is the Demon King of Original Sin, right? Eric nodded. Yes, just a foolish demon name. Otto laughed heartily. He patted Eric's shoulder. So the first demon tribe you swallowed was Mephisto Flash. Huh, he was very pleased. The talented heir has truly arrived. Should I increase the difficulty of the challenge? Meanwhile, Mephisto Felix was still in the library. He poked his ear irritably, cursing whoever dared insult the king. Only a tight four-limb grip would do. Back to Eric, he politely raised his hand and asked what the fate was, what the guidance meant. Otto patted his head. You're curious about many things, huh? He smiled kindly. You can freely take notes. The rest can wait. Why so eager to know complicated things? Eric nodded shyly. His politeness made Otto even more fond of him. Why so shy? Otto spread his hands and condensed magic. A white circle like a wheel appeared. Otto said, we have prepared something like a magic wheel. He began to use magic and explained that once it starts spinning, it cannot be stopped. So he wouldn't let anyone stop it lightly. No matter how long it takes, he must carefully verify the heir. He said, since you passed my test, from now on it's your choice. Otto held the magic wheel before Eric, offering two choices: stop the magic wheel or let it spin. The magic wheel was passed into Eric's hands, surprising him. He didn't know the family's fate. If he took the wrong path, his life could disappear. Eric clenched his fists and crushed the magic wheel. So this was the last chance to escape. Otto thought Eric would choose to stop it. He was a bit sad, but still polite. He said, "All right, I respect your choice." Unexpectedly, Eric said he would build the family name, which stunned Otto a little when he heard it. "I will carry on the will of our ancestors, the great heroes, to leave a name on this land, like a great mage." Eric recalled the ancestral honor statue he once saw. His eyes shone with determination as he spread his hands. In his hands was the magic wheel, the dream he had cherished for a long time. He began to spin the wheel, letting it roll freely forward. A loud boom sounded each time the wheel hit and changed direction. Sparks flickered before the two of them. Otto saw this scene. Deeply moved, he slapped Eric's shoulder enthusiastically. "Well done, oh this boldness. If you are our heir, you can do it." Eric protested. "Oh, it hurts." On the green grass, the wind rustled. The car suddenly spoke up, so he showed the warm green grass of spring. It suddenly turned into the cold, snowy mountain of winter when the cold wind blew fiercely. Eric suddenly turned around to look behind. This is a 180-degree weather change. The cold wind made Eric shiver. Where is this place? The car seemed unaffected by the weather. He shared that this is the place for the first human test. Two jaws clattered together, breath steaming. Eric rearranged his thoughts, so he would have to take the test here? Eric suddenly felt excited and smiled. If that's the case, maybe he would become much stronger than now. The car also smiled. "You're smiling? For someone about to take a test, this mindset is very good." He pointed far away. "Then look over there." Eric didn't understand what he was supposed to look at. The car guided him to look further, deeper. Eric listened carefully and looked far away. Gradually, he saw a shadowy figure in the darkness. It was a horn peeking out in the distant darkness. The figure became clearer. A creature with two sharp horns and white fur stained with blood. Eric wondered, what is that? The car introduced the Snow Mountain King as the first character, and also the last person to unite the snow tribes and the ruler of the snowy mountain. This character had the ambition to drive the snow people out of the demon tribe and bring them back once again. But in the end, he was swallowed by his own ambition and left like a demon. Eric turned pale hearing this. The car said, "This Snow Mountain King is the second demon you have to swallow." Eric turned to him trembling, pointing there. "So that means I have to face that?" The car corrected, "Not just face, but swallow it. Are you scared now? You will have to swallow the demon and take their root. The root is the mark." Eric heard the new word, mark. The car explained it's the primal dark emotions like fear, depression, and rage that creatures emit. It's an existence created from the ego, originating from the four thoughts. The dark thoughts of the self connect to form that. That is the demon tribe. Each demon has its own dark thoughts. That is their nature, their class, and their symbol. The heart, where those dark thoughts are stored, is called the mark. The mark of the original sin Mephistofelix appeared on Eric's hand. Now he recognized this is the Demon King's mark. While Eric was admiring Mephisto's mark on his hand, the car's voice rang in his ear. "From now on, you will hunt demons and steal their root marks." He stepped forward and patted Eric's shoulder. "If you swallow the demon, all their power will belong to you." These words gave Eric extra motivation. He looked at the Snow Mountain King in the distance. How strong would he become if he gained the power of such a formidable monster? Eric swallowed nervously. First, he had to try to know. He began to use mana, chanting a spell to fly up. The car's voice kept reminding him, "Remember this." Eric activated his combat skill and opened his weapons. The car reminded him, it's not about defeating, but swallowing. These words made Eric a bit annoyed. Not about eating or swallowing? What does that mean? Meanwhile, deep in the black mist, a shadow moved. The Snow Mountain King croaked hoarsely. "Manhwa Power, this is Mephisto." "Mabinger." Eric recalled Mephisto's face with some anticipation. "Prove it," he thought, going against it. The car frowned, seeing Eric's action stop. Far ahead, as Eric rushed forward, a voice shouted, "Our Marshal." Eric's sharp eyes spotted something ahead. He paused slightly to dodge numerous surprise attacks from the enemy. A loud shout, "Kill them," followed by a thunderous sound. A foot appeared on the pure white snow. From within the black mist, the foot stepped out, freezing the white snow. Numerous answered warriors wearing iron masks, holding sharp spears and dark steel shields appeared to block Eric's path. He swallowed nervously. These were the king's guards. Looking over, there were at least 10 of them. In some ways, they were different from the snow people Eric had faced before, especially the leader. With Eric's current power, could he win? If he only used the mark of original sin and the Demon King's power. Eric was confident he could capture the Snow Mountain King, but a drop of sweat fell as he thought. Damn, if he didn't know how to use it. It's like scribbling nonsense, not giving Eric much time to think. The warrior shouted loudly and charged forward. He thought to himself, but since this is the first test, with the Demon King's power, it would not be considered cheating. He pressed the original Sin Seal, igniting a fireball condensed to explode. Eric pointed at the warriors charging toward him, and boom, a deafening explosion rang out, the blast so intense that the heat waves spread from the side. However, the result Eric hoped for did not happen. He watched as the sharp spear stopped right in front of him. The battle's outcome came too quickly. He was stunned in disbelief. These warriors were incredibly fast. In an instant, they had thrown their spears right in front of Eric, completely dodging the explosion he created. Eric was only slightly shaken. Immediately after, he swung his right hand from left to right and his left hand from above downward, raising and stabbing. Instantly, countless sharp ice pillars were erected, blocking in front of Eric, making it difficult for the warriors. Some warriors couldn't dodge in time and were dealt with on the spot. Eric was cold and indifferent despite blood splattering all around him. But soon, the warriors broke through his ice wall. Eric casually said, "I heard you once belonged to the demon clan, but were abandoned. So I'm sure you know that when you're weak, you get discarded." The warriors were infuriated, grinding their teeth and glaring. Watching the warriors run toward him, he told himself he had to be stronger. The warriors were getting closer and closer. If he could be stronger, this kind of challenge. Eric spread his 5 fingers in front of him, as if preparing to cast a spell. He was full of determination to overcome the challenge. He would smash it 100 times if needed. With just one thought, Eric summoned a gigantic fireball. The heat blazed throughout the snowy mountain space. The fireball exploded, its light covering the entire screen, burning everything the sparks touched. Then, the next moment, a beam of light pushed back the fireball's sparks. The snow warrior passed through the sea of flames, swinging his weapon at Eric. The attack was so strong that Eric suffered internal injuries and spat blood. With a loud bang, the snow beneath Eric's feet exploded. Then his body fell backward, a bleeding slash on his stomach. Eric glanced at the warrior who had just attacked him, cursing inwardly, "Damn it." His body was heavy as he collapsed onto the snow. Eric struggled to crawl up. He coughed heavily, watching the warrior approach through the mist, silently lamenting that at this rate, he would lose. He gritted his teeth, his breath turning into a swirling dark blue-black mist around him. No, he couldn't fall at the first test. Eric pressed his hands to the ground, trying to stand up. The dark blue-black mist thickened, though his body could hardly endure it anymore. He tensed up, energy spilling out more and more. The snowy area where Eric stood immediately exploded with energy. Eric didn't hesitate to face the strong warrior, standing before him, gritting his teeth and silently vowing to draw more power. The warrior squinted, silent, so no one knew what it was thinking. Suddenly, it swung its sword at Eric. Quick and agile, he bent down to dodge. At the same time, he opened his eyes wide and began chanting a spell from his dragon heart. A streak of light flashed like a comet's tail in the dark night that was Eric moving at the speed of sound. In an instant, he pierced through the warrior's body, exploding with a loud bang. The warrior's body blew up on the spot. Using too much strength made Eric a bit exhausted. He gasped for breath as black energy like smoky mist spilled out of his body. Eric, drained, sat down heavily on the ground. The black bones floated behind him in the air. He squinted and smiled, breathing a sigh of relief. Then he sensed a difference. Eric opened his eyes and marveled, "Is this real?" He looked at the black bones like ink stains on a watercolor painting and muttered resentfully, "No matter how you look at it, the first round is already too harsh." The black bones began gathering to one side. Eric felt something was wrong. "Damn it, my heart feels like it's about to explode. The soldiers are starting to form again. What should I do?" But no soldiers formed, only black bones surged forward. Eric was confused and raised his hand to block them. However, what met him was a stream of dark blue-black bones gently landing on his hand. Eric looked down at his right arm in disbelief. It was a seal. The black bones kept flowing into his body. Eric assessed the new seal. Although it was fainter than the ancestral Sin Seal, it was definitely a new seal created. He wasn't sure what was happening, but the energy from the dragon heart that had nearly exploded was now stable. At that moment, the car spoke. And that's why the demons call their seals by their true names. So if you want to use their power, you have to know their true names. Eric wondered, how could he find out? There's no way they'd tell him their names. He didn't share how to ask for names cleverly. He just said, "Don't worry, when the time is right, you'll naturally feel it." But at this moment, Eric faced a newly formed group of warriors. He closed his eyes to sense the new energy he had just absorbed. Eric extended his hand, creating a white energy circle like snow. The true name of the snowman was Cruel. A cold snowflake left his hand, and although he couldn't explain it, the snow wind around him blew stronger than ever. Eric just squinted and told himself that the way to use the seal where he was receiving the challenge was in a cold, snowy mountain. In front of him, the group of warriors charged forward. And what was their true name? The howling wind blew fiercely by his ear as he muttered, "May you be cold and ruthless." A white-blue snow energy radiated in all directions. It shattered the approaching warriors, but they quickly condensed into forms amid the freezing wind. This time they were more careful, using shields to block before preparing to attack again. But it was useless. because in the next second, they were hit by a massive snow explosion shaking the earth. Standing on the ice was a snowflake shape. Eric breathed heavily, exhausted from using so much energy, yet he could still smile. The snowflake beneath him acted like a protective barrier. Any creature trying to approach was shattered by the ice and snow. He was surprised this was the power of the seal. To test further, he enlarged the snowflake beneath his feet. The icy power surged continuously, shattering many warriors. Countless warriors fell, and Eric's breathing grew heavier. He looked at the remaining warrior on the battlefield. Now, only one was left. Just as he finished speaking, an incident occurred, no warning, no sign. Eric suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Before losing consciousness, only one question remained in his mind. Why? A scream echoed in the vast space. Eric grabbed his neck and sat up, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. He was back in the library of the ancestral building. Books were scattered on the shelves. Eric was horrified, recalling what had just happened. Mephi appeared beside him, praising him. "Looks like you passed a pretty tough challenge," he said. Eric looked at him and softly called, "Mephi." Still shaken, Eric sat up. Mephi continued, "I hoped the mission would activate because you fell asleep when your pendant glowed." "Seems it's not that easy," Eric said, stunned. "A mission? So he wasn't really dead?" He touched the tattoo on his arm. Because he trusted the seal too much, he must have fainted after absorbing all the mana. Remembering what happened, Eric sighed. "But its power is much stronger than I thought. If the incomplete seal of Cruel was this strong, then how powerful is the original Sin's seal? But how should I use them?" Suddenly, Mephi spoke, catching his attention. "Maybe it's the seal of Cruel." He frowned, crossing his arms. It seemed the Winter Sage had devised a strange scheme. Eric sat upright and sincerely asked Mephi, "How do I use Cruel's seal?" Mephi replied, "I guess he told you his true name." He sneered. "Do you think I'd tell you? Do you still hold such deep hatred for me despite all your insults? You'll never get anything from me." Eric scratched his head. "I was just asking. No need to get so worked up." Mephi ignored him and turned away. Eric thought to himself, he knew Mephi would say that. After all, seals are the most important things to demons. If Mephisto accepted letting him use the original Sin's seal, it meant the most precious thing of his was taken away. That was unfortunate, but now he wouldn't touch it and wouldn't overthink it. Eric pulled down his sleeve to hide the seal on his arm. Above all, the original Sin's seal belonged to the Demon King. He couldn't control the snowman's power yet, so there was no way he could control the Demon King's power. Eric brightened and asked Mephi, "You said you know the Snow Mountain King, right?" Mephi looked annoyed. "Why suddenly ask me that?" Eric replied, "This place is his tomb, and it seems I have to capture him." Mephi thought he misheard. "Huh, Otto Hammerbinger, I know you're crazy, but how dare he order? Something like you capturing an entity recognized by me?" Eric looked at him directly and asked if he knew any good way to do that. His gaze made him slightly scared. Mephi chose to avoid the question, but Eric didn't let it go and stepped even closer, trying to persuade him, "Come on, he's no longer part of the demon clan. At least tell me about it, won't you?" Mephi got angry. "What are you talking about?" Revealing the secret of the seal includes the clan's secrets and weaknesses. Without waiting for him to finish, Eric laid out the condition. 3 days, no messing around. Mephi closed his eyes and ignored him. "Do you think you can break my pride like that? How dare you?" Eric kept bargaining, holding up 5 fingers, 5 days. Mephi gritted his teeth in anger. "You keep underestimating me." He saw him getting mad. Eric gave up. "Fine then." Mephi immediately changed his tone, mocking, "But because my tolerance is as vast as the ocean, this time, I'll give you a gift." Eric laughed sarcastically. Just for 5 days of no messing around, Mephi cleared his throat awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. Then he became serious. "Listen carefully. With the seal you currently have in hand, forget about completing the mission. You can't even get close to the Snow Mountain King." Eric guessed Mephi's meaning, but he smiled smugly, showing his bright white teeth. "That doesn't mean there's no way." A moment later, back at the cold, snowy mountain during the challenge, Eric complained, "It's freezing to death. This is why I didn't look back at the Snow Mountain King in the black mist." He kept mumbling, but it seemed he had to use the hint Mephi gave him. After finishing speaking, he lunged forward, remembering Mephi's words, "Improve your rank." Eric didn't hesitate to charge ahead. Fighting the warriors created by the Snow Mountain King, seals can be divided into common, enhanced, rare, unique, and legendary based on their rarity. There's also a rank called achievement level that can lead to different power tiers, even within the same rarity. Thanks to experience from before, he quickly dodged the warriors' attacks. The evil seal is rare, definitely not common, but Eric's achievement rank was only 1 star. The warriors kept attacking, showing some of their creators' power. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain King's seal had been cultivated to 10 stars, so Eric had to raise his achievement rank to 10 stars, or upgrade his rank to unique. He smiled, his fighting spirit ignited. His achievement rank was only 1 star, so he didn't hesitate to defeat and absorb all, turning defeated enemies into his strength. Time passed unknowingly, snow piled over a foot deep. Walking slowly on the white snow, Eric endured the cold, his voice slightly hoarse from the chill. Finally, we meet. The Snow Mountain King looked at the strong presence before him, silently lamenting. No matter how many warriors Eric defeated, his achievement rank was stuck at 2 stars. In other words, Eric had to face the Snow Mountain King to raise his achievement rank. His achievement rank was 1 star. When he realized that Green Bean wasn't a shadow, but the entire energy of the demon, what kind of entity was it when alive to be this powerful? Eric said to himself, "You want me to defeat that?" He gave a thumbs up to encourage himself. 1 star? You won't die. You still feel fear? You're the respected ancestor of our clan. Really 1 star? You're not the enemy. Not on the same side as us. Saying that, but still had to complete the challenge. The wind howled across the snowy plateau. Eric made up his mind. Still, I'll try. 1 star will be tough, but if I keep trying, I'm ready. I'm sure I can win. A moment later in the library, Nephi was a bit startled looking over because he saw Eric had woken up. His face froze for a few seconds. Then he lay flat on the ground and laughed at himself. Eric was frustrated after collecting all 10 seals. After working hard, wanting to kick off his pants, he died instantly. How could he win? Nephi saw him defeated. He gleefully advised, "Now you understand, right? Just give up on that mission." Eric ignored him and kept mumbling, "But if I get the seal of that entity?" He sat up and stared at Nephi, making him scared and trembling. "That bastard again?" Then Eric asked abruptly, "Right, this is a bit sudden. The Snow Mountain King is a woman, right?" Nephi was shocked, but didn't answer. Eric kept staring at Nephi. He didn't dare meet Eric's eyes, his face pale and seemingly fearful. Nephi was silent for a while, then noticed the unusual look from Eric. He glanced over, seeing Eric's nosy gaze as if saying, "I already know." Nephi suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "Why are you looking at me like that? What's with your eyes? Damn it." Seeing his overreaction, Eric chuckled quietly. He understood now between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto, there was something. He would slowly uncover it. Holding the transformed pendant in his hand, he arranged his tasks. Right now, the more important thing was to devour the Snow Mountain King. Placing the pendant between both hands, he continued to activate the challenge, even though he still didn't know how. But the light from the pendant flashed, and Eric would find out soon enough. If he defeated her, he'd step into the challenge space. Eric dashed forward and shouted, "Die." But before he could do anything, the icy bone spear slammed into him. His body froze instantly, looking like a beautiful sculpture. But in this situation, no one would see it as a masterpiece. This time, Eric froze to death, followed by countless other ways he was killed 101 different deaths. He was split in half, slashed across the body, had his organs cut out, lost his head, legs, and arms in various ways. His mind had only one thought. It hurt so much his head was about to explode, but he didn't give up. Eric was very stubborn. He kept trying to break through despite the freezing cold covering his body. After many attempts, he finally managed to push back the Snow Mountain King's attacks. Gradually, he got closer, bit by bit. Finally, Eric saw her face. The Snow Mountain King roared fiercely, seemingly losing all reason as she lunged at him. Eric didn't flinch. Now that he had seen her, he understood how the Snow Mountain King used her cruel seal. Although it's hard for someone who just obtained the seal to surpass one who has mastered it, the Snow Mountain King roared loudly, recklessly charging out of the black bones. Eric stretched his hand forward, thinking, "But I will overcome this." His palm clashed with the Snow Mountain King's. The habits, actions, and theory, one small hand fighting a big hand. Spiritual energy burst out, shockwaves spreading from his palm. Slowly, water droplets appeared on Eric's hand. Even if he had to take everything from her, a loud blast of ice magic exploded, pushing both of them back. Otto, standing on a high cliff, watched the whole scene. He commented, "It wouldn't be surprising if his ego collapses if he keeps dying bit by bit like this." Otto's sharp eyes noticed something unusual on Eric's face, but he was smiling. When the explosion happened, Eric found an opportunity. He wasn't just naturally talented, he had an unyielding will and an endless desire to improve himself. That's right, that kid Eric spun around and chopped off the Snow Mountain King's arm. Otto remarked, "He's the kind of person who would never appear even in our family." The Snow Mountain King's severed arm flew out, black energy spilling out instead of blood. But since her whole body was demonic energy, the arm quickly dissolved into energy, which Eric seized the chance to absorb. Even Otto had to marvel at this madman. Eric laughed heartily, very pleased. He had reached 3 stars, but he celebrated too soon. Because just as he relaxed a bit, the weapon in her hand swung right in front of Eric. He barely stepped back in time, almost losing a leg. He struggled to block her blows, and she didn't even give him time to breathe. Damn it, the Snow Mountain King changed stance. She grabbed the weapon's handle and brought the sharp tip, wrapped in a thick layer of ice, toward Eric. He was extremely shocked and immediately crossed his arms in front of him to form a defensive barrier. But the Snow Mountain King's direct attack was too powerful. How could a normal barrier block it? With a loud crack, the barrier shattered. Eric endured her storm of attacks, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it. This was his limit. Just stealing wasn't enough. Seeing her swing the weapon down, he thought to defeat the Snow Mountain King, he had to understand her. Eric exhaled cold air, denying his previous thought. No, he had to rush forward. Despite the demonic energy striking him, he concluded he had to become her. The dense black bones pierced through Eric's body. The demon seal on his palm lit up, as if accidentally activating some mechanism. Suddenly, Eric felt a chill all over. His vision darkened. What? Dead again? When he opened his eyes, he saw Mephisto floating in the blood-red sky, proving it. Eric stared blankly at that irritating face. Inside were 1,000 questions. Mephisto, why is Mephisto here? He looked at the Snow Mountain King kneeling on the ground, challenging. The proof, Min, is that you deserve to become a part of our race, Snow Mountain King. A strange feeling arose in Eric's heart. He realized that at this moment, he himself was the Snow Mountain King in a respectful kneeling posture. He noticed she also had a demon seal on her hand. Suddenly, the seal on the Snow Mountain King's hand lit up, and Eric lost consciousness again. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw a strange face wearing a bone mask along with a long white beard. The image gradually became clearer. He saw his own small hand covered in pure white fur. Eric screamed inside. What on earth is happening? He heard the man say the demon god had granted us a prophet. He embraced the Snow Mountain King firmly and declared, "Our queen, the leader of the highlands." After finishing, the Snow Mountain King was lifted high. The small, lovely body waved her hand adorably. Standing on the high cliff, the old man loudly proclaimed, "This mountain range will be ours," and countless people below cheered in support. Suddenly, a female voice echoed in Eric's ear. "I was born a king who will rule the Snow Mountain." He realized this was the Snow Mountain King's past. She said, "But I, the first to unite the tribes in Snow Mountain's history, could not be satisfied with just Snow Mountain." Obviously, the Snow Mountain King was an ambitious woman. She was always driven to reclaim the former glory of the Snow People. In front of the tribesmen, the Snow Mountain King declared firmly, "Listen to me, for we were once part of the omnipotent demon race. Once again, we will return to our rightful place." Beyond Snow Mountain, she and the Snow People made countless humans and demons kneel before them. Wherever the Snow Mountain King went, she slaughtered and destroyed everything, and in the end, they became part of the demon race. More than that, she tried to become a demon king. However, her tribe was defeated 7 times, and even the Snow Mountain King had to kneel before one person. That was Demon King Mephisto Falls. To demons, Nephi is the supreme existence, admired by all. He was both arrogant and unpredictable simply because he had the right to be so. The Snow Mountain King realized the Demon King's wall was too powerful. She could only taste the bitterness of 7 defeats, yet she never stopped. She did everything just to polish her real name and strengthen her seal. Thus, the Snow Mountain King took the first step. Just a little more, and she could gain Mephisto Falls recognition. But her memory shifted to a tall fortress wall. A familiar deep voice echoed to Eric. The Snow Mountain King had to face the great mages and warriors of humanity. She was stopped by a wall steeper than anything she had ever faced. In the memory, go conquer and spread fear. Once, the Snow Mountain King ordered her tribesmen to unleash all their energy, but as soon as she finished, the person standing right behind her exploded into a spray of blood. The Snow Warrior died unexpectedly, something no one predicted. This death caused chaos in the 5th squad. 7 sharp screams rang out. What? A human warrior rushed forward, swinging his sword across. He spoke little and succeeded in killing the Snow Warrior. A loud explosion blew away not just one, but countless Snow Warriors. The cries for help from the tribesmen echoed in the Snow Mountain King's ears. "Save me! I don't want to die." The warriors were terrified facing a powerful opponent. The one before them was like an insurmountable mountain, forcing them to bow. "I want to live," but a giant hand slammed down. Everything turned to dust. The surviving warriors trembled with deep fear in their souls. Then a battle axe engraved with Snow People's patterns was raised high, igniting hope in their hearts. The Snow Mountain King bravely took the powerful axe and stepped forward. She shouted, "Calm down. We belong to the proud demon tribe. There is nothing we cannot accomplish. Let the enemies block on our path and see our terror." In response, she heard the sound of weapons piercing flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The Snow Mountain King froze, her face covered in blood. Desperate screams echoed beside her. Her warriors were almost completely wiped out, leaving only the Snow Mountain King with the blood of her tribesmen smeared on her face. And the one who just struck was Otto Hammerbinger. The Snow Mountain King and her Snow People lost the battle. Against humanity led by Otto and was driven back to Snow Mountain. She was unwilling and kept shouting loudly, "WHY, WHY." Otto expressed deep sorrow for the Snow Mountain King despite her crying and blaming humanity, saying, "You already have everything you want. You mean you won't allow us to have even one?" Tears fell on the resolute face of the Snow Mountain King. She cried for the fate of her people. Because her ambition was blocked, the seal on her hand lit up. The Snow Mountain King transformed back into a demon energy form. Eric left the memory and faced her, his face showing sympathy. He saw his own image reflected in her. "Your mission, Eric," like a lost boy, cautiously taking steps even in despair. The Snow Mountain King was the same, lost in her own ambition. "Even if you have to endure, Eric remembered his hard childhood. The Snow Mountain King also returned to her youth, countless hardships. He reached out his small hand to reclaim glory for your tribe. Two kindred spirits found each other and comforted one another. A great mission. After that day, Otto Han stayed at Snow Mountain to keep watch. The Snow Mountain King and the two gradually respected each other after countless battles and stayed together for quite a while. But even so, the Snow Mountain King could not let go of her obsession. I must reclaim our former glory. She couldn't fully escape temptation. From her ambitions, she ultimately became a monster. Otto had to step forward to stop her, regardless of the long-standing friendship between them. The Snow Mountain King died in his hands. Her memory finally ended. Eric slowly opened his eyes and suddenly heard a woman's voice. "You must be the Descendant in the distant future." The Snow Mountain King spoke. She said he had said so. She hugged the arm Eric had severed earlier and smiled softly. "I see you destroyed part of my mana, and even cut off one of my arms. Looks like you're not bluffing." Eric pointed to her missing arm, hesitating a bit. "I'm sorry about your arm." This made her slightly startled. The Snow Mountain King laughed and then moved sharply, causing her to moan in pain. She said, "Even though I ended up like this because I couldn't give up my ambition, I am still a king and a warrior leading a tribe." The Snow Mountain King said coldly, "I don't need any pity from my enemy." This made Eric snap out of it. He never intended to pity her. The Snow Mountain King continued, "Now seems like the time to end this long battle, so I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices." Eric clenched his trembling hand tightly as he heard her self-reproach. "Why was I so greedy to join the demon tribe?" The dark demon energy swirled around the Snow Mountain King. "Just being happy with those I love is enough." The energy fluctuated violently. Eric was sweating profusely. Finally, she was overtaken by demon energy. He pondered what to do now. Seeing her consumed by demon energy, Eric was only a little confused. He steadied himself. Don't lose focus. His opponent was the Snow Mountain King, the ruler who united the great Snow Mountain and the greatest warrior of the Snow tribe, and the enemy he had to swallow. Even though she was now in a frenzy, Eric reached out to use his mana. If he didn't use all his strength to defeat her, it would be disrespectful. Abundant mana energy radiated from him. The Snow Mountain King in frenzy charged forward. "I will show you." Eric did the same, charging to meet her. The great mission she had established, both attacked each other. Their magic clashed and exploded between them. Eric's spiritual force surged like a tide, glowing with the characteristic icy blue of snow and ice, while the Snow Mountain King's spiritual force was corroded by demon energy, glowing blood red. The two energies overlapped like a classic ice-fire toothpaste commercial. The axe carrying the red-black energy of the Snow Mountain King swung down once more. On Eric's side, he also restored an identical axe, only it carried a cool blue icy energy. With a loud bang, the two weapons clashed fiercely. Beside Eric, he also restored an axe exactly like the other, except it carried a cool blue energy. With a loud clash, the two weapons violently collided. Eric gritted his teeth, enduring the strong shock as the battle between them erupted fiercely. Blue and red lights exploding with swirling strikes. Eric and the Snow Mountain King charged at each other dramatically, neither yielding. Both gave their all in this fight. The more they fought, the fiercer Eric became. He thought it strange as the Snow Mountain King stomped the snow to gain momentum and spun around. Eric did the same. He judged this was clearly a fight for survival, almost like a boss fight, copying every move of the Snow Mountain King. Wanting to fight poison with poison, Eric gritted his teeth and attacked, his eyes glowing. But why was it so fun? She didn't back down at all, attacking relentlessly, almost losing all reason. Loud explosions echoed, deafening. Rocks and earth scattered everywhere. The aftershocks affected not only their battleground but spread far beyond. The nearby mountains were almost shattered. Rocks fell like early snow. But if unlucky, one could be hit on the head, which could likely cause a concussion. But for these two, a little falling debris was nothing when striving to become the Snow Mountain King. Eric could feel the happy days she had shared with her car. The two were evenly matched, giving and receiving blows. When the Snow Mountain King swung her axe, Eric raised his axe to block. As he used the momentum from some rocks to leap, she did the same. They fought tirelessly, exchanging martial arts moves until their heads were bruised after many clashes. Energy exploded. One foot jumped back to the left, while on the opposite side, a foot jumped back to the right. Shockwaves spread. Both temporarily retreated a few steps, standing in defensive stances. Eric was exhausted, panting heavily. He gritted his teeth to stay alert before the fight ended. The Snow Mountain King was no better off. She gritted her teeth, enduring the violent energy inside. Both had reached their limits. So the battle would be decided by this final strike. Both leapt into the air again. They wanted to settle the score with the technique that had made countless races kneel before them. The Snow Mountain King's secret technique. She gathered energy into her palm, turning it into a giant hand. Eric quickly copied her, also turning his palm into a giant hand. With a loud clash, the two giant hands collided, one big, one smaller. The ice-shattering palm, true to its name, shattered ice and snow within its range, sending shockwaves far and wide. After a while, as the dust settled, two figures stood still. A tall figure was the Snow Mountain King, and a shorter figure was Eric. Amidst the icy battlefield, the fight had ended. The Snow Mountain King's body had a large hole, and Eric was the victor. He was momentarily stunned, staring intently at her. He couldn't believe he had won. The Snow Mountain King's body cracked like a damaged ice statue. Gradually, her body dissolved into demonic energy. She laughed a laugh of liberation. Ha ha. The Snow Mountain King looked at Eric, stammering her last words. Finally, he seemed to understand what she meant. His face trembled slightly. He bowed his head, gritting his teeth to hide his complex feelings. But unexpectedly, the Snow Mountain King said, "Thank you." For the first time, he saw tears of happiness on her cold face. The snowy mountain was no longer cold. Warm golden sunlight shone down. The Snow Mountain King lost control and collapsed. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, giving way to warm sunshine. The light illuminated her face, highlighting the happy smile of liberation. No more cold ice and snow. The Snow Mountain King departed peacefully on a beautiful sunny day before Eric. At this moment, her body, condensed from demonic energy, began to disintegrate. In no time, the Snow Mountain King was gone. She transformed into an energy aura surrounding Eric, finally becoming a snow mountain-shaped seal on his hand. And where the Snow Mountain King disappeared, a small, vibrant branch sprouted. Soon, it blossomed and swayed under the warm sunlight. The fresh white flowers symbolized abundant vitality, a new life, a new journey. Eric whispered softly, "Rest in peace." Thus, his first mission was complete. The car appeared and applauded him, praising that he truly devoured the Snow Mountain King. Amazing, Eric turned and sighed deeply. His words carried a hint of reproach. It seemed this first test was too difficult from the start. The car felt no guilt and laughed, saying, "Our family is invincible. If you can't overcome even this, then you can't call yourself a Marringer." This remark made Eric angry, but powerless. He thought silently, "Is this why Shin calls the Marringer family arrogant?" The car continued to exclaim, "But truly, I'm amazed. Even with talent, I thought you'd take at least 1 to 3 years. But a kid who just learned magic for a few years managed to defeat the Snow Mountain King in just 1 month." Eric casually corrected him, saying it was 1 month. "Oh, I thought you meant the time it took to defeat the Snow Mountain King." He nodded. "Yeah, 1 month." Eric shook his head, holding up 2 fingers. "No, I've only been learning magic for about 1 month, maybe 1 to 2 months. He laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, what a bad joke." But seeing Eric's serious face, he suddenly paused. "Really?" Eric nodded sincerely. He asked again, "This isn't some arrogant joke or a dream, right?" Eric seriously shook his head. The man looked more and more pleased with Eric. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, my eye for people is really good." Eric was very suspicious and quoted him. "You just said that, right? Let me repeat it exactly, even if I have talent. Just now, you saw the Descendant left no dignity for himself." The man unleashed his ultimate move. He hugged Eric, patting him on the back. "This kid, ha ha ha." Eric had no choice but to beg for mercy. "Ouch, ouch. My son-in-law, my son-in-law," he joked. After joking around, the two sat down to talk. The man asked, "How was she in her final moments?" Eric honestly shared that she smiled. The man felt relieved hearing this news, truly glad. "Now it's time to say goodbye." Eric politely bowed. "Thank you for everything so far." The man nodded. "Take care on your way back." Eric shyly hesitated. "I probably won't be able to visit often." The man didn't blame him. "I understand. After all, the position of clan head is extremely busy." Then Eric turned and left. "All right then." But after a few steps, he turned back, surprising the man. Eric asked naively, "Hey, can I go outside?" The man raised his hand and laughed. "Haha. You've been outside countless times already, don't you remember?" Before Eric could recover, a sphere of light punched him in the face. Immediately after, he woke up in the real world. "What the hell? Ancestors my ass." He held his face, rolling on the floor. "My face, my handsome face." Mephi laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, looks like that crazy man killed you, huh?" Talking about this made Eric even angrier. Who wouldn't say something after being killed? Mephi, half concerned, asked, "Have you devoured the Snow Mountain King yet?" Eric rolled up his sleeve to show a new seal. "Hey he." Seeing that, Mephi leaned back proudly. "Thanks to me." Eric lazily responded, Yeah, our great demon king is number 1. In his heart, he thought this guy really likes to turn everything upside down." Mephi smiled outwardly, but inside, he was a bit panicked by Eric's progress. "No way, I just told him a few things, and this guy has already surpassed genius level. He really is a flattery monster." Then he asked, "I'm still curious about something. Weren't you previously in a special relationship with the Snow Mountain King? Why didn't you turn her into a demon?" Mephi wiped sweat nervously. "Why would I?" Eric switched to gossip mode. "At the end, I peeked into the Snow Mountain King's memories a bit." "Why did you do that?" Mephi stammered in response. "I'm the Demon King, and she was just a mid-level demon of the demon tribe, nothing more, nothing less." He recalled old memories and told the story. At that time, I was just a little bored and I heard someone say the Snow Mountain King would definitely become a demon. So I went to see who that person was. Well, she was a bit lacking to become a demon, but her ambition and skills were commendable. Mephi praised himself. If the person she met wasn't the perfect demon king, it would have been people like Arizel or Lilith who would have crushed her. Anyway, I told her to come find me again when she's stronger, then left her there. Eric asked, "That's it? You never met her again?" Mephi startled. Why would I meet her again because of that? But in truth, he secretly went to Snow Mountain and saw the Snow Mountain King having a good time with the man. So our Demon King had to leave reluctantly, not wanting to be the third wheel. Truly understanding, yet heartbreaking. When leaving, he smiled and blessed the other party. Even now, thinking about it makes him smile and blush. Eric's mind raced quickly. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I get it, I get it." Eric's mind raced quickly. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I get it, I get it." Mephi wondered, why do you look like a cunning cat bullying a mouse? Do you know how those snot-nosed brats bully the girl I have a crush on? No wonder Philip is so embarrassed he's angry. He growled, "What snot? Nose brat? A crush?" Eric sneered calmly, "This is exactly why. Why after thousands of years, you're still single, Philip. You're so frustrated, but all you can do is flap your gums. Damn it. How dare you mock me?" Eric took it further, teasing more aggressively. Mephi is a lonely dog. A lonely dog. Mephi flew into a rage, shouting loudly, "Die!" inside that challenge space. His fist was still smoking. This very fist just sent Eric out of that space. He laughed and said, "You really are an interesting junior." The spring breeze rustled, blowing a few green leaves off the branch. He suddenly felt a bit sad and whispered, "Do you think so?" He closed his eyes as if searching for an old friend who had gone far away and murmured, "You're not mad at me, are you?" A painful memory surfaced in his mind, a trembling hand holding a baby snowman who no longer breathed. His voice trembled as well. The Snow Mountain King knelt on the ground, his body covered in the tribe's blood. He blamed himself, unable to accept the heartbreaking truth that his ambition had killed someone from the tribe. At that moment, Otto appeared and quietly called the Snow Mountain King. She suddenly became frenzied, her cold eyes staring at him. But mostly, she hated herself even more. The Snow Mountain King tilted her head to the sky, crying out in unbearable pain. Otto crossed his arms, watching the demonic energy erupt around her. Finally, she reached out toward him. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, "Please, Otto, before the demonic energy consumes me, I beg you, kill me." The Snow Mountain King saw Otto's lips move. He said, "Sorry," but didn't kill her. Instead, he raised his hand and used magic to seal her. When Otto closed his hand to complete the seal, the Snow Mountain King was destined to become a challenge target for the descendants of the Merbinger clan. But Otto couldn't be happy because he had lost a friend forever. Back in the present, he opened his eyes and softly whispered, "Thank you." Standing under the spring morning sunlight, Otto said, "Let go of your regrets and responsibilities for that child, and rest in peace." He shed tears and said farewell. "See you in the next life." He looked up at the high sky. "I hope it will be better than now." In a house full of books like a library left by the Merbinger ancestors, Mephi asked confusedly, "Eric, what are you looking for? You didn't stop working but kept flipping through books." "I have to find something." Mephi didn't understand. "Find what? What could make you search the whole library like this?" Suddenly, something glowed inside Eric's coat. He reached in and pulled out. Mephi exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, isn't that?" He took out a small blue egg. Mephi suspiciously said, "An ice crystal?" Eric recalled Otto's instructions. "Take this ice crystal and find the god Camellia." He was very surprised. "What did he say? Give it to Camellia? You mean the camellia flower?" "Yes," he replied. "That person will become your new guide." Eric scratched his head. "Is this a mission?" Otto nodded. "Yes." Curious, Eric looked at the ice crystal that looked like a chicken egg in his tired hand and asked, "How long do I have to do this mission? At this rate, I'll become a hunched old man." Otto squinted seriously and answered, "Until you reach our ancestor level." Eric was stunned, stammering, "Ancestor level?" Otto reassured him, "You must have many questions, but they will always be willing to answer. Within a certain time, the ancestors have completed their tasks and left many things behind. On this land, we have prepared many missions to guide you to him. So all you need to do is diligently walk that path." Eric put the egg back in his coat pocket. "All right, I just want to make sure I have this egg with me." Otto said apologetically, "I'm sorry for putting this burden on you. I entrust my hopes to you, but only you, Eric Merbinger, the Lord of Merbinger, can walk this path. Go, seriously, go and complete the winter." Back in reality, Eric looked at the ice crystal and summarized to Mephi, "Well, it's just that I was told to bring this ice crystal to the god Camellia." Mephi laughed loudly, covering his face. "Ha ha ha. It's hard to hold back laughter. The god Camellia, I guess he's trying to create winter." Obviously, Eric didn't understand anything. He asked about winter. "Do you know what it means?" He nodded sarcastically. "Of course, those disgusting Four Seasons people." He frowned with hatred. "They've haunted demon lords like me." Hearing that, Eric suddenly felt interested. He stood up and requested, "Please tell me more details." Mephi turned away. "Why should I tell you?" Eric held up 4 fingers and made a condition. 4 days off, okay? Mephi glared at him. "You think 4 days off will get you anything?" Eric reluctantly conceded. "All right, then no more silence, okay? No more delays." Having achieved his goal, Mephi smiled contentedly. He, very good. Listen carefully now." He began to share. "There are 4 subordinates who supported our predecessors to lay the foundation of Merbinger, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Because of their personalities and traits matching each season, we demons often call them the 4 seasons. One of them is Otto Han, corresponding to winter," Mephi said. "In any case, if someone stays behind just to guide such tasks, it means he is trying to pass on the power he possesses to others." Hearing that, Eric couldn't help but think, then if I complete this mission, I might also receive tasks from the other 4 seasons and gain the power of the 4 seasons, which also means I could obtain power like a predecessor, the person they will support. If Eric can continue to devour powerful seals like the Seal of Cruelty or even stronger ones, he smiled. "There's a good chance I will successfully rebuild my family." Eric asked, "Then how important is this ice crystal to the god Comedia that he needs it so badly?" Mephi thought for a moment and replied, "The ice crystal is the core of winter, only formed in the deepest snowy mountains, permanently covered in snow. In other words, it is a divine egg. Since the camellia flower blooms in winter, there is no flower pot better than the ice crystal." Eric transformed into a curious boy. "Then where must I go to meet the god Camellia?" Mephi answered, "Perhaps in the Camellia Temple somewhere to the south." Hearing this name, Eric was very surprised. "The Camellia Temple? I've only heard about it in legends. But it really exists?" Mephi nodded. "Yes, that noisy name is probably the one managing the temple." Hearing that, Eric began to take the matter seriously. From this moment on, he could be sure of it, after reviewing the records in the royal library. But isn't he becoming too friendly? What scheme is he plotting this time? He suddenly sensed a faint power around Mephi. His soul form seemed to have grown stronger, but he did not hide it at all. On the contrary, he looked smug and thought, "It seems you have noticed that my power has returned a bit. However, even if you notice my power, you can't do anything. You will have no choice but to complete missions to become stronger." Eric also had the same guess, completing missions to become stronger, and at the same time, they could also make Mephi stronger. And eventually, you might receive a great demon king who can bring this world to ruin. Mephi saw Eric's body trembling and thought, "What a face full of suffering. You must be scared. Of course, you must be scared." Mephi was extremely excited, though annoyed at having to leave Merbinger just to become stronger. But he had no choice. His recovery process needed to be prioritized. Yet his eyes suddenly caught Eric's unusual expression. Mephi saw a delighted smile on Eric's lips and screamed inwardly, "That bastard is smiling again?" He didn't know that now he was the delicious prey in Eric's eyes. Eric was scheming. That means I can even absorb Mephi's power. After all, to let him recover his strength and escape from me, I need to become stronger. Eric's unusual aura made Mephi afraid. What the hell is wrong with that bastard? Has he gone from fear to madness? Eric's increasingly inhuman smile made a demon king like Mephi shiver down his spine. He kept reassuring himself, "I'm going crazy, or should I just stop thinking?" Then Eric adjusted his mood. "All right, it's time. I've completed everything I need to do. So, should we go back?" The two didn't hesitate and decided to leave. Eric looked up at the small crack far above. Because his power was different from before, Eric could easily fly up to the crack after lightly stepping onto the high cliff. He praised himself. Just 1 month ago, it was very difficult to come back here. But now it's as easy as pie. "Mephi, you're really being too arrogant." The two of them didn't stop and rushed forward like a gust of wind blowing away the snow layer on the path. "Now I have a guide, so should I head straight to the Red-Eyed Tribe?" Eric smiled with anticipation as he quickly returned to the Snow Tribe. He wasn't sure if it was because he had been fighting the Snow People for a long time, or maybe because he had swallowed the seal of the Demon King, but he wanted to see them. But when he arrived, Eric's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. The Snow Tribe was heavily devastated. The white snow was stained with patches of dried, bright red blood. What? The Snow People's bodies were scattered all over the ground. Houses and village structures were destroyed and in ruins. That was the word to describe this place. Eric whispered, "What happened here?" "There were victims tortured brutally, spears pierced through their bodies." Mephi commented, "It looks like they were killed slowly. But since they could have been killed instantly, they were definitely used for entertainment purposes." He concluded coldly, "I don't know who the culprit is, but they have a much more cruel nature than most demons." Eric looked at the bloody destruction before him and said, "I feel a bit uneasy." He rubbed his aching legs and stepped forward. Because the Snow People are monsters, they can die anytime. Even if you have killed many of them, you would never treat them like toys. Eric gritted his teeth, suppressing the unusual emotions rising up. This discomfort must be because of the mission to swallow the Snow Mountain King. He exhaled, trying to calm himself down. "Stay calm. You are not the Snow Mountain King. You have no right to pity the snow people. Just thinking about it, his pupils suddenly contracted. In front of him were bodies flipped upside down, legs pointed to the sky, heads stuck into the cold snow. Eric approached a small snow mound nearby. He reached out to dig through the snow despite the frost biting his hands. Eric gritted his teeth as a drop fell, unclear if it was sweat or tears. Gradually, under the white snow, he uncovered a baby-sized fur hat. Eric couldn't help but scream in nameless pain spreading throughout his heart. He frantically dug through the snow, wanting to know exactly who lay beneath that cold white snow. Finally, a small manhua appeared after the cold white snow layer. Lifeless, the boy passed away with tears still clinging to his face. Memories of Manhwa flooded Eric's mind. Looks like we have a new member, huh? The boy is always lively and adorable. From now on, the path will be tougher. Then let's eat something before we set off. Eric darkened his face, silent. The atmosphere suddenly grew colder. Even Mephi frowned. He looked at the victims with their heads stuck in the snow, his voice growing colder. This is what that bastard caused before, right? Nephi responded, yes. The demon of deep hatred inside Eric seemed to awaken. He muttered, aren't they the ones making me feel even more uneasy? Scene change. A snow-covered forest appeared, blanketed by thick snow. Chen gripped his sword tightly, quietly stepping last. Ed, despite having a severely injured arm, forced himself to take heavy steps, closely following Isabel. Meanwhile, she kept rushing forward. Isabel ran with rapid breaths, her warm breath forming white clouds that vanished in the freezing air. She ran fast on the thick white snow, but the slippery snow caused Isabel to suddenly slip and fall. Seeing her fall, Chen hurriedly ran over, asking, Miss, are you okay? Isabel was gently helped up by him. She reassured, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Isabel ordered, we don't know when the assassins will return, so let's focus on finding the cemetery. Chen worriedly said, but you should rest now. Isabel's gaze became very determined. I am the child of the Blue Lion. I don't want to be a burden to everyone ever again. He really wanted to stop her, miss. Isabel trembled, clutching the map tightly in her hand. She thought silently, the assassins chasing her had caused many deaths. With their sacrifice, she couldn't afford to collapse here. She kept going. Isabel, along with Chen and Ed, continued moving forward. She looked at the map in her hands, unable to hide her doubts. It had already been a month. They had been searching the cemetery for a month, but Isabel couldn't help feeling helpless. She frowned, wondering where it could be in this world. Her eyes welled up as she glanced up at the sky. At this moment, Isabel was almost at a loss. She could only call out in despair from the bottom of her heart, Father. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out, the only daughter of the Blue Lion. She couldn't even swing her sword properly anymore. The scene shifted to a vast castle standing tall under the sky. The moon cast a dark, gloomy hue. The Great Lion Clan, the Blue Lion Clan, and the servants in the castle kept whispering. They talked about Isabel's strength. Considering the rule that lions only follow the strong, another mistress saw her approaching and immediately spoke up to warn, are you planning to let her hear that? Of course, Isabel heard every word clearly, but instead of responding, she chose to remain silent and quietly left. Knowing she was lacking, Isabel worked tirelessly, practicing every day. She trained alone with her sword in the courtyard, from early morning until late at night. Despite her determination and effort, nothing changed. Suddenly, the sword in her hand slipped and plunged straight into the ground. Why? She gasped, repeatedly asking herself why she had no talent at all. Isabel helplessly rested her head on the sword. The taunts echoed in her ears, each word like a knife stabbing deep into her heart. The only daughter of the Blue Lion, who couldn't even swing a sword properly. The future of the Kuyo Lion clan was bleak. How unfortunate to have such a child of the Blue Lion. The beloved child of the clan was a girl. Because she was the Blue Lion's daughter, she was treated well. What could we expect from a woman? Lions only follow the strong. At least she should try harder. A flower without fragrance, yet she calls herself the Blue Lion's daughter. Just as Isabel was despairing, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Isabel? Surprised, she quickly turned around and called out, Father. He was Herman Quay, the Blue Lion, her father. They sat together, talking under the bright moonlight. Herman said painfully, Father, I'm sorry for making you carry such a burden. Isabel shook her head and replied, No, it's just that you're not skilled enough. He smiled gently. Daughter, you don't have to follow my path to become the Blue Lion. Herman comforted her softly. You may not be gifted, but you are still a proud member of the clan. Isabel was about to respond, but her father suddenly laughed loudly, then patted her arm and said, And father is still as strong as an ox. Try touching these muscles. She smiled softly and replied, That's armor, father. Still, Isabel was very sad. Sorry, father, but Herman smiled gently, showing the demeanor of a kind father. He advised her not to worry about the Blue Lion. Isabel's eyes welled up as she looked at Herman, silently listening to his words. As usual, I will continue to pursue my dream to become the greatest swordsman in the 6 territories, she said, tears still streaming down her cheeks. But at that moment, Isabel suddenly gave a rare bright smile. Ironically, not long after, Herman suddenly fell seriously ill. Isabel's choked voice echoed through the hallway. "Why won't father wake up?" She gently held his weak hand. After the doctor examined him thoroughly, he immediately reported Herman's condition. He showed symptoms similar to obstructive disease. The doctor carefully explained that his health had deteriorated because he had recklessly used too much spiritual energy. If we don't treat it early, his muscles will atrophy. Isabel looked mournfully at his haggard face. Now, she could only remain silent as the doctor continued to analyze. The problem could be solved if we could restore his vitality, but that was almost impossible with human ability because he had lost too much vitality in his body. His voice grew solemn. At this point, we have no other choice but to rely on some magic for assistance, if possible. At that moment, all thoughts in Isabel's mind vanished. She only knew one thing. I have to save father, because ordinary items are completely useless for treating him. I will risk my life to get advanced magical tools that have been taken by the Magic Tower or the Academy, even though she has risked her life traveling everywhere to find a cure for Herman, but their magical tools are also ineffective. Isabel was devastated to realize she couldn't find anything that could cure father's illness. Then one day, while Isabel was resting with Chen and Ed at a tavern, she overheard a conversation between two men there. "Do you know there's a cemetery governed by the Snow Mountain King in the Snowy Mountains?" the man said as he sipped and chatted. "Really? If it's the king's cemetery, then it must be full of treasures and many magical tools that humans could never have. If we got one of those, we'd be rich. Should we try to take it?" Isabel listened intently and nodded, signaling Ed and Chen. Suddenly, the man shouted, "Moron, do you want to be eaten by snow people just for some legendary item?" After receiving her signal, the two immediately understood. The man continued to advise the other not to waste his life and kept drinking. Then Isabel stepped forward to ask for more information from the two men. After trying her best to find the cemetery, she learned that it did exist and she could find its location. She thought everything would go smoothly, but a problem arose. The plan had reached her uncle's ears, and everything suddenly became chaotic as shouts echoed non-stop. "Run, mistress! Save me, my uncle!" Pao Queo, who had been waiting for a chance to seize the lion's throne, sent assassins to kill me because I am the heir. Returning to reality, Isabel still diligently followed the map, searching for the cemetery. She thought to herself, gritting her teeth, unable to believe what Paul had done. How cruel he was. Suddenly, a loud shout came, "Mistress, you must run." She panicked and asked, "Why?" Before Isabel could figure out what was happening, Ed suddenly appeared and grabbed her hand. He pulled Isabel forcefully behind him, firmly holding her close. Then a slow voice sounded, startling Isabel. "We had to scatter everywhere to find you. Quickly draw your sword." His eyes immediately became alert. The man calmly said, "We were wondering where you were hiding." With his sharp instincts, Chen glanced once and recognized him. The sixth blue wolf, an elite knight secretly sent by Queo. Henan sneered, "Since you're still members of the Queo family, I'll let you go easy," he slowly inquired. "If you're here, the mistress must be nearby, right?" He angrily shouted at him to draw attention. "Nonsense, Henan, you will pay for Isaac and Jack's deaths with your own life." In his heart, he prayed the mistress would run and not look back. Isabel, witnessing this, immediately lost her composure and wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Ed. "Don't. Just the two of us can't stop them." Isabel stubbornly replied, "I have to go or Chen will die." He loudly explained, "Chen is risking his life to buy us time to escape. Do you want him to die in vain?" She was unwilling, gritting her teeth, but suddenly his shout echoed through the forest, "Mistress." Isabel immediately turned around and froze, eyes wide as she looked up. Henan smugly stepped on Chen's body. He loudly said, deliberately for Isabel to hear, "Your loyal servant is about to die. Are you just going to leave him here?" Chen used his last bit of strength to sarcastically say, "Hanan, you fool, the mistress is far away now." Without a word, Hanan stabbed his sword through Chen's body, smiling wickedly, then began to taunt. "She must have abandoned her loyal knight. She's quite heartless. Now I'll lure Isabel out by hurting him. I'll cut off your head." Just as the sword was about to strike Chen, Isabel couldn't hold back and shouted, "Stop." She didn't want to see any other AI sacrifice their lives for her anymore, so she chose to appear. Although Isabel was very scared inside, tears kept falling as she firmly made her request, "Are you aiming at me? Then just kill me and let Trendy go." Hanan calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I won't do that." Isabel exclaimed in shock, "What?" He casually explained that, "We have decided to kill everyone involved or who witnessed this incident." Isabel's throat immediately tightened, unable to speak. Hanan dealt a psychological blow with a reproachful sentence. "If you hadn't run away, everyone could have survived and been happy with their families by now." He slowly uttered 4 words. Truly, the images of those who sacrificed for you kept appearing, the painful face of Manhwa deeply engraved in Isabel's mind. Hanan smirked and spat out the last word, "Pity." Isabel's face instantly darkened, her mind completely shattered by the harsh words spoken by him. She kept blaming herself for all the innocent people who died because of someone like her. Hanun took the opportunity to swing his sword at her. Let's end this. Suddenly, another voice rang out in the critical moment. I understand now. Hanun shouted in surprise. Who's there? A dark branch gently swayed in the cold, snowy wind. The voice from before sounded again, moving. At that moment, a foot suddenly appeared from somewhere, lightly stepping on the branch. Hanun clenched his teeth, furious to the point his whole body trembled because someone else ruined his plan. Eric calmly sat on the branch, raising an eyebrow and replied, just a demon SA passing by. In his anger, Hanun cursed the bastard. The story recapped. Eric had received a mission to make winter perfect. After completing his first mission, as he was preparing to leave the snowy mountain to carry out his task, a bloody scene suddenly appeared. He learned that the snow people, Manhwa, was also among the victims, and all the humans had been brutally slaughtered. Meanwhile, Isabel was searching for the Snow Mountain King to cure her father's illness. She was being chased by a group of Blue Wolf assassins that was Hanun and his gang, sent by her uncle. And at that dangerous moment, Hanun showed disdain toward Eric. Demon SA, who the hell are you to interfere with my business? Are you a demon worshipper? If you hadn't passed by here, maybe you'd still be alive. Then, Eric suddenly leapt off the branch. He jumped with such speed that Hanun couldn't react in time. By the time he recovered, Eric had lunged forward, landing right in front of Hanun. Hanun exclaimed in shock, Magic? Hanun quickly stepped back to keep his distance, furious, shouting, Who the hell are you? Eric asked if everyone was okay. Ed and Isabel were startled by him. She replied dazedly, Still okay, but Isabel worriedly asked if he was okay. Eric slipped and fell in front of everyone. He gritted his teeth and answered, Of course. Hanun's subordinates stood aside, whispering, Mages usually land like that. Didn't he just fall? Why didn't he get up? How embarrassing. Eric slowly stood up, his whole body trembling from embarrassment. He helplessly sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the slippery snow, I could have made an impression on them. Isabel looked at Eric's back and suddenly remembered something. Wasn't that you who disappeared? She silently vowed. She couldn't let him fight alone like that. Isabel shouted a warning, Run, you can't win. At this moment, Hanun also spoke to remind his master. Didn't I tell you we wouldn't leave any witnesses? He stared at Eric, then ordered his subordinates to eliminate that demon SA. After receiving the order, they all rushed at Eric like arrows. Isabel screamed in fear, No. Eric bowed his head and muttered, That's right, the mercy given to him. He looked at them with fiery eyes full of hatred. Bastards, like you are truly a waste. Eric immediately cast his first move, Storm. He shouted and directed his palm to control his power toward them. Hanun's subordinates were momentarily confused. They didn't know their limits and just charged to attack Eric. In just a few minutes, all of his subordinates were swallowed by a source of light. Then Eric clenched his fist tightly and decisively punched Cao Chung. A cracking sound rang out. That was the moment when Eric defeated all of them. Ed, who had just helped Chen up, was shocked by the scene before him. He exclaimed, Even Hanun can't believe his eyes. What the hell is that? The man angrily shouted, What are you guys doing? Kill him quickly. Don't give him a chance to strike back. The remaining subordinates immediately charged forward, shouting, Die. Eric was as fast as lightning. Within a second, he was right in front of them. He sneered and replied, Who gave you permission? Eric's eyes flared brightly as he stared at them, his gaze sharp as if ready to devour them all. Eric raised his hand into the air and shouted the name of his next technique. Instantly, countless swords pierced through the air. Each sword aimed straight at Hanun's subordinates, piercing through their bodies one by one. They screamed in pain, Break it! One of them, terrified by Eric's power, fled quickly, begging for mercy as he ran. But even so, he couldn't escape the tragic fate like the others. Eric alone easily wiped out all of Hanun's subordinates. Han himself began to tremble before Eric's terrifying strength. Who the hell are you? You already know who we are, right? Eric only responded with a contemptuous smile. I don't care who you are. So what? Why don't you kneel before me? Hanun gritted his teeth, trembling with anger, but still boldly declared, I will kill you. Isabel, hiding behind a large tree, gaped in curiosity about Eric's identity. Who was this man? He defeated the Blue Wolf group so easily. That's not the point now. Isabel carefully assessed him. Judging by her observation, he was definitely a powerful mage, but he looked very dangerous. If I get closer, Hanun couldn't hold back anymore. He gripped his sword tightly and charged at Eric. Hanun seemed to go mad, wildly swinging his sword and shouting loudly, At least I have to kill you. Eric was quite surprised by Hanun's attack speed. He was really fast. Seeing the tension rising, Isabel suddenly jumped out and loudly warned to keep distance. Eric quickly cast another technique. Enhancing his weapon, thanks to his quick reflexes, Hanun was immediately repelled by the blast. Eric also successfully maintained distance from Hanun. When Hanun tried to swing his sword for another attack, Eric saw through his intention. Eric swiftly moved ahead of him, summoning giant ice blocks rising continuously from the ground. Henan laughed loudly and said, "Do you really think you can stop me with this kind of magic?" He charged straight into the rapidly growing ice blocks, then swung his sword, smashing all of them to pieces. Just as Hanan thought he was about to reach Eric, Eric remained calm and without hesitation charged straight at him with an expression unchanged. When Hanan's sword tip nearly touched his body, Eric suddenly shouted, "Ice Pillar!" A huge ice block appeared instantly. It absorbed Hanan's attack, then reflected the blow back at him. Hanan was confused, wondering why it didn't shatter. Eric just smiled slightly. "Do you know what's more important than that?" He touched his head. "That signal means your head is about to be buried underground." Hearing that, Hanan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "What? You bastard!" Suddenly, the ice block in front of Hanan flew up and directly struck a deadly blow to his head. That fierce battle finally ended, just as Eric said. Hanan's head was buried deep beneath the ground. After the battle, Eric stood silently for a moment in the snowy forest. Ed kept marveling. "Unbelievable. He defeated the Blue Wolf group in an instant." Isabel agreed. "I didn't expect there to be such a mage on this hill." She quietly hid behind a tree, observing him a bit longer. "Incredible. He doesn't seem to be my age," but Isabel was extremely curious about Eric. How could he be so strong? So young, yet already this powerful. He could easily rival Taza Neresta, one of the top stars in the new SAO constellation. Why don't I know who he is? Truly a mysterious person. Eric still stood there, calmly taking a deep breath. Then Eric gently lifted his face to the sky in the middle of a vast snowy forest and only heard a deep sigh from his heart. Eric remembered those who had sacrificed, not only Min Hoa but also other beasts. He slowly opened his eyes, silently hoping they would rest in peace. Mephi felt uncomfortable and interrupted, saying, "They keep staring at you. Why don't you say something to them? They've been staring so much it's giving me chills." "Hello, Mephi." Help Eric speak up. "Hello." He remained silent, unsure what to do because Eric had appeared suddenly without introducing himself at all. All three, Isabel, Chen, and S, held their breath, waiting for him to speak. Eric forced a smile and said, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" He tightened his grip on the sword. Always on high alert, even if he helped us. He was still a complete stranger, so we shouldn't let our guard down so soon. If he had other motives, he would be just as dangerous as them. Just as Chen was about to act, Isabel suddenly knelt, surprising Chen. She was a princess, yet Isabel knelt before Eric, bowing respectfully to express gratitude. "Thank you, our savior." Chen was surprised, and Mistress Ed also looked confused. Why is the mistress kneeling? Eric awkwardly waved his hand, saying, "Don't. It's not necessary." Isabel ignored him and called out to Chen and S, who immediately obeyed. Chen and S knelt and said in unison, "Thank you, our savior," which made him even more embarrassed. Eric hurriedly explained, "If I were them, I'd do the same. So please, stand up." Mephi stood with arms crossed, clearly pleased with Isabel's attitude, seeming to think she knew how to behave. Unlike those two jerks earlier, she boldly stepped forward and made a request to Eric. "It may sound rude, but may I ask a favor from my savior?" Eric turned pale with fear, trembling. "Where do I have to go?" Isabel seriously held his hand. "No, I want to entrust you." His hands trembled as he saw her determined attitude. Eric felt a bit shy. His face flushed red like a ripe tomato. In his heart, Eric wondered as the quiet night gradually fell. The bright moonlight softly illuminated the towering mountain ranges. The clatter of a carriage echoed quietly in the silent forest. Eric sat inside the carriage opposite Ed and Isabel, resting his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. Mephi sighed and whispered a reminder, "I can see you smirking, bastard. Cover it up if you're about to." Eric immediately raised both hands to cover half his face. At this moment, he felt very happy. Just as he had hoped, Eric looked at the gold coin in his hand because he had been given something very valuable. A few minutes before getting into the carriage, Eric was surprised to realize Isabel had slipped a gold coin into his hand. This was gold. He examined it for a moment. Not only that, but it was from the Blue Lion. Eric curiously asked if she was the young lady of the Quio family. Isabel nodded. "Yes, that's right. Sorry." Only now did he understand why she was so beautiful. From birth until now, she had been known as the scentless flower, Isabel well. Even though her stunning beauty had made the crown prince infatuated and proposed to her, she was still rejected just because she was a scentless flower, someone born without any talents. Since she was a child, Isabel was used to bitterly swallowing the sarcasm. If the flesh and blood of a lion lack fangs and sharp teeth, then they deserve the fate they received. Eric felt some pity for her fate. He had heard that after the marriage ended, she lived alone on her land. Isabel's face was covered with various wounds. She silently bowed her head, waiting for his response. To break the awkward atmosphere between them, Eric quickly introduced himself. "My name is Rick. It's an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion," she shyly asked. "Why is it an honor to meet someone like me?" He smiled warmly. Eric gently comforted Isabel. "You should be proud of yourself. From what I see, your perseverance is nothing to be ashamed of." "Why the name Blue Lion?" Because this was the first time Isabel was praised by an AI, she shyly replied, thank you. You skillfully brought up her request, right? She did mention a commission, didn't she? Isabel nodded in response. That's right. I have nothing now, but she firmly made a request. Could you escort us back to the capital? Chen panicked and shouted, Mistress, we still haven't found that place. Isabel turned around and explained. Chen, I don't want to lose you all just because of my greed. First, I have to meet my uncle to negotiate. He was helpless before her determination. Mistress Eric, hearing this, became curious about the uncle. Then he secretly glanced at Hanan and guessed, maybe these knights are also part of the Quayo family. Could there be some hidden secrets in their family? Eric frowned. Suddenly, he remembered something he had heard. The Blue Lion Lord is suffering from a rather incurable disease. She's searching for a cure, right? He forgot that Shin had mentioned this to him before. Just then, a bold thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Wait, can I make the Blue Lion Lord owe me a favor? At that moment, Eric imagined a bright future. In that scene, he and Herman happily shook hands, with constant praise ringing in their ears. If the Merbinger family is restored and indebted to the Blue Lion Lord, the Merbinger family is rebuilt and signs a pact with the Blue Lion Lord. Merbinger cures the Blue Lion Lord's disease. Merbinger and the Blue Lion Lord smile at each other while shaking hands. The relationship between the families becomes tightly bonded. He thought to himself, that would be a wonderful sight, right, Eric? Proudly, he smiled and felt proud of himself. Truly smart, always keeping a cool head. Isabel noticed he was silent for a long time and thought he might refuse, so she made another offer. It's really hard for us to get your help. Then I'll give you twice as much as before. Consider it a reward after you complete the commission. Eric didn't respond, but stared intently at the gold coins in Isabel's hand. Worried, she cautiously asked, I guess it's not possible, right? She stepped forward, about to withdraw her request, embarrassed. Then Eric's mouth suddenly twitched, which confused Isabel. He grabbed her hand tightly and immediately agreed to Isabel's request. I will escort you safely, my lady. Back in reality, Eric was sitting in a carriage with Isabel, Chen, and Ed, returning to the capital. Mephi curiously asked, There's a pile of treasure in Sine's nest, right? Why do you still need money? Eric used his telepathic thoughts to answer. I've calculated everything. He pressed his lips tightly, silently scolding, Don't say that. If you had been starving and freezing before. He fell silent, looking at Eric with a confused face. Mephi frowned. Eric glared at him in frustration and patiently explained, What am I supposed to do? When I don't have a single penny on me? Maybe it's not important to you because you're a worthless ghost, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you think you understand what it's like to be in need? Mephi replied indifferently. That's a human problem. Eric's face showed interest. He covered his mouth and marveled at that ability. But this telepathy is quite convenient. With just a little energy, I can talk to whoever I want. Mephi sneered, saying, I taught you only because I feel annoyed whenever there's someone around and you stay silent. Eric couldn't help but tease him. Do you know why you hate being silenced? You're really nosy. Mephi got angry and shouted, How dare you? He then changed the subject. Forget it. Are you going to sit still like that for the whole journey? You look even more disgusting than you think. What should I do now? So boring. The whole way. Isabel kept watching him attentively. She wondered why he wasn't saying anything. Was it because of the commission? Isabel bit her lip and let Eric act as he wished, but now she needed his help, she thought. If Uncle sends even stronger assassins, there's no way the three of us can get past them. Scene change, the massive family castle. Isabel stood tall under the dark night, calmly sitting on the throne, listening to her subordinate's reports. What? Team 6 has been wiped out already? The subordinate was trembling all over. Isabel stood tall in the dark night, calmly sitting on the throne while listening to her subordinate's reports. Surprised, he exclaimed, Team 6 has already been wiped out? The intelligent subordinate trembled all over. He bowed deeply, admitting guilt. I'm sorry. Slowly approaching him, he coldly drew his sword. If you're sorry. Angrily shouting, then you shouldn't have done anything from the start, only to apologize now. Without hesitation, he swung his sword through the kneeling subordinate's body. His head was immediately severed from his body, and other subordinates appeared to clean up the scene. After dealing with that guy, Bao calmly turned to ask Juan, where do you think Isabel will go? He carefully analyzed because the traces of her leaving the snowy mountain had been confirmed. Based on observations, he speculated that she was very likely heading back to the capital. Bao wondered, if she's returning to the capital, does that mean she wants to negotiate with me? He smirked and replied, very likely. Then, with a contemptuous tone, he said, what a foolish child. How could such a useless girl dare to negotiate with me? Bao swung his sword in hand and shouted the subordinate's name. Juan retracted his sword and threatened, you only have one chance. The clopping sound of horse hooves gradually faded until it stopped completely. Chen stopped the horse. At that moment, Isabel had just woken up. Seeing this, he immediately informed her, we're arriving at Le Center, miss. Isabel, feeling refreshed after a good sleep, stretched and said, we'll arrive in just 2 days. Moving non-stop, Mei Fai suddenly grabbed his waist and complained, my whole body hurts. Eric was surprised and said, "A flying ghost like you?" He smirked mockingly. "Don't you know the right posture helps relax your nerves? Why are you upside down?" Eric hadn't finished his sentence before the scene ahead caught his attention. Curious, he saw inside the large human castle, loud orders summoning the Blue Wolf Squad. Two of his subordinates asked confusedly, "Why the flag?" He hurriedly explained, "Is it necessary to mobilize the strongest squad for such a minor matter?" "No, the young lady's return to the capital means surrender," said the subordinate. Before he finished, Juan didn't hesitate to behead him instantly. "A hunting dog must behave according to its status," he said, calculating Isabel's moves. "She must pass through the center. If she wants to go from the snowy mountain to the capital," Juan loudly ordered, "take that place." Eric's expression suddenly turned grim. He gaped as he looked ahead. The blue cloaks immediately caught Eric's eye, embroidered with the emblem of a lion's head. The subordinates all turned to look at him. Their eyes seemed to devour everything. "Follow Hugin's orders absolutely," they said. Their fortress, Isabel was not very surprised. "I had anticipated this. The journey won't be easy because the Lord rules here, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." Worried, someone asked, "Should we turn back, miss?" She firmly refused. At that moment, their carriage caught the attention of one of the men. He tapped the shoulder of the man beside him, then pointed toward the carriage. Isabel carefully explained, "We've attracted their attention. Doing that will only make them more suspicious." She came up with an idea to abandon the carriage and secretly escape to find another place. Suddenly, Eric interrupted. "No need." Isabel panicked. "What are you saying?" He quietly disguised himself immediately. He skillfully controlled the carriage to pass through the guards without being stopped. He was unusually calm. Chen quickly drove the carriage away. Isabel sat inside, nervous. Within minutes, all four of them had safely escaped the deadly trap. Chen continued to guide the horse through a large tunnel. After exiting, a bustling street appeared right before Eric's eyes. He quickly stepped out of the carriage first. Isabel asked, "Sir, what magic did you just use?" Eric calmly explained, "It's just a simple illusion spell to change our appearance. It's no different from hypnosis that can be broken with a slight shock, so we need to be cautious." She admired Eric's talent greatly. Isabel bowed again to express her gratitude. "Thanks to you, Sir Rick, we safely entered the city. I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart." Before leaving, he carefully told her, "Stay here for the night. I'll return after handling some matters." Isabel agreed, replying, "We returned safely." Mei Fei followed Eric leisurely, feeling very puzzled. "Why did you use magic when you could have just wiped them out?" He calmly answered. "I don't want to start a fight without knowing anything about the enemy, plus I need to conserve mana for emergencies." Mei Fei glanced around. He calmly said, "Do you think the Oath and Soul contract were made for anything other than your laziness?" Mei Fei suddenly remembered, "Even if you're lazy, you need to hurry to the academy or whatever, right?" Eric nodded and replied, "Yes, but I need to find out something first." His lips immediately curled up. Eric asked Mei Fei a question. "Some time has passed, but you surely still remember, right?" He said, "Tell him your plan." "I need to know Dean's situation to prepare for eliminating him." Mei Fei shrugged and said, "I don't know who that is, but unfortunately, being targeted by someone like you." He suddenly got distracted by a group of kids playing. Ahead, Mei Fei noticed something unusual when looking at the kids. "I have a question. I sensed something like mana from that night. What is it?" Eric immediately understood Mei Fei's meaning. "I guess your era hasn't seen the emergence of mana chains yet." He looked puzzled. "Mana chains?" Seeing his confusion, Eric briefly explained to Mei Fei. "It's simple. Mana is a blessing for mages, but over time, even martial artists have developed ways to use it." Eric continued explaining in detail so he could understand better. If mages cast spells by creating magic circles, martial artists strengthen their bodies by accumulating mana chains around their dantian. Not only that, he went on to provide more information, similar to how mages' ranks are divided. 6 magic circles make a spellcaster, 7 a great mage, and 8 a sage. Martial artists are divided into 1 beginner chain, 2 primary chains, 3 master chains, 4 expert chains, and 5 martial ranks, to make it easier for you to understand. "The Knight of Lady Isabel is around the beginner level?" Mei Fei asked further. Eric nodded in response. "Usually, yes, but there are exceptions. Only one person can cycle through more than 5 chains." He became curious and asked who. Seeing Mei Fei's curiosity, Eric just smiled slightly and answered without elaboration, "The Golden Lion. He is recognized as the strongest person in the 6 territories." He showed frustration upon hearing the answer, calling it an arrogant nickname by human standards. Eric shook his head and immediately refuted. "No, this time it's different. He can fight on par with my grandfather, one of the strongest in Meringue's history." Mei Fei whispered, "I see." The two kept walking and talking all the way until Eric suddenly stopped and said, "We're here." Mei Fei was very excited, revealing a sly smile on his face. "I'm looking forward to meeting him." Eric sighed wearily. This old man is stubborn again. Then he reminded himself not to care about him. The important thing was, Eric cheerfully asked, "Can I buy all the newspapers for a whole month?" He thought to himself, "I need to find out what happened while I was away." Scene changes to a dazzling sunny day with another magnificent castle appearing. Dean's impatient voice shifted the topic. The matter is still unresolved. Raven knelt on one knee on the ground. He bowed respectfully. Please forgive me. The Nooster guards were like an impregnable fortress around the hospital. The old man shouted angrily, "You ungrateful bastard, Nooster." Raven cleverly changed the subject, but thanks to your achievements, discovering that the nest is being nurtured by the Academy's upper echelon and the press, you have an advantage over other candidates in the competition for the principal position. Dean sighed, but we can't predict what will happen. If I don't win the right to excavate the nest, I want an overwhelming victory. He appeared very confident. It seemed he was ready to do whatever he ordered. Please give me the command. He chuckled softly. At this moment, he already had a plan. Scene changes. Shin sat at the table hiding his face. You gave the request to put more pressure on the Nestordy. He calmly reported the current situation. Young master, the transfer of excavation rights for the Academy's upper echelon and the press is under enormous pressure. Moreover, this situation is no different from stabbing the senior professors in the back. The upper echelon of the Academy is very furious. Shin suddenly burst into tears, which made the others a bit confused. Young Master Shin was crying. He vents all his frustrations on his sisters. He tortures me every day, and that bastard Eric hasn't contacted me even once. His hands trembled slightly as he reached to touch the papers on the desk, but I quickly snapped myself out of it. Then he suddenly jumped up from his chair, gritting his teeth, and saying he would keep enduring until Eric returned. Scene change. Eric quickly grasped the entire situation from a month ago by reading the newspaper. Dean was as cunning as ever, while I was facing hell because of him. Unconsciously, he revealed a contemptuous expression as he commented on Dean's actions. The older the ginger, the spicier. You know how to use public opinion, don't you? Old man Dean Meafy silently assessed Eric, and I was getting used to that expression. He clenched his hand into a fist, then confidently said, "Keep the hype going, it will only make my debut more dazzling." Eric suddenly paused to think for a moment. Well, I do feel a bit sorry for Sin. What can I do for him? While he was pondering how to make it up to Sin, suddenly a bright flash appeared outside the window for just a moment. Right where the flash appeared, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the ground. The loud noise startled both Eric and Meafy. They immediately turned toward the source of the sound outside, which instantly became chaotic. The terrified screams of the nearby villagers echoed nonstop. "It's burning! Quickly, bring water!" Everyone was frantically running in all directions. Not only that, but there were also cries from children and mothers, with the villagers continuously shouting, "Someone, please save us!" Eric quickly jumped up and flung open the door. The scene before him immediately shocked him. The entire neighborhood before his eyes had turned into a hellscape, everything engulfed in flames. Eric panicked and shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Scene change. A few minutes before the disaster struck, Chen was still skeptical and cautiously asked the mistress, "Do you really trust Rick?" Isabel calmly replied, "He's the one who saved us," while he carefully voiced his thoughts. Even though he's not one of Pao Kueo's men, who knows? Maybe he's an assassin sent by the Seven Masters to take over the main estate. So what? Chen tried to persuade Isabel. "I'm not sure about this either, but we should still be cautious first." She was silent, thinking to herself, understanding Chen's worries, but it seemed since their time at Tuit's Sun, he had been overly protective of her. Isabel slowly turned around, agreeing with his words. "Chen, I understand what you mean." Hearing that, Chen was very pleased and quickly said, "Yes, mistress, then." Isabel sternly ordered, "However, don't say that again. Doubting Rick means doubting my decision." Her resolute attitude made Ed and Chen hold back from arguing. Isabel recalled the moment Eric stood silently under the snowy sky. Based on her observation, she was certain of one thing. She believed that expression could only be shown by an honest person. Feeling helpless, he continued, "But isn't he just a mercenary who loves money?" Isabel smiled slightly and shook her head in denial. "No, he genuinely wants to help us," she said, surprised. The mistress analyzed based on what she had observed. Although he wasn't paid, he still helped us. That proves something. Even if we asked, he wouldn't help. Ed replied, but his expression changed when he realized we were Kueo family members. Isabel explained that he had considered the family's reputation might be damaged, so he deliberately lowered himself like that. F cheerfully responded, "I get it now. He did that to protect the Blue Lion's reputation." Chen nodded in agreement. "I see." Isabel smiled and was about to speak when, suddenly, outside, another deafening explosion occurred, and the entire neighborhood was engulfed in flames in an instant. Simonin happily said, "The fire looks so bright and magnificent." He rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, then laughed like a madman. "The fourth primal heat magic scroll is truly worth it," said Best Cop with a sigh of frustration. "After all this, you're still laughing, Simon." Simon swayed the magic scroll in his hand, scolding him. "Best Cop, didn't you just agree with my decision earlier? Why are you suddenly serious now? You know how much I've invested in this, right?" Best Cop frowned, looking at him, silently cursing him as an idiot. "I really couldn't think of a better way than that guy. I hope that with the mistress's personality, no matter what happens, she will try her best to get through it and help everyone. Simonin excitedly asked, "What do we do now? Burn more?" Best Cop carefully reminded, Team 6 has already been wiped out. According to Juan's calculations, at least our enemies still number 3 or even more. He said among them there might be a mage, so we have to be careful. He showed an indifferent attitude and then replied, "Come on. Even if it's Team 6, I just need to close my eyes and one shot can burn them all." "You and brother worry too much," Simonin smirked, his tone turning serious. "We've already put in the effort to get here, so I hope they're strong enough for me to have some fun." Best Cop was quite annoyed but also agreed with him. "Then let's get started." Simonin ordered his subordinates to find her. Despite the whole neighborhood still being in chaos, they insisted on tracking down Isabel's whereabouts. He instructed, except for the girl in charge, kill them all. Worried, someone shouted loudly, "Mistress, you should run away quickly. If it's the Blue Wolves, then you are their target." Isabel slowly crawled up. The first thing she said was to confirm the safety of her 2 knights. "Chen, Ed, are you both okay?" The sudden horrific scene before her eyes caught her off guard. The terrifying screams of the villagers kept echoing desperately in her ears. "It's burning! It's burning! Help me!" Isabel looked up and was stunned. The villagers outside kept shouting, "My shop! Run everyone!" Everyone was panicked. In this critical situation, they could only hold their heads and scream. Innocent villagers were dying one after another in the fire. Isabel trembled, wondering, "Is this really happening? What do you want?" While she was at a loss, Chen suddenly shouted, startling Isabel, "Mistress, be careful!" A small explosion suddenly erupted right beside her. Because she let her guard down for a moment, Isabel was immediately blasted backward by the shockwave. Fortunately, she reacted in time and gently landed safely on the ground. Trapped under large stones, he risked his life to plead, "Please, please run away." Isabel burst into anger, grinding her teeth together. She trembled as she tightly gripped the sword on the ground. Her whole body was filled with helplessness and a desperate desire for power kept flooding in. She wanted to fight back with all her might to save everyone. But she slowly stood up in utter despair. She didn't have enough strength or talent to stop them. Isabel bit her lip until it bled. "I don't want to run away. I don't want to live such a humiliating life." Eric's image suddenly flashed in her mind. Isabel recalled the encouraging words he had given her. With fierce determination, she wanted to become someone like him. Isabel suddenly spoke with a strong voice, "I am a member of the Empire's Protectorate family." She decisively swung her sword and declared, "Even if I have to die." Isabel's eyes hardened as she shouted, "I will fight to the end." Just as she finished speaking, another loud explosion erupted ahead. Fearful, she squeezed her eyes shut, her whole body trembling. Suddenly, everything went silent. Isabel cautiously opened one eye. The blazing fire from before had instantly frozen into large blocks of ice. She exclaimed in shock, "What?" Isabel looked around, puzzled, and asked what had happened. Eric appeared suddenly like a towering hero standing before her. The mysterious power emanating from Eric was furiously rushing toward the still-burning fires. He controlled a gust of wind carrying cold air that slipped through the flames. In just a few minutes, the whole neighborhood, still engulfed in flames, was freed from danger. The surrounding villagers were overjoyed. They kept cheering happily. The fire is being put out. We're saved. Isabel was still confused and hadn't grasped the situation. What's going on? Only when she saw Eric's familiar back did her heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settle. Tears immediately welled up in Isabel's eyes. She silently gazed at that sturdy shoulder from afar and sobbed, calling out, "Rick." Eric remained silent without responding. She thought to herself, not knowing how long it would take, Isabel still held onto a tiny glimmer of hope. But if possible, she quietly voiced her only wish, that one day she could stand beside him. Eric decisively dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, furious at the actions of the Blue Wolves. How could knights kill innocent civilians? Mephi smiled softly, silently observing him from behind. The strong are often very good at suppressing their anger, but once it erupts, it's hard to extinguish. Mephi chose not to get involved in Eric's affairs, knowing well from past confrontations with them. Unlike ordinary people who lose reason and make mistakes, after countless past encounters, he concluded that they are calmer, more ruthless, and stronger. Mephi slowly spoke to remind him. "It seems compared to the last time we met, they're more numerous and stronger now. Do you think you can win?" The innocent civilians all looked toward Eric. He calmly replied, "It'll be tough. I don't know how long I can maintain my energy." Eric pointed out his own obstacle. He couldn't freely use magic right now. "Civilians like these," he suggested. "Then why don't you run away?" Eric said calmly, "Our clan has a saying." Then he immediately uttered the words left by his ancestors. "Those with power must bear responsibility." Eric's whole body radiated a powerful aura as if ready to devour everything. He confidently declared that's why the strong always lead in every battle. Summary. Isabel decided to negotiate with her uncle Paulwell. Eric agreed to accompany Isabel after her request. Moreover, Paulwell lost his subordinates. Eric dispatched the elite Blue Wolves to kill Isabel, turning the city into a sea of flames. Isabel, furious, drew her sword, even though she might die fighting. In a life or death situation where death seemed inevitable, Eric stood firm like steel in a storm. He silently watched the city burn in red flames. Suddenly, Eric's eyes flashed brightly. Magic swirled violently around his body like an angry tornado ready to be unleashed, glowing golden against the dark sky. The elite blue wolves were stunned and speechless. Simonin stammered. The grimoire I bought with my sweat and tears should have been the 7th magic ring. Where did that guy come from? He came out of the magic tower? Best cop, what do we do? We can't touch the magic tower, he warned cautiously. I know all the mages there, but I don't recognize him. Still, we have to be careful. The cold man suggested, we just kill the lady and retreat. Simonin licked his lips, a cruel look flashing on his face. What if that mage interferes? Immediately, they charged at lightning speed. Hearing the whistle, Isabel panicked. Her whole body tensed to maximum alertness. She quickly cast a light magic that flared around her. Ready to face the enemy's relentless assault, the best cop's voice rang coldly. Kill him now. Isabel felt extreme worry, her legs weak. Fortunately, Eric arrived in time to rescue her. Surprised, she whispered, Eric. He turned back, eyes firm as if to reassure her. Isabel seemed to understand, her expression softening with trust. Silently, they both dashed forward. They sped away like lightning, escaping the encirclement in an instant. The people behind were stunned and noisy. One shouted, they're running. The man hurriedly ordered, formation, a team B, come with me. Eric held Isabel tightly as they ran non-stop, thoughts racing. There are over 40 of them, he calculated silently. I have to lure them somewhere empty. Suddenly, a piercing whistle tore through the air. Instantly, countless figures attacked from all sides. Blocking all escape routes, Eric cast magic, his figure flickering like the wind as he slipped past them. But another group of elite blue wolves immediately blocked his escape. Eric hurriedly hit Isabel. Then he quickly turned and ran back, but another group blocked the rear, forcing him to halt. The sound of feet scraping the ground stirred a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, all sides were sealed off. No gaps left to escape. Behind Eric, an excited voice rang out. Got you now. Simon casually slung his sword over his shoulder, a smug smirk on his lips. It was his first time hunting mages, and he was a bit excited. I'm furious. Where did you hide the lady? You shrugged nonchalantly and replied. Do you think I'd tell you? You guys are such idiots. Eric sneered. Of course you wouldn't know, since all you do is chase after me like a pack of dogs. Simon gritted his teeth and hissed. You guys want to die, huh? Immediately after, he coldly ordered. Take his head from me. Instinctively, you raised your hand to shield your eyes from the blinding magic bursts. You thought to yourself, I've already used a lot of mana to extinguish the fires across the city. Eric frowned worriedly. The dragon team's mana has increased a lot after absorbing the seal, but my body won't withstand it like before. If I push beyond the limit again, you pondered, I could reboot before, but now, everything will be ruined if I die even once. Thoughts raced through Eric's mind nonstop. There are 30, 0, 4, 10 SAO. I heard they'll all come out. Even dealing with one person, just as Isabel said, the axe instantly appeared in your hand. Eric swiftly lunged forward, calculating in his mind, first, I'll kill their commander immediately. But as his body touched the light created by the elite Blue Wolf squad, Eric immediately sensed something very unusual. Panic filled his heart. What is this? My body isn't moving as well as when I fought the Snow Mountain King. Mi-Fi mocked. Are you sure you defeated the Snow Mountain King? Eric retorted, no. I'm sure back then my body moved exactly as I wanted. At that moment, he suddenly realized something was off. He loudly cursed, you idiot. Suddenly, a sword flashed straight at him at a terrifying speed. The attacker's face was hidden under a cloak, only cold eyes visible. Mi-Fi, annoyed, continued, do you really think the tricks you learned on the chessboard and car will work in reality? Eric snapped irritably, if you don't help, then get lost. He shouted angrily, all of you, get out of here immediately. A massive burst of light exploded fiercely, striking the enemy directly. Simon immediately raised his shield to defend. Then he charged to attack with a mocking tone. A mage dumb enough to fight in close combat? SAO, why don't you use your omnipotent magic? Eric, furious, gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing coldly as if wanting to tear apart the opponent. He immediately unleashed shards of icy cold ice flying straight forward. Simon sneered with contempt. Is that all you've got, brat? Eric, annoyed and breathing heavily as if about to explode, his eyes glowing with fiery rage and murderous intent. He continued attacking. The sword hissed like slicing wind with every move. The opponent hurriedly swung his sword to counter. Entertain me a little more. Eric panicked and quickly ducked to dodge the continuous sword strikes. The strikes came relentlessly like a storm rushing at him. Simon attacked wildly with excitement. Eric stubbornly refused to retreat. Charging recklessly at him in an instant, two magic streams collided with a thunderous explosion lighting up the sky. The attacker slowly dragged his sword forward through the thick smoke. Simon's eyes darted around. With a contemptuous voice, running away like a rat, soon the elite blue wolves will surround Eric. Now you're the trapped rat. Suddenly, a spark flashed and soared into the sky, accompanied by his cold voice. "It's over." Then a thunderous explosion tore through the night, blooming brilliantly like giant flowers against the dark sky. Simon was startled, turning around with a bewildered face. What the hell was that? Fire, huh? The moment has come. A smug smile spread across his lips as his spiritual power burst forth, enveloping his body. "You're all here now, right?" Seeing the glowing circle appear beneath his feet, they trembled in fear. He couldn't believe Eric possessed such terrifying power. He turned around and shouted, "Stop the tricks." But the scene before Simon left him stunned, his eyes full of horror. He muttered, "How can a human have those eyes?" Simon was shocked and roared, "Kill him before he activates it." Eric laughed coldly, every feature ruthless as if he already knew their fate. The attacker angrily raised his sword, determined to stop him. Meanwhile, the magic circle flared up stronger and stronger. Eric shouted, "You want to kill me?" He recalled the conversation while fleeing with Isabel. Eric asked how they fight, and she replied that they always fight in groups, even if it's just to kill one person. Isabel continued, saying they are just like their name suggests. They are like a pack of wolves. Eric swiftly passed through the elite blue wolves and quietly said, "Next plan." "So I just have to lure them to the square and wipe them all out." Her suggestion surprised him. "If we set a trap, that would be even better." An idea flashed in Eric's mind as he muttered, "A trap, huh?" Seeing Eric silent, Isabel worriedly called out to him. After a moment, he spoke seriously. "Isabel, I'm sorry, but can I ask you for a favor?" Then the plan was set in motion, as planned. A spark shot straight into the sky. The sound of fireworks exploded loudly, the dazzling light tearing through the silent night. It bloomed like a flower. The blazing red fire illuminated Eric's figure, marking the beginning of an impending storm. His instructions were etched deeply in her mind. After she evacuated the civilians from the square, Eric continued, "Now tear apart the magic core." At this signal, his eyes flashed with a cold, fierce light as he declared, "I will kill them all." At that moment, magic surged violently, engulfing the space like a storm. Eric's voice echoed as everyone in the square was instantly frozen in ice. The elite blue wolves were frozen in place. He praised the magic circle. It really contains a good amount of mana. Below, Simonin was frozen inside a thick layer of ice, stammering in shock, unable to speak. Eric stood before him, speaking mockingly. "How stupid are you not to see that I drew a magic circle?" Seeing Eric's cold hand press close to his face, Simonin panicked and shouted, "Get away." Eric sneered, "You won't die peacefully." Suddenly, someone rushed in from nowhere and stood in the way of his plan. Best Cop spoke coldly, "But your luck has run out." Eric's eyes immediately locked onto him, his whole body tense and alert. At Best Cop's summons, his subordinates quickly rushed to form a battle formation. He silently calculated in his mind, "He lured us close, to kill us all with the magic circle. You have to be confident and well calculated to pull this off." Seeing Eric's expression, Best Cop slightly frowned, surprised inwardly. He's smiling. How does he know we're hiding and watching him? The man was confused, his gaze wavering. "No, it can't be. If he knew we were here, he wouldn't have used the magic circle." Best Cop suggested, "I'll spare your life if you hand over the lady." Eric calmly replied, "Is that so? But the problem is, I'm not planning to let you live." Immediately, magic flared fiercely like a storm, rushing straight at the man. Eric's voice was cold. "You shouldn't have done that. Corrupted knights will not be shown mercy." Best Cop tightened his grip on his sword, ready to attack. Then he dashed toward Eric at lightning speed. At the same time, he shouted to protect his body with spiritual energy and maintain the formation. Eric quickly countered, dulling the sword's edge. But the enemy's sword remained sharp and powerful as it slashed through. Eric swiftly ducked to avoid it, thinking in surprise, "The rust curse has no effect." Best Cop continued swinging his sword, determined to fight to the end. Eric immediately raised his hand. Spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips as he quickly cast a spell to blow it away, but it was all useless. Eric felt a moment of panic. His magic was much weaker. He wondered if it was because of the sealing curse. All magic not related to ice was weaker. He had to get a seal of the same element to use them, Eric helplessly thought. Even if that's true, is it easy to use the sealing curse? No, it's extremely difficult. He muttered. Unlike an ice mountain full of ice energy, it can't release its full power in the middle of the city and consumes too much mana. At this moment, Eric clasped his hands together, still concentrating on magic. His thoughts continued, but instantly, the magic was unleashed, rushing toward the opponent. The man immediately raised his sword, hastily blocking the attack. The magic on the blade quickly weakened. The light dimmed and then went out. Suddenly, Eric's two hands clenched tightly, his eyes shining with joy rising inside him. There is a way. Very quickly, after Eric shouted, he leapt backward and ran. At the same time, a stream of magic shot rapidly toward the enemy. Seeing the danger approaching, Best Cop roared angrily, blocking them. His sword clashed with the ice bullets, the clanging sound ringing continuously. Best Cop kept swinging his sword, quickly knocking away the ice bullets flying toward him. Eric showed no sign of weakness, continuously casting magic to attack the guy who couldn't dodge in time. Both hands immediately stained with blood. Best Cop, frustrated, eyes blazing with fury, he once again raised his finger, ready to launch the next strike. Eric tightly shut his eyes, focusing all his spiritual power, preparing to explode. The guy and his subordinate quickly charged up angrily. Enough playing around, I don't have time for you guys, so I'll end this here. Best Cop's voice rang out again. Kill all of you. But after a moment, no sign of his teammates followed. The guy froze and turned back. Me? Best Cop panicked, sweat streaming down his face as he realized his body was gradually freezing. Just a light touch of the cursed ice causes instant freezing. Eric said coldly, your mistake was blocking them instead of charging in to fight. The guy trembled with fear. I've never heard of such a curse. Eric calmly replied, what surprise? Eric smugly said, I just added one more curse to the ice magic. Best Cop bitterly spoke. Captain of the first squad, truly the dumbest of them all. They shouldn't have sent only us. The guy hissed through clenched teeth. I admit you're very skilled, but you'll soon regret messing with us. Best Cop chuckled crazily. You'll soon die at the captain's hands. Eric spoke coldly. So it's him. Angry, he poured all his spiritual power into a finishing blow. The man who had plotted this was shocked, eyes wide, mouth agape. Completely dizzy from the scene before him, Eric declared, on the way to hell, you won't be alone. Eric's eyes filled with murderous intent. I'll send him down to you soon. Then a thunderous explosion echoed. At that moment, elsewhere, Simonen's voice rose, grabbing a surprised man. What is this? He knelt on the ground and earnestly recounted. It's a grimoire containing a level 6 fire magic ring. We escaped him thanks to Best Cop holding him back. Simon continued. We, the Blue Wolf Squad, are swordsmen of Lord Bao Quayo. You will be the next Blue Lion. You can't just tuck your tail and run like that. We can. He added, run until your feet blister, set fires, and if that's not enough, burn yourself and run. Simon's face showed cruelty. The lady can die, it doesn't matter. Use your life to burn this city down. Go. His voice echoed, blending with the explosion. We are the Blue Wolves, Lord Bao Quayo's wild card. How can we just tuck our tails and run? Those words reached Eric and Miffy. Run. Run until your feet are raw, light a fire, and if necessary, use yourself as bait. He grinned smugly at Eric. Simonen's voice kept rising. Even if I die, it's fine. Even if I sacrifice myself, I'll turn this place to ashes. Miffy grinned, realizing they were about to do something crazy. Startled, Eric turned around. What? Why? Quickly, he focused his spiritual power to scan and search for the remaining blue wolves. Suddenly, he charged up, kicking up dust and dirt, cursing the bastards through gritted teeth. Miffy firmly said, in this world, the only species more corrupt than demons is humans. Loudly criticizing, no matter how civilized they pretend to be, their true faces are always like this. Eric rushed forward, eyes scanning everywhere, face full of worry. Only 3 blue wolves left. I don't see anyone else. More dangerously, the magic manual is in their hands. A thought flashed through his mind. At least it has to be level 6 magic rings. One small mistake and this whole city will turn to ashes. On the other side, Simon grinned triumphantly. Let's see how you stop this. Eric saw him, heart tangled in knots. Sweat dotted his forehead. Simonen raised the grimoire with a smug face. It's already too late. Suddenly, Eric sensed an ambush, spun around, and at that moment, a shimmering figure suddenly closed in on Simonen. Immediately after, his arm was sliced off, blood spraying everywhere. Eric frowned. I suspected something on the mountain. Who would have thought it was you? You really don't know fear. A moment later, Isabel appeared, gripping her sword tightly. Daring to steal what I gave you and run away like that? Looks like my rank A magic manual crafting skills aren't bad, huh? That silent grimoire is really effective. Suddenly, she sensed danger approaching, instinctively looked up. Simon charged fiercely with a knife towards Isabel. Die. Instantly, his body froze under your icy technique. Eric mocked. Looks like you tried. But either way, you're going to die. Why bother? Chicho, are you tired or what? Just a hand and you're acting tough. You were already ugly. Now you're even worse, you said, passing judgment. I'm tired too. Let's end this. He smirked. You think that's it? Eric dealt with him. The surprised man exclaimed, What, Simonen? Then he spoke again. Did you forget about those two? Returning to the previous moment, you were still focused on magic. Eric's eyes scanned the entire square, missing no corner. Simonen recounted, While you were still struggling here with me, my subordinates had everything ready. He declared excitedly, Even though I lost to you, we, the Blue Wolf, the Lord's trump card, will never lose. Simonen shouted excitedly, Your witches are too careless. This place will soon become a hell full of whales. You smiled. I've already stopped them. He couldn't believe what he just heard. What? Eric asked. You said I use magic that I always pride myself on? You recalled the moment passing Simonen. Holding a tome, standing proudly on the rooftop looking down, Eric noticed something unusual. A slight smirk appeared. Everything was exactly as you predicted. Instantly, Eric unleashed a barrage of ice bullets flying from the others. All were defeated. You coldly said, "See? His face is pale, not a drop of blood left." Hearing Eric's words, "Even your trump card is gone." Simonim collapsed, muttering, "Impossible. This must be a joke. Definitely a joke." Then he turned trembling toward Isabel, pleading, "Please, miss, hear me out. If you spare me, I promise to speak well of you to Lord Piquel." Seeing her grip the sword hilt, he broke out in a sweat. "We only intended to scare you a bit, then bring you to him. I'm the captain of the Blue Wolf's Team B. Surely he will listen to me." She cut off Simonin's words with his sword strike, blood splattering. "Don't sully the Cuello family's reputation again." Immediately, his head fell with a thud. His eyes still wide open, dead without closing. Isabel sat down, embarrassed, saying, "Sorry, I was too rash." You bent down and asked Han, "Are you okay?" "I intended to hand him over to you." "Are you hurt anywhere?" Though trembling from the cold, she forced herself to say, "I'm fine." Eric worried, thinking her body was in shock and just needed time. Then he quickly used spiritual energy to warm Isabel. She softly called, "Eric?" He immediately replied, "I'm here." She hesitated. "Please, can you spare a blue wolf?" Isabel recalled she never expected the knights from the family to avoid involving themselves with someone as incompetent as her. Even though they respected Isabel, that respect was only because she was the daughter of the Blue Lion, that was all. As for the Blue Wolf, sometimes they respected Isabel, but mostly not. They always stared at her coldly, with nothing but contempt in their eyes. However, Isabel remembered when her father was imprisoned. He wondered why they let him live. They answered, "We wanted to leave one alive as a message." Now those blue wolves were afraid of her. Isabel firmly told her uncle that he would never become a Blue Lion. Eric stood silently, staring at her. Of course, to be precise, they were afraid of him. At this moment, Isabel was full of thoughts. "If only I had power," the thought echoed in her mind, and with determination, Isabel clenched her fists, silently resolving not to blame fate. "What use is that? I must be strong," she firmly thought. Suddenly, you softly asked, "Where will you go now?" Isabel smiled. "I will go to the places where my father is planning his future." Eric exclaimed in surprise, "You want to challenge the powers?" She nodded. "Yes, I will ask old friends who owe my father to help." You encouraged. That's a wise decision. No one dares to touch the Blue Lion's territory. These words accidentally touched Isabel's hidden feelings, because that's where the Blue Lion is. She silently looked at the person before her. But if father doesn't wake up, it will be a tough battle. If Eric helps us, then maybe. But the lion must not get involved with witches. Isabel was even more silent. "I owe Eric too much already. I don't want to rely on him anymore. Now it's time to say goodbye." Then suddenly he handed over a stack of papers. "Take this." She raised her hand to receive it. "What is this?" "Documents." Eric calmly said, "Sorry for being abrupt, but I heard the disease that the Blue Lion is suffering from seems similar to congestion. I don't know if this will help." He smiled with eyes squinted. "But this is the cure." Isabel was stunned, eyes wide in shock, exclaiming, "What?" Then both quickly went to examine Ed's wound. He frowned, trying to suppress the pain. "What do you mean?" Sal was surprised. "Congestion?" Eric raised his hand, releasing a warm, magical aura that seeped into Ed's body, healing his injuries. He spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself." Isabel was stunned. "Introduce yourself?" Eric spoke calmly. "My name is Eric Merbinger." His next words made her eyes widen in astonishment. "A member of the Merbinger clan?" Eric proudly lifted his head, revealing his identity as the Duke of Starlight. Isabel was speechless. Starlight is a title granted to Usden Merbinger, the Starlight Magic King, a title bestowed after his great victory over the Demon Clan. It symbolizes his bravery and brilliance on the battlefield. Although a title is just a title, just his name alone is enough to represent a symbol of glory. "Starlight Magic King?" She curiously probed. "You mean the person still unconscious in the Royal Magic Hospital?" "Yes," he interrupted. "I can't explain everything, but I did suffer from congestion before, and now." Isabel looked at the stack of papers in her hand in alarm. Eric calmly continued, "What you're holding is the cure that helped me recover. The Blue Lion's illness seems similar to this one." His voice continued, "Maybe it will help somewhat. Isn't this your way of repaying the old grudge? If the Blue Lion doesn't witness this, it would be a pity." She was stunned, her heart heavy, silent, and speechless, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks. Isabel choked up. "How can I ever repay this kindness?" Eric gently patted her head, his eyes full of comfort. "It's okay." He smiled shyly. "Later, I'll ask you to return the favor." The sunlight shone brightly on them, lighting up a hopeful new beginning. He looked gently at the girl before him, his eyes full of affection. Tears ran down Isabel's cheeks as she looked at Eric with peace and warmth. Suddenly, she said, "So to repay you somewhat, this time I will call you Rick, no, Eric. Would you like me to help you become a hero?" Meanwhile, at the ruined square, the atmosphere was noisy and tense. Someone shouted urgently, "Clear the way for the patient." Another called out, "Hey, come here and help." Mei Fei anxiously asked, "Is it okay to reveal our identities like this?" He didn't answer, only silently pondering. That guy Pao Kia would use any means to find him. Eric thought, "I've killed many of his lamb wolves. He must hate losing intensely." Unease rose in him, especially since his magic was very unique. "If I expose the academy, my identity will definitely be revealed." Seemingly understanding Eric's thoughts, Mei Fei coldly said, "So you're worried. Prepare your act, because it will be exposed anyway." A thought flashed in his mind. Because I helped the Blue Lion, that will be a good step for the Merbinger clan's revival later. Mei Fei admired him. "You not only made a big name for yourself, but also secured a solid path for the future. I thought you were just good at magic." AI is also calculating everything precisely. A woman stepped closer and softly asked, "Sir, you have to go now? Won't you stay longer?" Eric politely replied, "No, I've troubled everyone long enough. It's time for me to return to my life." She expressed her thanks. "Thank you, sir. If not for you eliminating those villains, we might not have survived." Suddenly, another voice came from behind, startling him to turn around. "You've worked hard enough. I don't know how to repay you." Eric grimaced. "Why do you look so guilty?" "I told you. I'm just doing my duty." The man quickly introduced himself. "I'm Chen, a knight of Well. I will never forget this kindness." Eric frowned in annoyance. "I told you it's unnecessary." Mei Fei sighed. "This guy only does that with future money." Eric silently screamed in frustration, then asked, "What do you plan to do now, Chen?" He immediately replied, "Even if the troublemaker is Pao Kueo, but anyway, it's the Crooked family's fault." Without hesitation, he expressed his feelings. "So, I vow to help the people here until the very end, and then I will go to the reunion with the cold smiling mistress." So, they want to win the public's favor while covering up Pao Kueo's scandal. She looks innocent, but is extremely cunning. Eric spoke in a low tone, only uttering a brief sentence about responsibility. His next words made him fall silent, his gaze gradually turning sharp, as if pondering something deeply, the responsibility of a noble. At this moment, everyone gathered to send off Eric. Someone exclaimed, "Thank you, sir. Sir, the mage." A child looked at him with admiration and shouted, "When I grow up, I want to be a mage like you." Someone nearby waved and said, "Please come again next time, sir. Thank you so much." Everyone was filled with emotion and gratitude. Waving goodbye, Mei Fei angrily muttered, "Responsibility? That monkey is just making excuses." Eric slowly walked away, his figure gradually disappearing into the bright sunlight. Eric muttered, "Now it's time to meet Dean." Scene change. At the headmaster's office of Eusden School, Dean was so angry he was speechless. He pointed forward, shouting loudly, "I told you to get the excavation rights for me, even if the Neristor family blocks the way. What the hell have you done, Raven?" Raven stammered fearfully, "I'm sorry." Dean questioned angrily, "Why did Neristor dare to block the guide? I will never let him set foot in the academy again." Dean roared, "At all costs, we must secure it, even if we have to bribe the press or higher-ups. Find a way for me," he ordered, then left. The door slammed shut, leaving Dean sitting alone, frustrated, staring at the newspapers on the desk. Dean gritted his teeth and hissed, "Damn it." Immediately, magic flared up, burning the pile of newspapers. Dean silently lamented, "Only 3 days left until the headmaster election. If I don't have excavation rights by then, I'm doomed for sure." Soon, the papers turned to ashes, as if they never existed. At this moment, Dean gradually regained composure but still felt unsettled inside. Someone didn't know when they had appeared and said, "Sir, can you repeat what you just said?" A twisted smile crept onto his lips. Dean glanced at him warily. His voice continued, "So, you finally want to cooperate?" Finally, Eric arrived at the capital city, where the magnificent castle and bustling streets were bathed in dazzling light, but behind that splendor, what awaited him was not only a glamorous capital but countless lurking dangers. At this moment, Dean coldly asked, "You intend to make me headmaster? How do you plan to help me get promoted?" Eric calmly replied, "The preparations are all done. I just need your agreement." Dean questioned, "Have you made the final decision to cooperate with us? How could you do something even we couldn't?" He spoke irritably. "Because you didn't trust us, it seems we no longer need to negotiate with you." Dean's dark eyes locked onto the other party. "You're not the only candidate for headmaster." Eric hurriedly clarified, "I trust you." "So, what do you want?" Dean calmly proposed, "Simple. Support a siesta." Eric scoffed, "Isn't that much easier than what you want?" Dean pondered for a moment, then quietly replied, "That's all." Eric's figure flickered uncertainly, then excitedly said, "That's more than enough." Dean's eyes gleamed coldly with a hint of menace as he smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, whispers began to spread throughout the capital. Kim quietly asked, "Have you heard?" Chip replied in surprise, "Heard what?" He quickly continued, "The tiny city of La Center. I heard recently the Green Lion family caused a huge mess." Chip frowned. "Just internal fighting?" Kim whispered. "No, those lions openly use violence, ignoring the common people." "We have plenty of those," Kim whispered. "You don't know yet, but this time many died and houses were burned. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "That's cruel." Kim excitedly continued, "But then a mage appeared and wiped out all those bastards. Doesn't care about commoners. We're not rare either," Kim whispered. "You don't know yet, but this time many people died and houses were burned down." He widened his eyes, exclaiming, "That's so cruel." Kim excitedly continued, "But then a mage appeared and wiped out all those bastards." Chip was stunned. There really is such an amazing mage. Who is he? Eric sat between two people, limbs stiff, sweating profusely. He excitedly added, "According to rumors, he's a young, quite handsome man. I heard from now on he'll be called the hero of Descendant." Philip said in a deep voice, "Since we arrived in the capital, all we hear about is you. Those people are really going crazy over those so-called heroes," Eric said with a grimace. "I was just about to fill my stomach since it's been a while since I came back to the capital. Why are you talking like that? I already told her to drop this matter, but she keeps making a fuss. You suddenly recall what Isabel said earlier. Do you want me to turn you into a hero?" You were startled and spoke frankly as her voice continued to echo. "There's nothing better than having a hero story to boost the public's goodwill." Isabel insisted, "I'm sure this will help you. That fame will help you a lot later on." She smiled fiercely and raised her thumb as a promise. "Of course, thanks to that, I'll also secure a solid position to put pressure on my uncle Pao Quio." Back to reality. Eric silently wondered if this really was help. "Miss," the whispers and gossip kept echoing non-stop. "Leaving you speechless and frozen. I heard he even rescued that fragrant flower over there. The daughter of the Green Lion almost became a crown princess. Oh my, are those two dating? Then what will happen? I heard the crown prince still likes her. What a mess. Have you guys heard about the hero of Descendant? I heard he's heading to the capital. I wonder who he is." "I heard he's a disgrace to a prestigious mage family," Eric muttered quietly. "They're turning a hero story into a love story." You quickly stood up and left, secretly admiring. "But she really is excellent at seizing opportunities and creating a stage, whether it's a hero story or a romance. Both are good for promoting her name," Eric mumbled. "I should go somewhere else to eat," you relaxed, unaware. Not noticing a figure intently watching him from behind, Eric thought. "If only I had Isabel's talent for reviving a family. I wonder if she's reached a safe place yet." You turned back and quietly called out, "Get up, Mephi, let's go somewhere else." Before finishing the sentence, a man lunged straight at Eric. He was stunned, heart pounding. "He's here." The man threw a powerful punch. Eric quickly stepped back to dodge. In an instant, magic flared brightly, stunning everyone into silence. "What's going on over there?" someone said confusedly. "Did a fight break out?" Another exclaimed in disbelief. "Could that Pao Queo guy really dare cause trouble in the capital?" Then he shouted, "Everyone, step back." Amid the thick dust, the man threw a punch directly at Eric. Eric bent down to dodge, then looked up, his heart sinking. That man assent. His eyes were cold, voice sharp. "You dare dodge my punch?" Eric spoke coldly. "Long time no see." "Looks like you're pushing the joke too far," the angry man shouted. "Do you know how much crap I've been through because of you? If you still have a conscience, you should come to the capital to reconcile. And at least take a punch once." He gritted his teeth, voice full of hatred. "Don't you think so?" The traitorous bastard's face was veined with anger, hissing. "Hey, this man is the third son of the Nestor family, the one who punishes Eric's ingratitude." Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Oh my God, look who's here." You raised your hand to stop your friend. "My wonderful, lovely friend, Sheen," he angrily cursed. "You damn bastard." Outside, someone exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on?" The person next to them reassured. "Just friends greeting each other." Then they sat down at a table in the corner. "Shin, please, after having to clean up after someone like you. What can I expect from someone whose morals are beyond saving like you?" Mephi quickly appeared. "I like this friend of yours already." Eric took off his cloak. "If you can't save yourself, why not buy me a beer?" He mocked. "Now you have a proper family background but still freeloading off me?" Shin retorted. "This is the last time." "What the hell is your relationship with the Green Lion's daughter?" You quickly explained. "Nothing like that, and these guys aren't that kind of relationship." He waved to call the waiter. "It's okay, I'll pay for you. I'm not easily fooled, you know." "Please point to the menu. We want an iced tea and a roan of beer. A Capri oil spaghetti with bacon, please." Although he smiled friendly, Eric was cursing inside. That bastard must have sensed my different mana breath but didn't ask a single question, probably waiting for me to reveal it myself. He asked, surprised, "Why are you making such a serious face? That's not like you at all." Shin complained, "That's disgusting. Please don't do that anymore." He agreed, criticizing him. "That's right. Your expression is really disgusting." He pointed at the food, urging it to be served quickly so it wouldn't get cold. "You show off," he grimaced teasingly. I said, "Disgusting. So what? I don't know. Lately people keep complimenting you on being handsome." Shin subtly reminded him, "You still haven't paid me back for that punch," Eric said seriously. "Well, besides that, the play that's being prepared is exactly as you instructed in your letter. Are you really okay? What if you lose everything because of this? Shin gently shook his glass and spoke softly. Don't worry. Right now, only two things matter to me. Sending that bark who tried to kill me to hell and the strong revival of the Merbinger family. You said firmly, and I'll make both happen at the same time. Okay, he nodded lightly. I'll continue preparing what you requested. Then suddenly, Shin remembered something, his eyes full of determination. Hey, everyone has been having a really hard time because of that. He looked around in panic. Damn, that's really bad. Your witch family must have heard those rumors already, Eric asked calmly. The witch? That distant woman? Shin shivered in fear. That's right. After hearing the rumors, that dragon fanatic must have gone crazy. Worry surged inside him. Our plan will be ruined. Scene changed to a large, magnificent house. Darkness covered everything, making the atmosphere quiet and mysterious. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. The promotion order has been sent to the academy. What? Hanabi nervously reported, yes, sent to Dean Bears of the Elemental Magic Institute. Taza angrily snapped. What? How could he let this happen? Prepare to go to the hospital immediately. She coldly turned back and said, Hanabi, give me a brief report. Yesterday's news had nothing but slander against that crazy guy. But now it's different, he stammered. All the newspapers wrote like this. Hanabi flipped through the papers quietly. Dean Bears, the one who received the promotion order, has regained his wings. The appointment as academy principal was postponed. The Nooster family's declaration about the promotion order predicted pressure would fall on the Heistergram family. Ta was silent. Even if the Heistergram family pressures us, Father won't overlook this. What about Shin? What about him? He stammered. The young master gave no specific response. She was so angry, she trembled. Ta saw frowned in frustration. After talking about him being your friend, what now? That guy is silent? Magic quickly flared around Taz's body. Ta will slightly change our destination. Hanabi fearfully dodged. Yes, she continued, you still don't understand? The promotion order is neither ours nor the academy's. How dare they deceive us? Taza growled. Should we go meet those scheming bastards? The principal of Yuuzhan Academy, although seemingly just a normal head of a magic teaching academy, that position holds great significance and power, not only equivalent to a marquee title, but also has huge influence in academic and political circles, comparable to the Master of Heistergram Tower, Head of the Magic Empire Knights, and many other titles. The Witch of the Stars, a prestigious position for the descendants of Eden Morgenberg. Today is the day of the principal selection. At that moment, inside the large auditorium of Eden Academy, in the center of the stage, someone was speaking loudly. Thank you all for traveling far to be here for the future of our academy, he smiled kindly and gratefully. As you know, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's lair is unlikely to happen again, and I, Tabarex, am present at this historic event. At that moment, he confidently declared, if you choose me, I will establish a system that allows us to continue discovering extraordinary things like this. Then someone in the distance, full of disdain, cursed him, thinking the academy was already in his hands, while other candidates haven't even arrived yet and it's already starting. That person isn't anyone else but Shin, though at this moment he was a bit worried, gritting his teeth and wondering if Eric could handle this on his own. Speaking of which, he suddenly recalled his conversation with Eric. The approval rate from Director Beres is far beyond expectations. I know you have a detailed plan, but the supporters are being bought off, so it won't work on them. While Shin was still speaking, Eric suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, well, let them do whatever they want. As Shin's flashback ended, Lazuli stepped forward to congratulate Dean on his excellent speech. The principal laughed heartily. I haven't even been selected yet, and you're already lifting me up like that? I'll do as Siesta wishes, even if you don't behave like this, so don't worry, he said, then quickly shooed them away. The other candidates are still giving speeches, so let's talk later, said Lazuli, not holding back. Then I'll trust you, she said as he left. At that moment, he revealed his true arrogant face, muttering to himself, that's right, I'll become the principal, no worries at all. I never intended to help you from the start. Deep inside, he was full of contempt and mockery. I'll soon be on par with the master of the Instagram Tower. Why would I help a group without foundation like the CIA? It's just that Dean doesn't know. While he was lost in his own thoughts, Lazuli's eyes were filled with dangerous intent. Crushing you all will be as easy as carrying a table, he said, his smile growing more and more sinister. Returning to Shin, just as the host spoke up, he immediately fell into deep thought. The speeches of the 7 candidates had ended, and the voting would soon begin, so please take your seats. Shin looked into the empty space ahead, quietly calling Eric's name. The seat he was looking at was the empty chair in the middle. At that moment, a sudden sound came from somewhere, and Shin was a bit surprised to see something below the stands. A familiar figure strode in confidently. Seeing the red hair, the heads of the clans were a bit stunned. Sister, why are you here? An elder clan leader quickly reacted and questioned. Don't you know where this is? Madam of the Nestor clan, this isn't a madhouse. The voting seats are only for the heads of Heistergram. She, a bit scared, firmly retorted, do you think I don't know? I know perfectly well because I'm here representing the head of the Nestor clan. I believe I'm the rightful person. She sat straight in the second seat, leaning back with an extremely relaxed demeanor, fully aware of what was about to happen. Seeing her like this, Shin above suddenly panicked, thinking, how could she know something? To avoid further commotion, the host, Raven, quickly spoke to calm everyone down. Everyone, please pay attention. I want to announce the voting procedure. Before the selection begins, I ask everyone to sit down and remain silent. You should have received these magic stones. You can view the candidates' information on these stones and vote for one of the 7. The results will be announced as soon as all votes are in. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean, extremely excited and hopeful, muttered to himself, I've been waiting for this day. His promise could attract anyone related to the Academy's attention, and it could give him a chance to cooperate with the Magic Tower and the royal family. Not only that, he had already negotiated with all the representatives, so everything was set. According to the actions of the representatives, Dean was very confident that everything was decided. After some time voting, River also spoke up. Now I will announce the results. Excluding the Merbinger clan who was absent, the one with the most votes was just as Dean, full of anticipation, was about to hear his name called. Raven was about to give the answer he wanted when suddenly a voice interrupted. Wait! Out of nowhere, a mysterious person in a black cloak appeared. Seeing this person, the entire hall became noisy. Who dares interrupt this sacred selection? They questioned suspiciously. Only Sa seemed to recognize who the person was and breathed out a pleased sigh. Not only her, but Shin also seemed to know. Go ahead, Eric, she cheered. As soon as Eric was called, he revealed his identity. Merbinger family head Eric Merbinger. According to every word he uttered, the madman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. As the Duke of Teen Kwang and a selection representative, Eric smiled and took off his hat and cloak. Flashing a handsome smile, he said he came here to exercise his small but important voting, right? After his introduction, the whole hall began to stir. Eric and the other nobles were astonished, exclaiming the disgrace of the noble magic family. They were confused and anxious, asking what was going on. Wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? And of course, Raven was also shocked, his voice trembling as he called Eric's name under the flashing lights from both sides. Eric calmly walked straight toward River, while the photographers kept snapping pictures non-stop. He seemed pleased with this reaction and smiled slightly. At that moment, those who thought they had the victory firmly in hand were now panicking, sweating profusely. How the hell did this bastard get here? Before the other nobles could react, the other trainees loudly protested against intern Eric. What is this? An intern daring to cause trouble at the principal selection ceremony? Hearing this, Eric slowly responded, Do you all look down on imperial law? At this moment, I am no longer an intern at the academy. As the black cloak dissolved, Eric, dressed elegantly, declared, I am an imperial official and the selection representative. The empty seat in the middle is the Merbinger seat, the seat of the Merbinger head. Not allowed to congratulate the new principal? Up to now, there's no other way but to force out a forced smile and ask Han. Although I'm glad the Merbinger head's health has improved, I wonder why you act this way when the election is already over. While he was still babbling confidently, unfortunately, the election had ended. Eric quickly interrupted, citing about 2 clauses of the Usden Academy selection law. He looked toward River and loudly read them out when there was suspicion about the accepted candidate. Before the selection ceremony ended, Eric said as he walked straight toward the lights, the election could be held again. If the majority of members agree. Seeing Eric's action, the old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Furrowing his brows, Eric brushed past Raven and patted him on the shoulder, saying, I am the Duke of Ting Kwang, Eric Morbinger. According to every word he uttered, the crowd seemed to hold their breath in tension. Exposing the principal candidate Barack, Eric smiled handsomely but dangerously, revealing he was unqualified as a candidate, due to suspicion of fabricating important documents and plotting to assassinate the Duke of Tin Kwang. In the silent space of the hall, Eric, unfazed, replied, It seems you don't understand the seriousness of the issue just now. Can you prove I am a criminal? The old man calmly retorted. Because you participated in the election as a representative of the prestigious magic family. We must follow procedures as you said. Then he immediately signaled to others, asking the beloved election members. The old man looked toward the High Council, hinting, did everyone hear that? Eric's evidence shook the Merbinger family head, although outwardly calm. Inside, he was extremely unsettled. Eric Merbinger seemed to be hiding something. But no matter what you do, the result won't change. Seeing the silent state of the council members, he confidently thought, how dare you mess with me, kid? After a while, seeing no one spoke, he turned to Eric with satisfaction and provoked, Then I don't think anyone agrees with you. What will you do now? Eric calmly replied, Why are you so hasty? It's not too late to decide after hearing me out. Hearing this, the old man found it amusing and replied, You insist on spitting out those insults during the sacred election? But before he finished, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere, freezing him in place. You say there really is a dragon's lair there? In Eric's hand was a magic orb playing a recording. Dean's voice, Not good. Handle Eric as planned. Keep his magic necklace as a souvenir. Seeing that, the old man stiffened slightly. The voice was. Looking closely at the image on the orb, Dean was astonished and whispered silently from that moment after playing the recording. Eric began to speak, exposing the truth different from what the public knew about Director Barras. He did not help with Director Nooster's great discovery. On the contrary, he wanted to destroy me and steal the heirloom of my family. With each word he uttered, sweat started to bead on Dean's face, who still thinks Eric is lying. He looked deeply and authoritatively at the others and asked, "Are my words still baseless accusations?" Director Dean hurriedly responded with a trembling voice, "No, you're blaming me? How dare you deceive everyone with false magic?" Hearing this, Eric laughed and said, "Deceive? How? How could I deceive a 7th Circle mage?" Hearing this, Ding was a bit incredulous and confused. "You mean I belong to the 8th Circle?" At the same time, the audience watching started to murmur. The sound of chatter rose. "That's right, a common deceptive magic. How could it fool everyone here? A patient with a ceiling disease could belong to the 8th Circle. That's even more ridiculous." They seemed to not believe what they heard and speculated. So the director really tried to kill Duke Tin Kwang? And of course, Dean was currently extremely panicked. That crystal orb was what I gave to Raven. When I ordered him to kill that guy in the lair, how did he keep this thing? While he was confused and didn't understand, suddenly a sobbing sound came. He looked toward the figure who made the sound and silently cursed that bastard. At that moment, Raven tried to suppress his sobs and reminded, "Now, because the council members are having an important discussion, please keep quiet." As soon as he finished, Dean cursed silently with resentment. "Damn Raven, how dare you betray me?" Time rewound to Shin and Eric's lunch at a diner. He rested his chin on his hand on the table, full of frustration, revealing, "Right, we caught a suspicious person wandering around the hospital last night. It was Raven." Hearing this, Eric was surprised. "Really? That bastard Barks must have ordered him to do something again. Poor guy." Shin gently shook his head and said, "No. This time it seems like he has something to say. He said he has something to give you, so he will wait until you wake up." Receiving this unexpected answer, Eric was a bit thoughtful. "Really?" And the reason behind Raven's action was because at that time at the school, an angry voice shouted loudly, trying to take it away by any means, even using the press or bribery. The voice belonged to Director Dean. His head was full of veins, and his hand ordered to find a way. His rage scared Raven into running away outside. But Dean showed no signs of stopping and continued to curse. "Those bastards keep bothering me, including that bastard Raven." His disdainful and contemptuous words kept coming, making Raven angry, grinding his teeth until he trembled, and when he couldn't bear it anymore, he ran away from there. That moment helped Eric's plan. He smiled happily and waved his hand, as if waving to someone. Luckily, Raven kept safe a piece of evidence. Of course, the evidence we have is enough to destroy Barras, but this makes it easier. And the person Eric waved to was Raven. He was startled for a moment and waved back, not knowing that. Eric was a bit puzzled by his own action. But why did Raven record the conversation just in case? Maybe saving him in the lair was worth it. It didn't stop there. Eric continued to accuse Dean of another crime. This is not all. According to the law, the ownership of a dungeon like the Dragon's Lair belongs to the first person who finds it. However, Director Barks seized the right to exploit it without my consent. The more he heard Eric's accusations, the wider Dean's eyes opened in fear because he was not only charged with conspiracy to assassinate Duke Tin Kwang, but also with trying to take away the Merbinger family heirloom and the right to exploit the lair. After listing all of Dean's crimes, Eric turned to the council members and proposed, "I not only request to revoke Director Barra's candidacy, but also demand he be punished for his crimes." As soon as he finished, the council members started to panic and discuss, "What should we do? Is there even a question?" Without the right to exploit, Director Barras would be worthless. At this moment, the oldest man in the election council asked about his doubts, but Eric sensed mana from within him. "Are you no longer under the ceiling curse?" Upon hearing this from the old man, the others realized the issue and joined in. "I also heard you were in a coma, but you seem fine. Some even hinted at me," said the representative of the Nestor family. "You seem to know something about what's going on." In response, she remained completely natural. "I don't know anyone related to the Merbinger family representative. That's my younger brother, and it doesn't matter. Isn't that so?" Despite the obvious syndrome, Din refused to give up and tried to argue back. "I'm sure that glass orb was tampered with. I'm sure if I analyze it, it will be revealed." He gritted his teeth, trying to salvage the situation. "Damn it, if this keeps up, the principal's seat will disappear along with my head." He kept denying and begged Siesta for help. Just as he was confused, a strange sound suddenly echoed from somewhere, attracting his attention. He looked at the puzzling couple in front of him lazuli. Why was he standing next to Shin? Only then did he suddenly realize the problem. From the gesture of putting on glasses, Lazuli's true identity was revealed. Stammering, "That bastard is none other than Shin's accomplice." Once again, the scene returned to the restaurant. Shin showed some helplessness, expressing that no matter what, Kat was very troubled by that matter. He relieved stress by playing with bears. Eric quickly retorted, "Call me cunning, how could that be? And that siesta isn't that bad either." After the act gradually ended, Dien looked at Eric's victorious smile full of anger and resentment. "You planned everything from the start. How could bears be fooled by such a bastard?" Immediately after, Eric turned to look at the election council, startling them. The election council members seemed to think everything had been settled. He ran his hand through his hair, smiling brightly like the sun, and declared, "We're re-electing. Anyone interested in buying the principal position?" After a while, the new election results were announced, and the newly elected person stood on the podium, thanking everyone for entrusting him with the honorable position, the principal of Euston Academy. Meanwhile, Mephi, the head of the Merbinger family, showed some disdain and criticism. "I'm speechless. I didn't expect you to cheat so blatantly. Are you brave or just crazy?" Eric laughed carefree and replied, "What else can I do at times like this? I got my share. I had to postpone the Academy Patrol and my scholarship grant. What do you know about that?" As soon as he finished, he curiously asked, "Han, what about it? Are you just going to leave humanity like that?" He looked very embarrassed. Eric seemed to recognize the name AI and shouted, "That bald old man?" And it seemed the person mentioned also heard the transmission and chuckled softly. Dean's footsteps paused, and Eric noticed Dean's reaction and realized something. Teasing, "Sorry, sir, you received my transmission? I didn't mean to send it to you. Sorry." He smiled innocently toward the old man and continued, "You still belong to the 7th Magic Circle even though you're bald? You heard my transmission? That's amazing. But why didn't you say anything? You can use transmission, right?" Despite his non-stop chatter, Dean remained silent, glaring at him angrily. "Yeah, hearing it is already impressive. I get it. You heard it not because of talent, until Eric's increasingly harsh words hit him in the head because he has no hair, right?" That pushed Dean to his limit. He immediately cast a thunder spell aimed at him. Dean, furious, unleashed his power and shouted, "You cheeky brat, how dare you mock me?" Witnessing this, the people in the auditorium panicked and shouted, "What, Director Barack?" They frantically screamed and ran away. And Dean seemed blinded by hatred, smiling smugly as he approached the dangerous situation. Eric was not afraid. He looked up at the thunderbolt and smiled lightly. Then the thunderbolt struck straight at him. Creating a deafening explosion, Eric calmly looked up at the thunderbolt, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Eric wasn't scared at all. He looked up at the lightning path, smiling softly. Then the lightning shot straight down toward him. Creating a thunderous explosion, Eric calmly looked up at the lightning, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Immediately after, he used his hand marked with a seal to cast magic. A magic circle, resembling interlocking ice blocks, appeared in the air, blocking a strike from Dean. Seeing the blinding light, the election attendees were stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. Looking at the barrier above them, they grew even more confused and curious. A 5th-level magic circle? Who could have blocked it like that? But Dean showed no sign of stopping. He continued chanting, trying to attack once more. Just then, a sound of something snapping echoed, and a familiar figure dashed straight at Dean, confronting him head-on. The oldest elder in the election council exclaimed in shock, "That's from Law Center. He can block a 6th-level lightning spell." Suddenly, others realized who it was and said, "Wait, this guy." They looked at Eric with great respect. Landing on the ground, they exclaimed in astonishment, "That useless member of the Tootsin clan, a 1-star. How can a cripple like him use magic?" Eric looked up at Dean with a slightly amused smile, silently calculating. They thought he was old and would be easier to handle, but even a 7th-level mage like Dean would need some time to deal with him. Eric looked at the person before him launching an attack and thought to himself. However, as his thoughts ran through, Eric raised a hand and snapped his fingers. "I think you forgot where you are." Immediately, a pillar of fire appeared from nowhere, striking directly in front of Eric and blocking Dean's attack. Looking at the blinding flames before him, Eric confidently declared, "If this old man keeps acting so irritating," and from the dazzling flames, a pair of giant wings gradually appeared. "Someone will get annoyed and take him out." Behind the giant wings, Tasha proudly stepped forward, astonishing everyone. The phoenix is a fire magic bird. Seeing her, Eric's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The youngest 7th-level mage capable of summoning a phoenix. While lost in his thoughts, Tasha seemed to sense his gaze and gave a slight glance. It's unclear if Tasha's sister is involved in this, but the battle is about to begin now. Thinking this, a powerful voice loudly declared, echoing through all his actions, "All of these will be considered acts of terrorism and will be punished, Dean Barrett." Following that voice, members of the great clans and men in black immediately appeared, blocking Eric's path. "Stop right there." Seeing their actions, Dean involuntarily hesitated as Eric shouted, "Hey, 6 clans and all of you." It seemed Raven hadn't anticipated this move, so he was a bit surprised. Then came a series of loud noises and shouts. "The owner of Merbinger has been attacked. Quickly capture Barks over there." Nephi looked at the dark figure lying on the ground helplessly. "I don't even know if I'm really the Demon King." The figure he saw was Eric's battered, injured body. "If you were born a demon, you'd definitely become the new Demon King," Mephi said. Eric's lips curled slightly as he transmitted, "You don't realize who I am." He looked at Dean, tightly bound by chains. Satisfied, this is the outcome for those who stand in my way. Time passed quickly. After that day, in the bustling town, chatter could be heard. Have you heard anything about the Usden Academy incident? About Eric Merbinger's uproar? The one who's unconscious? The bastard son of the Tootson clan? What could he have done? The chatter came from a luxurious restaurant. Only gentlemen here. No, this idiot. Do you understand who Eric Merbinger really is? What are you talking about? Amid their confusion, someone quickly got to the point. I heard he's the one who saved Le Center. Dean Barrett was expelled from the academy, then arrested and charged with murder. Surrounded by reporters, Dean was constantly questioned about this. Meanwhile, Eric Merbinger, Eden Merbinger's grandson, was a mage protecting the Demon King. That day's image, his worn hands radiated a faint remnant of magical power, but they didn't understand how he could cure diseases considered incurable. Could he have discovered a secret when entering the dragon's lair? Eric Merbinger caused the Nooster clan to face deserved punishment. Scene changed to somewhere else. Shin held today's newspaper and loudly read, "The Merbinger clan is regaining its honor. A hero has emerged." Though once mocked by many, it didn't take long before he grew angry and complained about his backside. "Why do I have to read this stuff for you, Eric?" he pitifully whined, replying that I am still a patient, and the place where I was hit by barks still hurts a lot. Hearing that, Shin immediately got furious and scolded him harshly, saying, "You're just a good pretender acting like a hero. Don't you see the guards at my house are suffering a lot?" Just as he said. Outside Shin's mansion, reporters were pushing and pleading, "Please, let us meet Mr. Eric Merbinger Nestor. Open the gate, we have the right to know." Shin looked at the person stretching comfortably in front of him and complained that those reporters should know the truth about this fraud. "You're just playing petty tricks. And now you've become a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn those things, Eric?" Carefully stepping down from the bed, he calmly replied, "Do you think I've just been playing around these past few months?" "At Le Center," the young lady of the Great Lion family said. You suddenly paused, and your face gradually flushed. Then Eric suddenly refused to talk about it anymore, making Shin want to get angry. "You don't need to know," but he put that aside and asked something else. "Also, you don't intend to cause more trouble, do you?" Eric didn't think much and immediately answered no. Shin, a bit helpless, said, "I don't know what you're planning to do." Hearing his next words, your eyes flickered slightly but said, "Let it be for now. My father wants to have dinner with you." Sin Winnester's father is one of the level 9 mages, a great mage with immense power, and also the head of the Nestor family, leader of the Magic Tower. Even Eric's grandfather wanted to become his disciple. This person is a genius among geniuses, and this place is. Eric and Mephi saw something that made both of them gape in shock, shaking and stammering, "What the hell? You really are a terrible bastard." Only Shin remained calm, not understanding because he seemed used to it. "What?" "Eric is still trembling," he replied. "I know you're rich. If I knew it was this huge, I would have stolen all your money long ago. Truly a golden spoon kid." Before them was the main house of the Nestor family. Eric, unwilling, exclaimed, "This is just a house? It should be an entire city." Then he gradually imagined the scene of himself, standing before a gate leading to another mystical place, thinking, "So this is the Nestor family along with the Magic Tower, the place I have to bow to." Eric's eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes full of spirit, ready to smile with delight. Then, he dragged his legs step by step forward, muttering, "One day I'll get through this." And at this moment, Eric was moving inside the castle with Sheen when he suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, your sister is also coming there." Hearing that, you paused slightly and exclaimed, "What? Why are you only telling me this now?" Shin handed you the letter from Hickey for you from Jack. "Do you know how busy I've been lately because of you? You should have contacted her earlier." Eric took the letter, still trembling, opened it, and read, "Dear little brother Eric, I heard you're planning to come to the Nestor family territory. Don't cause trouble for them until I arrive, and prepare yourself." Meanwhile, at the GA yard, a familiar figure also arrived at the destination. She was carrying a huge VALI, unknown what was inside. And at the Nestor house, when Eric read the last line, his face drained of all color and sweat poured down. "You'll die." He lowered his head in despair and shouted, "It's over. I'm doomed." Seeing him like that, Mephi could only sigh. It seemed among the Merbinger members, there was a demon king unknown to him because that person was making someone even worse than SA tremble in fear. Shin, standing beside him, hurriedly encouraged Eric, "If you don't cause trouble, she's like an angel. Have you forgotten she worked herself nearly to death just to get you into the academy?" Hearing this secret from him, Mephi had even more reason to poke fun at him. "You know, but the problem is you." Eric reluctantly replied, "Of course, I'm very grateful to her, really grateful. But if you saw her true nature, you wouldn't dare say things like that." Suddenly, he paused, looking toward the person approaching. Only Sheen didn't realize danger was coming. "You wouldn't dare say things like that," he suddenly paused, looking toward the approaching person. Only Shin sensed the danger coming closer. "But you still badmouth her? Come on, you're better than her. I'm sick of you thinking that old woman is a witch." While he was busy complaining about his sister, her personality completely turned to crap after everyone hailed her as a genius. "You can't even consider her human," Say suddenly approached with a friendly smile. I believe you once said you'd give me a beating. To a pulp, right? Hearing her voice, Shin's eyes showed fear. If you want to be beaten that badly, you should have told me earlier. Then, after the sound of something cracking, she bends down. Tasha becomes the guide. Eric is full of gratitude, thanking her for helping during the principal election. Right after that, he turns to tease Shin to grow up. He pouts and retorts angrily. I don't want to hear that from you. Ra doesn't realize they're teasing each other and politely says it's nothing. Ra, you can handle everything yourself, right? Hearing this, Shin finally voices his curiosity to Ra. But why would a stubborn ant like you do something like that? Could it be that you're interested in Eric? Before he finishes, Taza hints, reminding him that the last hit was too light. He protests unwillingly. Are you really going to act like this in front of my friend? She replies calmly. Oh my, who's the real liar here, me or you? At that moment, Eric notices something. His eyes widen in shock, then he seems to vanish into thin air. Just as Tasha's warning rings out, once we pass through this Lambu foot trap, we can reach where Cha is. We've set traps here, so don't let your guard down. Be careful. Follow us. This place is hard to escape from, even for a mage who's reached the 6th magic circle. Only now do they realize you've disappeared. At the same time, Eric stands bewildered in a white void. Confused and panicked, he shouts, What's going on? Shin, where did you two go? Eric rushes around trying to find everyone. Darkness gradually envelops him. That crazy Mi-Fi guy is gone. Surely at times like this, he's useless. After running for a while, Eric suddenly notices something. Where am I? Before him is a large amount of magic forming 2 rings around a black hole at the center, like an eye. Magic at this level? Is the Narrister family really that strong? All the elements are filling this space. Eric stares intently at the center eye, assessing some parts as strong and others as soft. Some parts are sharp, others thick to the point of pain. They might be different elemental magics, because there's no common point among them, yet they blend together at one point thanks to the wind element. After evaluating, his eyes widen with desire. He thinks, I don't know where this is, but if I research it, I can make it mine. Just then, from behind him, a huge smoke appears, and a voice says, You're looking at something pretty interesting, kid. Eric jumps, turning to look behind. Who is that watching him? The man who appeared from the smoke speaks again. Do you know what you're looking at, or are you just staring, without knowing? Hearing the man's blunt words, Eric feels like he's been called out. His heart sinks. I really am lost, he thinks, but looking at that magic. Without permission, it's a deadly sin. If that person controls this space, they must be a grand mage who's reached the 7th magic circle. What should I do? The mysterious man sees Eric still silent and chuckles. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm sure you reacted, but you just didn't hear me. What's wrong, kid? Eric ignores the old man's words, trying to calm himself. Objectively, this is the Narrister sisters' fault for not warning me, so I have no reason to be questioned. I'll pretend I know nothing and escape this maze. But the man seems to see through Eric's plan and shouts, So you're planning to ignore this old man and run away? I can hear the gears turning in your head. Hearing this, Eric wastes no time and immediately casts his magic to hide. The follower, Augustin, is shocked and stunned by Eric's move. He admires Eric's intelligence. I can't see inside the maze, but he used his own fog to hide. I see, Augustin murmurs with some admiration. Eden, you left too soon, but it seems you left behind a rather interesting child after escaping the old Eric's pursuit, continuing to wander in the endless space. If it weren't for that elder, I would have decoded it already. But unfortunately, I might get into big trouble if I stayed here any longer. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden tremor occurred. The one causing it was Augustin, who had been tracking you all along. He created a gust of wind that swept Eric up into the air, teasing him. Things are just starting to get interesting, and you were about to leave already? Because you crave something that's not yours, you have to pay the price, right? Cut to scene. Meanwhile, outside the entrance of the Nooster house, Shin anxiously urges, What do we do now, sister? We have to tell father. But before he could finish, someone appeared and spoke. The palace gate had opened. The person who appeared was the head of the Narrister family, Narrister. He looked angry, questioning what the hell had happened. Seeing him, Shin wanted to call him father but quickly corrected herself. Lord, not father. But who ignored her words and continued greeting. You didn't lead him properly? Shin hurriedly searched for an excuse to answer his question. He disappeared before we even stepped through the entrance. Hearing this answer, Hugh's brows furrowed involuntarily. He vanished before entering the palace. Then he looked at the mysterious magic circle in front of him, confirming it seemed like the great uncle was involved in this. Hearing that, Shin was surprised and confused. Why would great-grandfather be involved? Hugh sighed helplessly, muttering, His illness must have worsened again. Seeing this, he gathered his courage and quickly suggested, We can't just stand here watching. He's a guest of the Nooster family, under the title of Lord Merbinger. Just as Yin hadn't finished speaking, if anything bad happens, Sa immediately interrupted, M is really adorable. Surprised by her unexpected compliment, he stiffened slightly. What? Sa smirked lightly and replied, Yet he made your brother, someone even indifferent to his own family, worry this much. But her eyes and tone carried a hint of danger, the refined mana formula of this generation. Now she was even more curious. Seeing Sa's expression, Shin felt a chill. What kind of freak is worrying? Surprisingly, not only she, but Hui also said the same thing. I'm curious too. And his words made Tasha's brows knit tightly. Her eyes glanced coldly, while Shin felt a bit nervous, secretly sweating as she listened to his words, the new lord of Merbinger. At the same time as Hugh spoke, Eric inside the dimension was struggling immensely. The prestigious mage family held a status equivalent to the Tower of Magic. How skilled are they? Right after a loud explosion, Eric's thoughts immediately appeared. Call Mephi. That old man in that car. He gritted his teeth, rubbing his palms together, sparks flying as he cursed silently. Why are all the old people around me crazy? Then a barrier quickly rose, blocking the avalanche. In self-reproach, are they all insane? After setting up his defenses, Eric looked at the scene before him, calming himself. Stay calm, assess the situation first. The mana here isn't just one attribute, but the characteristic of the Noister family is wind attribute. In other words, he's only using wind attribute to shape other attributes. The hot wind carries fire attribute, turning moisture into steam, and the light wind brings it to a place to create fog, while the cold wind with ice attribute freezes the fog. The strong wind weaves through, blocking the fog's movement. But after analyzing for a while, I still can't find a way. If that old man is strong enough to control the wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing to him. He even shaped this rocky mountain with wind? How? But that didn't dampen Eric's determination. Even if he didn't mean to hurt me because he provoked me first, I have to decode. It's so powerful it can control the wind to create a storm. That's nothing to him. He even shaped this mountain with wind. How is that possible? But that didn't dampen Eric's determination. Even though he didn't intend to get hurt, the other provoked him first, so he had to respond. The magic circle here wasn't fully completed before. Eric also felt it in Lei's center, but except for ice magic, all his other magic was weak. Eric planned to use Augustine's method to alter the mana flow and the wind here with his own mana and ice magic. If he went deeper to rearrange the mana flow, connecting soul speed and sealing to reduce mana waste, he suddenly remembered the movement during the fight with Hanan back then. He had accumulated mana in one of his hands along with his previous plan. He unleashed a huge amount of magic, like a volcano erupting. From there, he could use other attributes through his ice magic. Finishing the flashback and returning to reality, Eric still stood firm before the battle, with the snow wind blowing through. Then he began to cast magic. A sudden light appeared before his chest. Eric slowly extended his hand forward despite the wind blowing strongly from behind, then a blue light like a blazing flame ignited from Eric's arm with his mark. A large amount of ice power was released, not only from that arm, but also from his other arm, releasing power along with the strength from both arms, along with the magic forming a figure 8, like the infinity symbol. The light and magic from Eric illuminated the whole area. Not only that, it also dispelled the dark, hazy smoke, and then a mark similar to the one on Eric's hand immediately descended from the hilltop. Augustine, seeing it, full of anticipation, intermittently called out, "Meringue!" Finally, as the darkness gradually faded, the light and proud silhouette appeared, and then Eric returned to the real world. To the astonishment of the two Nestor sisters, they both stammered in amazement, calling his name Eric. "It seems almost unbelievable," exclaimed a six-circle mage. "It usually takes at least 24 hours to escape Taza." Quickly, he continued, "Even I need 4 hours and 52 minutes, but he only needed 46 minutes, contrasting with the stunned faces of the two others. Then Mephi's face showed a bit of fear, saying, "Not only that, his cruel ceiling rank has increased to 5 stars. His eyes widened in disbelief, mumbling, "That's a high-level magic, impressive even to me." But he didn't just decode it, he stole it and developed it to this level. Seeing them like that, Eric was a bit saddened and complained, "Why is everyone like this? Why doesn't anyone ask if I'm okay after almost dying?" Just then, someone stepped forward to praise, "Amazing." "Who?" excitedly exclaiming, "I should have come to the principal election meeting. I only heard a few days ago that your blockage disease was cured." He looked at the large amount of mana flowing through Eric and revealed, "But you were already a six-circle mage." Hearing this, Sin Vuong exclaimed in surprise, "Six-circle mage? Really? Eric?" And Taza was heartbroken and disappointed, lamenting, "My sixth circle was broken by my younger brother." After a moment of reflection, Eric approached Winnie to shake hands and greet, "Sorry for the late introduction. I am the head of the Merbinger family, Eric Merbinger." He also cheerfully returned the greeting. "I am the head of the Nestor family, Winnie Nestor. Please forgive what you just went through. Sorry that you suddenly encountered such misfortune." Hearing this from him, Eric politely replied, "No need to apologize. It was a good experience for me." Hearing this from Eric, Shin Vuong expressed gratitude. "Thank you for understanding. Then, although it's a bit messy, welcome to the Nestor family residence." Seeing the warm welcome from those before him and urged by Shin, he slightly curled his lips and smiled lightly. "Let's go, Eric. Your mother and brother are waiting." But the next second, he suddenly bowed his head and murmured, "Family." That expression was not disappointment or sadness, but emotion in Eric's eyes. Immediately, he cheerfully replied, "Yes, I'm coming." Scene transition. At the Quio family castle at the same time, Isabel looked at the man sitting on the bed in shock, exclaiming, "Father." She happily ran to hug Herman tightly, crying loudly. He hugged Isabel, smiling kindly, comforting, "Young lady, grown up like a child again, huh?" Then he let her go, gently stroked her head, and asked Han, "You woke me up. Even the doctors couldn't cure my illness." Isabel wiped her tears and replied, "Sir Eric helped me, if not for him." Hearing the name she mentioned, Herman exclaimed in surprise, "Eric!" After Isabel reported everything, Herman laughed heartily. Truly a prestigious magic family. Isabel wiped her tears and replied, "Sir Eric helped me, if not for him." Hearing the name she mentioned, Herman exclaimed in surprise. After Isabel's full report, Herman laughed heartily. Truly a prestigious magical family. She agreed with him and added, "Yes, the Merbinger clan is always the light shining through the darkness." But a moment later, she panicked and shouted, "Dad, where are you going? You need more rest." Herman stood before the mirror adjusting his outfit, calmly saying, "Right now, can I prioritize my health? If he's that talented, I must find him, even if it means going to the ends of Continent 6. As he spoke, he put on his armor, because in this decaying world, there was a child who was truly righteous. Herman's smile was like a blazing sun, declaring that this was even more reason for him to go. In the blink of an eye, the location quickly changed. At a high place, someone was sitting, staring at the corpse before him. Then he signaled to his brother who was kneeling on the ground, speaking about the killing of Lam Lang and Isabel's escape. He leaned on the lion-headed armrest of the chair, saying that Lam Lang was cured and returned alive, then exploded right before his eyes. All of this was caused by that sorcerer. Suddenly, Hugin quickly spoke up, saying that he must have cursed his body. Hearing this, the mysterious person who seemed somewhat familiar continued to question, and the other man hurriedly answered, causing the man's body to tense up. He is traveling with La Mung, and it seems he is trying to contact Eric Merbinger, who is currently at the Nestor family residence. After receiving the answer from his brother, the man laughed mockingly, saying Lam Ung didn't attack him immediately, but summoned his sworn brother first, and that mysterious man was none other than Paul. He sneered with contempt, mocking that Lam Su must have become weak. Then he immediately ordered his subordinates, "Herman, you and that damn Mobinger must not meet. Kill him as soon as he leaves the Nestor residence." Paul's eyes were sharp as if trying to pierce through the person. His brother warned, "Don't forget the reason I haven't killed you yet is because of the little trick you possess." Under this subtle reminder, he clenched his fist so tightly that the mark on the back of his hand glowed, radiating magical power. "I will remember that." Meanwhile, Eric stood before a magnificent castle. The dazzling sunlight shone down on every wall and tower, highlighting the authority and grandeur of the place. "Shin, hurry up, let's go," he urged. "Eric, your mother and siblings are waiting," Shin softly replied. Behind Eric, Mifi walked with heavy steps. It seemed these legs were still unfamiliar to him. Mephi growled angrily, cursing that bastard. "Are you even human?" Hearing this, Eric worriedly transmitted, "What do you mean? Is he a demon?" Mifi shook his head. "No, he's just a normal person." He wondered, but if he's just a normal person, how could he reach that level? Mifi continued, "Without any connection to a non-human creature?" Eric sighed in relief, muttering, "You scared me. Do you think humans just sit around for thousands of years? Are you sealed, Eric?" He began pointing out other lords of the Magic Tower, the Great Life family, the Royal Intelligence Agency, the Revolutionary Beast Army, the Alliance, and many more. "So why do you think people say this era is full of monsters?" he pondered. "So you're saying it's not just Kim Su, the one considered the strongest in Continent 6, but there are many others as strong as him, even stronger?" Mephi laughed with pleasure. "Looks like there's another reason for me, Mephi the Great, to awaken in this era." At that moment, magic slowly radiated from him. The wildlife where countless beasts devoured each other to become king, then that power erupted fiercely, Mephi continued. And the chaos and suffocation from them, his voice echoed on. The joy of defeating them all and walking in victory. "I, Mephi, will be very fast." They stood before a room. He kept talking nonstop. "I must push you as much as possible, to regain your strength as soon as possible." Seeing Eric paying no attention, Mephi got annoyed. "An adult is talking to you." Just as he stepped inside, Eric saw his mother and two younger siblings waiting there. Suddenly, his sister pointed at her brother and shouted loudly, "Mom, this idiot dropped his food again." Looking at Eric, the boy angrily yelled, "What idiot? How dare you call your brother an idiot in front of Eric?" His brother frowned, annoyed, and shouted loudly, "Can you two be quiet, Mom?" Shin smiled gently and kindly reminded, "Why are you two so noisy in front of the hero, the center?" "What? Stupid? How dare you call your brother stupid in front of Eric?" He frowned, annoyed, and shouted loudly, "Both of you, be quiet, okay?" Shin smiled gently, reminding them, "Why are you two so noisy in front of La Center's hero? Those kids like it, but didn't Mom say that good kids should be silent while eating?" Then, the girl obediently replied, "Mom did say that. I will be really good." The boy also agreed, exclaiming, "Me too, I will be good." The scene before him reminded him of his childhood. "Hi D is so naughty. Why do you keep mocking me? Do you want to get scolded?" Eric got angry and immediately tattled to Mom. "Mom, this stupid girl keeps wanting to hit me." Mom gently scolded, "Didn't I say no arguing during meals?" "Why, Dad?" Eric defends the kid, saying kids have to be a little mischievous, right, honey? "If you keep speaking up, I'll be the first to discipline you. When you become a great mage, little sister, remember." Dad told Eric today you must read 100 thoughts a mage should have. Eric objects, "No, today I'll play with Dad." Today I'll leave Eric with you too." Eric falls silent, deep in thought, eyes filled with hidden sorrow. Suddenly, Mom's voice calls out, pulling him back to reality. "The food doesn't suit your taste, do you?" Eric startles, "What?" He quickly replies, "Not very good. I'm just a bit dizzy because the flavor is so good," she says with concern. "I'm glad you like it. I was worried we weren't hospitable enough because you looked so sad." You quickly scoop a big plate of noodles and put it in your mouth. Of course not. His eyes sparkle with joy. Having dinner with others is very enjoyable. After the meal, they move to another room to chat. Hot tea, fragrant and steaming, is poured full. Hui speaks up. "I heard you're going to transfer the exploration rights of the lair to us?" Eric nods slightly. "Yes, I've owed Shin for a long time." He sips tea quietly, thoughts swirling inside. His stormy gaze fixes on the man before him. Finally, Hui reveals hidden feelings. "You haven't hated me all this time?" Hearing this, S.A. panics. "Sir." Shin frowns, silent, only sipping tea to hide his embarrassment. Eric understands the downfall of Merbinger clearly. Impossible. A clan with a 1,000-year history, often victorious in war, could fall like this overnight. That truth is etched deep in his mind. Royal oppression, political manipulation by the 6 Hexagram clans, and betrayal by trusted people. The collapse happened under political names. If asked if he hates them, he's unsure. Eric answers bluntly, "I don't. Everyone has their own circumstances. You know the Nooster clan didn't contribute to the fall of our clan. They simply couldn't help due to political reasons. Can I blame them for just standing by? But do I have the courage to do anything if I were in their place? Don't mock me. Why would a Merbinger be cautious of a mediocre Nooster? 1,000 years ago, the 6 clans or Instagram were no different than flies buzzing around Merbinger's tail, and both clan heads were of equal rank." Eric whispers, "Well, self-pride doesn't feed me either. It's not his fault. Merbinger lost power quite a while ago. He's surprised, really surprised, at someone who lives for power like you. What reason do you have to come all this way? You express your feelings, even though this is your friend's home. This will also be the place I surpass someday. I need to confirm the ranks of the mages and their clan heads." Then Hui suddenly suggests, "Tell me what you want." That words make Eric defensive, eyes wary. Hui assures the Nooster clan will fully support the Merbinger clan. He's stunned, shouting, "What?" His voice continues, "Don't worry too much about it. It's about exploration rights and also a gift from me to your son." Mephi sneers. He's a tough guy too. Is he trying to use this chance to befriend you or help the struggling Merbinger clan? "What?" Eric retorts, "That's good for me. My foundation will be stronger if the Nooster clan backs me. But I'm sure other Hexagram members and others will try to discipline the Noister clan if they support me." He continues, "Why would he want to help the weak Merbinger clan? Even if it might be a disadvantage, I don't know what he's thinking." I hesitate, eyes slightly wide. Clan head, huh? But at that moment, outside, a powerful magical force is unleashed by a stranger. In the blink of an eye, an explosion shakes the ceiling, creating a large hole. They look up in shock. They can't help but be stunned by the sight. Golden sunlight streams through the hole, illuminating the entire room. Eric is stunned inside. What the hell? What crazy person would do this to the Nooster clan's home? Very quickly after, the stranger slowly steps inside. Seeing that person, Eric is horrified, eyes full of resentment. In Eric's mind, a line of thought formed. No way. He clenched his teeth in anger, silently thinking about that person. Those eyes of his shone brightly as he spoke coldly. "Become my disciple," Eric recounted. "Have you ever heard Shin say that his father was so greedy he had hundreds of people living in the main house as guests, not vassals? And the true power of the Nerister family lies in the Council of Elders, along with those monsters." That explosion caught the attention of everyone in the castle. They quickly gathered and, seeing the figure before them, shouted in unison, "Elder, this is the family head's study. This action is very disrespectful." Shin stepped back immediately. His voice continued to echo. And the leader of the Council of Elders was a great master. He had trained all the mages of the Noster family. Bakda Augustine Noster. Eric held him firmly. He was very strong. perhaps even stronger than Winnie Neister. Augustine admitted his mistake. Oh heavens, I was too hasty. Shin. Forgive me, family head. Winnie suppressed his emotions and tried to stay calm. This is not good. What brought you all the way here? The old man decisively pointed at Eric. As I said, I came here to make that thick-faced brat my disciple. He calmly introduced himself. You're talking about the one standing next to Shin Sao. He's one of the 4 formulas of the Empire. The Mobinger formula. I think it will be quite difficult to make him my disciple, Eric interrupted politely, introducing Duke Merbinger. He emphasized his background again. Eric Merbinger bowed respectfully, greeting the head of the Nooster family council, Master Augustine. At this moment, it seemed Mephi's long-held scheme was about to collapse. You, Eric stammered. Eric and Shin furrowed their brows in confusion. What are you doing? Augustine spoke up. You recognize me, don't you? Why wouldn't I recognize the great elder of the Nooster family? Eric explained, my late father often mentioned you before he passed away. He said if our family had a pillar like you, it wouldn't have fallen so easily. The old man wondered, but what relation does your father have with me? Eric answered calmly, what's strange about that? You're quite famous, aren't you? Augustine mocked, you've got a sharp tongue, you sly brat. Eric smiled slyly. Isn't that why you want me to become your disciple? I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Then the old man once again made the offer. Sly brat, since you know who I am, it's easier to talk. So, will you become my disciple? Eric refused. How could the family head Merbinger become a disciple of the great master of the Nooster family? I'm really not worthy of that offer. Shin, please withdraw that. Augustine was so angry he trembled as he questioned. Haven't you been taught by my Lam Vu Chan Kung? What? That's just something I happened to learn while escaping, Eric said. So Shin, please understand, Eric mocked, after taking my magic without permission, and more. Aren't you the one who caused me trouble first? The elder's words ignited a fire of anger inside him, Eric continued. So please, I can't listen to this anymore. Augustine angrily snapped, be silent immediately. Magic flared fiercely beneath the old man's feet, lighting up the entire room. Augustine shouted loudly, you must listen to your elder. Those words made Eric furious. You talk too much. In that moment, a blinding light shone, making Augustine look majestic and powerful. The scene before Eric stunned him. The night sky? Then Eric was stunned to realize it was too white to be the night sky. Suddenly, a spiritual force came rushing from somewhere, shooting straight into Eric's neck. He was shocked, thoughts racing. Teleport? No. Eric muttered, it's just physical movement. This isn't a speed a mage can achieve. In an instant, he lost all consciousness. The old man was as fast as lightning, grabbing Eric tightly within a blurry magic barrier. Shin, although seeing Eric being captured, showed no reaction. Augustine laughed excitedly, you are mine. Then Eric was taken away, leaving everyone stunned. I grabbed your hand, the voice reproached, what are you doing? Why just stand there when your friend is being kidnapped? Shin explained, sister, you still don't understand what kind of person Eric is. That bastard will get you killed early, she exclaimed in shock. You still don't understand what kind of person Eric is? Why did that bastard make me die early? She exclaimed in surprise. Why? Shin replied, he's just pretending. At the same time, Mi-Fi laughed coldly. You've left me speechless again. It seems there's another victim to succeed me. You're really brave to choose that old monster as your master. The magic line slowly faded away as if it never appeared. He said, not making a pawn. Elsewhere, Eric slowly opened his eyes. Dim light slipped through his eyelids, making him frown. A heavy feeling enveloped Eric's body. He blinked repeatedly, trying to make sense of everything. Augustine's enlarged figure appeared before him. You're awake now. Eric sprang up like lightning, immediately creating distance, eyes wide with shock. What the hell is this? Suddenly, something felt off. He whispered softly, ah. Eric lost his balance, his whole body swaying dangerously toward the cliff wall. Facing this dangerous situation, the old man rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Augustine grabbed Eric by the collar. His gaze fixed intently on Eric. He sternly warned, be careful. Augustine's voice was grave. I almost lost my first disciple in 95 lifetimes. Eric glanced at the deep cliff behind him, thinking to himself that he had planned to exploit the old man thoroughly because he was a grandmaster of the Nestor clan, but he couldn't believe the old man had kidnapped him while he was sulking, forcing him to find a reason to become his disciple. He wondered if he had picked the wrong person to mess with. Eric's whole body trembled as he silently tried to calm himself down. Stay calm, he told himself, trying to move his mana, but after waiting a while, nothing happened. He was surprised, thinking, why isn't my mana moving? It's like I've gone back to when I had obstructive illness. Looks like you've noticed, the old man said. Your senses are really sharp. Eric was angry. What did you do to me? Augustine gently soothed, I'll explain everything as we go. Don't rush. Do you see anything down there? Eric asked. As soon as he finished, Augustine released him. I don't see anything. Augustine stood high up, his cold gaze looking down, then go see for yourself. Everything happened too fast for Eric to react. Only then did he realize he was falling freely. That damn old man. In that split second, Eric tried to stay calm, instantly gathering magic in his hands. Magic swirled beneath his feet, helping Eric hover in midair. Finally, he landed safely, but his story was far from over. The looming darkness threatened Eric, bearing its fangs. Earlier, when Eric visited the Nestor clan and was enlightened at Lam Vu Foot Palace, Paul, who lost the chance to become a Lamb Master due to Eric's interference, sent the Lam Lang Guild leader to stop him. Lam Lang awakened and met Eric, but Eric was kidnapped by a crazy old man and fell into danger with his mana sealed. Augustin didn't care and let Eric fall into danger. Have fun, Eric. Eric gritted his teeth in anger. That damn old man. Nephi immediately appeared, his voice hoarse. Finally, you've met a worthy opponent, haven't you? Eric asked in surprise. Nephi, how did you get here? He replied casually, finding you was as easy as carrying a table with me. Do you realize my importance yet? Eric panicked, begging for help. Forget that. Save me. If I die, you die too. Nephi's voice rang with hidden meaning. All right then, what can I do for you? Eric immediately requested to unseal his feet. You have to teach me that so we can get out of here, Nephi suggested. Do you think you're fooling anyone? Your mana's blocked, but you can use the mana in the air. Hearing this, Eric focused, and in an instant, a gentle magical force wrapped around his body, absorbing that power. After Eric's shout, it swirled violently. Nephi howled in delight. You've been tricked 1-0. The power was so great it pulled stones flying toward Eric one by one. Very quickly, a terrible explosion occurred, shaking the earth and sky. From the thick dust, Eric's battered figure appeared. Thoughts raced through his mind. I almost died because my mana was sealed. It felt like when I had obstructive illness. Eric sighed wearily, panting. Putting that aside, where am I now? I know the terrain of all 6 lands, but there's no place like this. It's similar to Lam Vu Foot Palace. Suddenly, Augustine's voice echoed. This is Lam Vu Maze. Lam Vu Foot Palace is just a part of this place. He continued, also I sealed your mana, but you use the mana in the air to cast magic. Seems like I've chosen a pretty talented guy. Eric growled in frustration. I almost died. Very soon after, a terrible explosion occurred, shaking the heavens and earth. From within the thick dust and smoke, Eric's miserable figure appeared. Thoughts flashed through his mind. I really almost died because of the mana seal. It felt like when I had a blockage disease. Eric tiredly gasped, ignoring that. Where am I now? I know the terrain of all 6 regions, but there's nowhere like this. It's similar to the Lamb Maze. Suddenly, Augustine's voice echoed. This is the Lamb Maze. The Lamb Maze is only a part of this place. He continued, also, I have sealed your mana, but you still took mana from the air to cast magic. It seems I've chosen a rather talented guy. Eric growled angrily, I almost died because of you. Why did you do that? You said you wanted me as your disciple, but Augustine kept speaking. And I still want that, but I won't teach you things belonging to Nuster, as you said. I can't teach you the Nuster family's magic. Eric wondered. So what the hell do you want to teach me? The old man slowly said, even though I'm the leader of the Nuster elders, I'm also the principal of a school called Grassland. Augustine explained, its magic is only passed down to one person and has nothing to do with Nuster. I guess you won't mind learning it, right? You're thinking about Raz? What? I've never seen it in any history book before. Suddenly, Nephi uttered a name that made Eric startle and turn around. Rasland. He was silent, unable to believe it was still active. Those bastards are really persistent. You've heard of it before? You? I've never heard of it. Nephi immediately replied. They come from the west and were a big headache for me when I was still active. They use martial magic instead of regular magic. Eric curiously asked rapidly. They were active 1,000 years ago in the west, that's all. But what is martial magic? Like the martial arts of a master? He frowned and answered slowly. It's similar, an art of combat using mana flow as the foundation to enhance the body, Nephi confirmed. In short, it teaches what you need most right now. Rasland is a school specializing in harmonizing many types of magic, so it's perfect for harmonizing the chaotic mana inside you. He frowned and went to find his master. You're lucky too. The world really isn't fair. These words filled Eric's heart with joy. I didn't know what to do with the chaotic mana inside me, but this is really good news. So this is why that old man sealed his mana. Endless thoughts flashed through his mind. I can't believe I can learn perfect knowledge for myself without being controlled by the Noster clan. There's no better opportunity, Eric probed. So you will teach me Grassland's martial magic? Augustine replied, you even know about martial magic when there are no records left of it? You continue to amaze me. The old man's next words immediately tensed Eric's whole body, his eyes full of caution. Then let's start right away. Nephi explained, you're in the territory of the Cock Lang. They're stronger and 3 times bigger than normal wolves, Augustine carefully reminded. I'm sure you know Grassland's martial magic is taught through practical experience, right? So the old man's voice turned cold. Survive. In an instant, countless Cock Lang burst out from the mountain crevice. Eric panicked and shouted, this crazy old man is sealing my mana. What do you want me to do? Augustin said nothing more, just silently stood there observing. At that moment, behind the old man, a man had been standing there all along. "Boss, is it okay if we keep watching? From what I heard, he's a rookie soldier who's only been learning magic for half a year." Augustin confirmed, "You're here. He really is a rookie in terms of experience, but not skill." "Oh, thanks for lending me the cocklang." The old man voiced his concern that there would be big trouble if they tasted human flesh. Seeing the blood splattered all over Eric's face, the man worried his disciple was in trouble. He carefully warned, "If this continues, he'll die." Augustin firmly believed he would get through it and said, "Just watch." At that moment, magic surged in Eric's palm. A faint light began to spread as his mana exploded. He threw a thunderous punch at the cocklang's face, shattering its fangs and spraying red blood into the air. Augustin cheered proudly. "Didn't I say so?" His voice was full of excitement. "He's very different." Augustin's eyes gleamed with pride. "I'm sure he can pass my test and fulfill Grassland's wishes after 1,000 years. Suddenly, his voice deepened. Augustin pleaded, but since he's still weak, he continued, "Jill T, you will have to step forward as the developer. The Revolutionary Army, the Imperial Detective Agency, can't even uncover all their identities. Their actions align with the Tower of Magic's masters and the alliances, and they exist only to liberate the Great Six from the Empire's tyranny. The most notorious terrorist group, and their former leader of the Revolutionary Army." He nodded in agreement. "I will do it because it's your request. That man is the Beast King." He hesitated, but he was very excited to have a new disciple. "That person is Agility Tense. You asked if he's okay with losing him." Augustin's voice echoed in the dark cave. "This is the Cocklang's territory. They are huge and 3 times stronger than normal wolves." After pausing for about 2 seconds, the old man continued to say, "You know that the martial magic of the Grassland region is built on real combat experience, right? So, go hunt all the savage wolves living here." When you were gasping for breath from exhaustion, Mephi calmly spoke up. "Last time you defeated one, it was just luck. But this time it will be difficult for you, especially in your current state. Although not friendly, he gave a warning. They will be more cautious after seeing their kind killed. Now you can't rely on luck anymore." Hearing this, Eric thought quietly to himself. Mephi is right. You can only absorb energy from the surroundings once or twice. How could Eric kill these things with bare hands? Unless you have that weapon you used on Snow Mountain. If I had known earlier, Eric would have trained his stamina more. Wait, stamina training? Suddenly, he remembered. Right. The strengthening body technique is about increasing stamina based on experiments. The strengthening body technique Eric studied is basically stamina training. It seems he found a way to win, so Eric just needs to imitate it, right? The strengthening body technique, passed down by the descendants of the Tiger King, is a fighting technique that makes bones as hard as steel, increasing strength many times over, and also teaches the user how to fight using those powers. The Tiger Man, king of all monsters, once said, "The body is a miniature version of the world created by God, just like the way every stream flows in nature. Breath and blood circulate to every corner of the body. The human body changes based on how they breathe and think, and from the thoughts constantly swirling in the mind, countless subconscious potentials are unlocked, including one chosen by instinct. The transformed body will act according to intuition." After completing the technique, Eric told himself he expected nothing, just accepted this world, instinct, and intuition, a fighting skill based on the line between those two. Thinking this, Eric carefully observed the savage wolf in front of him. He had no plan or reason. Eric only knew this choice was right. The next moment, he unleashed a decisive strike, the fighting skill of the Tiger Man. This terrifying scene stunned Mephi for a moment. Then he watched Eric closely and said, "This crazy bastard." While Mephi was still deep in thought, Eric's devastating move charged straight at the savage wolf. Then Mephi continued in amazement. How can a human want to fight like a monster? The savage wolves were also enraged. They attacked Eric in groups of 6. Just as he was focusing, Mephi suddenly realized. Wait, but he couldn't believe it and muttered, "How did he do that?" Just as Mephi finished speaking, the remaining savage wolf was completely defeated by Eric. He kept panting, exhausted after the bloody battle. Seeing this, Augustin slowly spoke. "Just as my disciple expected, you've taken down 2 already. Maybe I should raise the difficulty of this game. But since you're struggling, I'll give you a hint. You'll see some moss growing in the shaded parts of the cliff. Pick them." Before the old man finished, Mephi interrupted it. "That's crazy. He must be really excited seeing your condition right now." Hearing that, Eric angrily told him, "Don't lump me together with that old man." After resting, Eric calmly moved forward. "Damn, it seems he's ready to continue the battle. He wants me to hunt all the wolves, right?" With great confidence, Eric challenged, "Let's see who wins." In a flash, he dashed like lightning. In the dark cave, the savage wolves quickly started the fight. The confrontation between Eric and the savage wolves lasted continuously. 10 long days passed. Suddenly, he recalled the question he asked Mephi. "Is this a flower containing mana?" Immediately, the answer from Mephi's past appeared. "It's not that I don't know why it's here. Eric gently praised, "Such a beautiful red moss." Hearing this, Mephi slowly explained, "It's a plant from the demon realm, the resurrection herb." While actively fighting, Eric continued to recall, "If it contains mana, does eating it restore energy?" He hesitated and replied, "For humans, it has no effect except some medicinal properties, but for you, I'm not sure. You are the owner of the seal. Maybe it will help you increase the seal's resistance. I bet that old man didn't bring you here for nothing. But why did he appear here? Could this place be connected to that demon?" Holding the mana-infused flower in his hand, Eric silently marveled. This really is a rare opportunity. But he was still angry about the old man putting him in danger like that. Yet, thanks to him, Eric was able to increase the seal's resistance, and his energy recovered a lot after defeating all the dire wolves. He kept thinking. Eric also practiced body-strengthening techniques. Although it consumed quite a bit of his strength, he continued moving forward. Eric said in a low voice, "This farce is finally over." When he saw the last dire wolf, he curiously asked Han, "Are you the last one?" Suddenly, a curious sound came from its back. The next moment, Eric saw something. Was it a person's foot? While his gaze was drawn by something, Jility's voice rang out. "You surprised me again. I heard from the boss that you're the strongest at Eden Academy, but I didn't expect you to be this terrifying." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped powerfully from the dire wolf's back right in front of Eric. Even though Eric was still stunned, Jility decisively said, "I've decided that if you can defeat this dire wolf, I will take you as my disciple." From above, Augustine's angry voice echoed down. "You crazy bastard! I don't know when you showed up so loudly," Augustine shouted angrily. "You know I worked hard to find that kid, but you still try to take him from me." The familiar figure made Eric surprised as he called out, "Master." The next moment, JT also refused to lose and shouted, "No, I'm the one who should say that. Do you know how hard I have to work to raise those dire wolves? Because of you, they were slaughtered. Now I have to go find some wolf pups, all the way from the southern dragon lands. For 5 years, I only fed them resurrection herbs, and then..." This scene made Mephi openly criticize, "Isn't it too ridiculous?" Eric was speechless and replied, "I can't say you're not." Right after, he spoke up to stop their argument. "Please, shouldn't you guys ask for my opinion first?" Before Eric could finish, JT excitedly rushed over. "Sorry, I saw great potential, so I was a bit hasty. From the wanted notices, you probably know I'm AI, right? Do you want to become a disciple of this beast king?" Hearing that, Eric refused without hesitation, surprising him. Then Eric calmly explained, "Although my master is a bit crazy, I'm already Augustine's disciple." Eric's kindness made Mephi find it hard to believe he was serious. Even Augustine was deeply moved. Noticing their attitudes, Eric continued, "So I can't become JT's disciple." JT immediately interrupted, "I'll teach you Image Eye." He smirked confidently. "It's a technique that lets you control magical beasts at will, and it's also how I earned the title Beast King. You saw me control the white tiger and the dire wolves, right?" Hearing that, Eric's expression changed faster than flipping a rice paper. He accepted only one master. "It's nothing more than a hollow social rule. I humbly accept your guidance, if you don't mind." His decisiveness made Jility even happier. "The binder race is really straightforward. I'm very pleased." The scene of their banter made Augustine furious and trembling. That bastard seemed too familiar with Eric. Mephi sighed, comforting him. "I know, right? There's no way he understands respect. Poor you." Eric smiled brightly and said, "So now, please teach me Image Eye." Before he could finish, Jility gently replied, "No, no." He eagerly presented the challenge. "Didn't I already tell you? I'll take you as my disciple, if you can defeat this dire wolf." Mastery of mana control is essential for those with Image Eye martial arts. Magic effectively utilizes mana flow to amplify Image Eye's power. Looks like you've been replenishing your mana by eating resurrection herbs, but this is the final test. If you defeat this one using only martial magic. While Jility was still rambling, Eric launched a decisive strike. In just moments, the dire wolf beside him was hit and knocked away by a simple but direct punch. This scene made Augustine very proud, while Jility was so shocked that Mephi had already anticipated this scene early on, so he just lightly snorted coldly. After that, Eric calmly asked, "Are you done asking?" Although very surprised, he still hesitated to answer. Yes, that's right." A moment later, Augustine slowly stepped closer, glancing at old Eric as he spoke. "The one who enjoys my suffering has finally appeared." He seriously asked, "Are you satisfied now?" After speaking, Eric carefully observed Augustine's figure. He didn't answer but remained silent for a long time. Then Augustine gently praised, "Well done. It seems I can finally." Suddenly, he stopped and began to focus the surrounding power. He grabbed Eric at the same time. The sky brightened, and Augustine continued, "I will teach you about the grudge of the Chronicle of Shadows." Then they left the cave and walked on a path covered with resurrection grass. Eric's determined footsteps arrived at another cave. He was curious. "Where are we now?" Augustine immediately replied, "The Temple of the Chronicle of Shadows." This answer surprised Eric. "A temple?" So that's it. He had sensed something strange here. A gloomy and mournful mana flow, not just that, this is demonic energy. Mephi also noticed, is there really a demon realm here? Hearing that, Eric was even more surprised. A demon realm? Isn't that a territory only a demon king can create? The next second, he said seriously, no wonder resurrection grass, which only grows in the demon world, appears here. This energy, this is the territory of that guy. But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the east. Just as Mephi finished speaking, Augustin asked, can you sense it? Before Eric could answer, he confirmed, I'm sure a descendant of the Mobinder tribe, demon hunters, can sense it. Eric neither denied nor confirmed, but curiously asked, yes? But why is the Temple of the Chronicle of Shadows a demon realm? Augustin calmly explained. Maybe you know, but the Chronicle of Shadows came from the far east, passing through here. Hearing that, Eric thought silently. Eastern architecture? Isn't that an Eastern language? Noticing his confusion, Augustin continued, the founder of the Chronicle of Shadows was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the east. One day, he lost his wife and daughter to a certain demon king. He chased that bastard all the way to the west to take revenge. Because the demon king was very powerful, the founder changed his plan. He not only combined Eastern knowledge with Western magic, but even disregarded distinctions and combined the powers of various demons to become stronger. After that, Eric slowly asked, so you're saying the founder's grudge has continued until today? Augustin answered, yes, it's been nearly 1,000 years. Hearing this, Eric speculated, because he accepted me as a disciple, that means the revenge mission isn't over yet? Augustin calmly denied. No, the revenge has ended. This answer shocked Eric deeply. Ended? Who could have done that? As he slowly followed the path, Augustin spoke naturally. Isn't it obvious? After about a 2-second pause, Eric's eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. After stopping in front of a gloomy area, Augustin gently finished his interrupted sentence. It's me. Mephi, standing behind him, commented. He may come from humble origins, but his nature is quite strong. I can't believe he could capture that strange guy. He must be extremely skilled. These words made Eric fall into deep thought. If even Mephi acknowledges the Demon King, then he must be incredibly strong. Master, how strong was the one who defeated him? It seemed Augustin noticed his curiosity. Well, this isn't something I should brag about to my disciple. The battle back then could have ended in many ways, so it's hard to say who won. So, like our founder, I created a new goal. I will decide the winner of that battle through a disciple who will one day succeed me. With Eric's shocked eyes, he calmly explained, through a disciple who will one day succeed me. Eric's eyes widened in shock as the old man calmly answered, my disciple, you will be the one to decide the outcome. Whether he is stronger or the teachings of this old man are stronger, Eric curiously asked, you mean I have to fight that thing? The next moment, Augustine calmly replied, exactly. I want you to fight its seal because you can take the monster's seal. Even as a human, the old man's excessive bluntness made him highly alert. WHY, do you hesitate at all? Augustine gently reassured, I know what you're worried about, but there's no need to worry. How could the master reveal his disciple's secret? Still, Eric remained very guarded, glancing at him. Even Mephi was deep in thought. Seeing this, Augustin slowly removed the bandage on his left arm. All right, because master and disciple must trust each other, take a look. This action immediately made Agility panic and shout, boss, wait. Then Augustin calmly spoke. Every mage has a secret technique, one that cannot be revealed to others. So do I, he said as he threw his cloak aside. I have. In an instant, Augustin's strange arm was fully revealed before them. He began to introduce it, a dark elf arm. Dark elves are unlike the elves living in the Forest of Light. They dwell in the dark underground and are followers of demons. Considered demons, they were exterminated by the Empire. While Eric was still stunned, Augustin slowly said, you know that grafting parts of other creatures is dark magic, right? And it's even more severe when it involves demons. Then he put his cloak back on. Besides Agility here, not even the host Nerester knows this secret. Now we know each other's weaknesses. Are you reassured? I discovered your secret when I controlled you while you were unconscious for teaching purposes. But if you dislike it, I apologize. However, now that I know you can absorb demon seals and activate them, we definitely can't let you go because of this grudge. Like a true gentleman, Augustin calmly handed the choice to Eric. It was just the greed of this old man. So from now on, do as you wish. Hearing this, Agility and White Tiger simultaneously turned to stare at him expectantly. Even Mephi was curious about Eric's answer. At the same time, Eric fell into deep thought. Greed, indeed, might just be the greed to satisfy something that has disappeared from him. But is greed a sin? Isn't it about having a goal? Just like your master has his own goals. How could Eric refuse someone pursuing a goal? As soon as he finished speaking, he firmly stepped forward. Eric solemnly clasped his hands without hesitation, bowed, and made his decision. I, House Merbinger, Eric Merbinger, respectfully greet the heir of the Night History, Lord Augustine Nestor, as your disciple. With this choice, Eric's face looked very relaxed. Augustine quickly responded, full of satisfaction. "Thank you, my disciple." Then Eric curiously asked, "So I just need to absorb the Demon King's seal, right? What's its name?" After a moment of thought, he replied, "I don't know exactly. On its journey from the west coast to the Empire, every time it appears it has a new name, but we call it." Just as his eyes shifted to Do, Augustin said, "Mad Beast." Do Eric calmly repeated the name and prepared to act. The mad beast before them moved Augustin to tears. Meanwhile, Eric was ready. "Then I'll start." He told himself, even as a demon king recognized by Mephisto, if he could absorb the seal of such a creature, he would do it. Thinking this, Eric suddenly hesitated. "I will, but..." The next moment, Eric asked Mephi how to absorb the seal. Mephi was shocked and said, "You've been saying it, but you don't know how to do it?" Unlike his earlier confidence, Eric answered anxiously. He asked, "So how could I refuse? You said demons get stronger by stealing each other's seals, right? Then how?" He became even angrier at Eric's innocent softness. "Before eating, did you learn how to eat? Stealing seals is like eating with us. How could I teach you that?" Inside, Eric started to feel uneasy. Oh no, magic isn't reacting at all. In cruel seal matters, it should happen naturally. Suddenly, he had an idea. Without hesitation, Eric immediately performed the absorption technique. Because suddenly, he had an idea. Could it be? Without hesitation, Eric immediately used the absorption technique. Right after he cast the spell, the eyes of the sliding creature flashed a strange light. Then the runes on its body glowed brightly, shaking the entire temple. Although Augustine and Gility's moods were completely opposite, they both intently observed the scene before them. The power radiating from the creature made the talismans scatter everywhere. The dark magic quickly approached Eric and surrounded him. Eric calmly thought. What he prioritized learning during the training week was not just martial magic or body-strengthening techniques, but also how to regulate various types of mana within his body. With a very confident expression, Eric told himself he had tested it by connecting Eric's seal and the spirit speech magic. Just as he thought, the scene around him changed. It worked. It seemed the dark magic had brought Eric to a strange forest, but his mind's world. He had to complete the test and be recognized, like the case of Tuyet's son, or not. Eric kept looking around suspiciously. Is there anything here? A swamp should have insects or birds, but there was nothing at all. He didn't think it was just because this was the mind's world. It was too silent, as if everything had been swallowed by something. After a while, Eric noticed some sounds. The rustling wind of the swamp, palm leaves brushing against each other. Something unusual, gloomy, but intense. There was a predator here, hard to approach. Before he could think further, he was drawn by something strange. The movements of the surrounding trees suddenly became abnormal in Eric's eyes. He kept moving forward, but still couldn't shake the feeling of danger. Did something just move? In the forest or in the sky? No. Even though he knew something was lurking, Eric couldn't find any evidence. He couldn't sense it anywhere. As expected, Dew suddenly appeared right behind him. "An interesting human here," he said. Previously, Eric had become a student of Augustin and Gility after passing their test and was assigned the task of absorbing the Demon King. Even after learning martial magic from Danny and Sue, the Demon King's sharp teeth aimed at Eric's neck. Eric faced Dew and thought silently. Its shadow and teeth appeared faintly through the rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves. The rest was endless darkness. He calculated that he had to fight like he defeated the Snow Mountain King. He reconsidered. No, he still didn't know how to absorb Dew's seal. He should observe the situation first. Maybe there was another way. He wasn't sure he could win. Suddenly, Dew spoke in a murmur. "You seem unusually patient." Eric was surprised and wondered if that was the only strange thing about him. At the same time, Dew whispered. "There's something wrong with you," he continued. "An ordinary human with a seal, and that's not Mephisto Fleece's seal?" Eric gritted his teeth and thought he could feel Dew's hunger from his voice like a predator. Then Dew said, "And even though you're lower rank, you have another seal. It's a dragon heart. You even know how to use spirit speech." To him, Eric was just prey. Eric thought, "All right, let's go. I'll attack as soon as he does." Suddenly, Dew spoke again. "Good. As an ordinary human, I wouldn't bother with you, but..." Suddenly, a tremor startled Eric. A set of sharp teeth appeared. Dew manifested with a fierce look, opened his mouth wide, and roared, "You seem worth it." Dew said in a childlike voice, "Dreambinder, keep craving. Go on." Eric was stunned. Dew continued, "Keep craving more. Fill your greed and ambition." Eric questioned himself. His body couldn't move. Dew approached and said, "If you do that, you will meet me again." Back in reality, Eric blinked. He was raising his tattooed arm to Mephi and wondered, "Is it over?" Augustin hesitated. "I think so." Mephi looked at him and said, the madman even said his real name out loud. Meanwhile, Eric stared at the tattoo and wondered, is the seal usually this easy to take? No way, right? Mephi immediately explained the doubt for him. He had no choice because he had to keep the seal from dying for a long time, so he reached his limit. He paralyzed your body to return it to its original form. He even gave you a seal far lower than the original. Eric thought to himself. He said, "I'll meet him again if I keep craving." He means I should upgrade this seal back to its original form? Eric asked. You have a new family, Mifi. You said you know his real name is a gift, right? He replied. I won't take back the name, the bastard. I'll survive. Augustin suddenly spoke. Du's real name is the evil god. He continued. His rank probably dropped after losing to me, so maybe he's quite fierce now. Mifi sighed. This person is crazy. Who asked AI to interfere? He even knows the value of the real name. Must have been possessed by AI. Eric thought to himself. He was about to ask the master if Mephi refused to speak, but why did he suddenly? Augustin spoke harshly. The old man explained the seal of evil. Augustin continued. Du originally was a demon called a hungry ghost. They are demons at the bottom of the food chain and are always fearful because they can die at any moment, but they are always greedy due to their hungry nature. The old man explained that is the reason. You can sense danger like a hungry ghost when you have Du's seal and can quickly find the enemy's strength and weakness, then fight against them. Augustine said with tears, the awakening of the sixth sense through mana circulation, something that martial magic users always want to imitate. He hesitated, feeling his heart pounding, and all senses tingling. Augustine emphasized, I call it the hungry ghost sense. Darnine Su has finally obtained Du's seal, and the hungry ghost sense. Now you just need to upgrade this seal and fight Du. The importance and usage of this seal are detailed information you can't find in any book. I don't know how hard Darnine Su's ancestors and master had to work to get this knowledge. The knowledge and dream of Darnine Su for 1,000 years is to achieve this one goal. Eric used his power and spoke harshly as Du's shadow overlapped his own, surrounding his body. Eric questioned himself. Now it's his turn to carry this goal. Suddenly, there was violent movement in the distance, with whooshing sounds and small sparks. Eric turned and asked the master, You said the hungry ghost sense is when the heart pounds and senses tingle. Why? He doubted. Why did it suddenly activate? Suddenly, Sheen appeared and interrupted by calling his name. Eric was shocked and questioned Sheen, How did you get here? He replied, That's not important. There's a big problem. Shin said tiredly, Out there. Eric was stunned and asked, Huh. Scene changed to Hanabi Mansion. Taza spoke in a lady's tone, Sir, you must go out to see this. Taza asked again, What's going on? Is the training formula finished? Her body trembled anxiously. Taza ordered, Stop her first. I will go meet him somewhere else myself. Hizzy was carrying a suitcase to meet Eric. She gently spoke, Sorry, little brother Eric Merbinger. Is he here? Eric and Shin rushed by like the wind. They flew past the stone coffins. Eric said, You should have tried to stop Sister Taza earlier. Shin questioned back, How can I stop that crazy witch? Besides, why are you blaming me for everything? That was your fault, he muttered. This situation is really bad. Her aggressive nature flared up again because of you. They continued flying away. Thinking of Taza's image, he hoped nothing bad would happen. Meanwhile, Taza was also gliding in the wind, thinking silently. Shin said that Tin Kwang, the Duke's sister, sacrificed her life for him. In other words, the sister didn't have the magical talent like the brother and suffered from a blockage disease. In the end, it's hard to form a genius from a fallen family. Taza thought further, the person Tin Kwang fears most is his sister, so it's probably not simple just because she's his sister. She wondered what kind of person her sister was. Scene changed to Hickey carrying a suitcase and approaching. She gently smiled and said, Excuse me, is my little brother Eric Merbinger here? The guard replied, Tin Kwang Duke is here. Another person said, But she can't enter without an invitation. Hiji stammered, Sorry, why? Can you call the third young master Sin? I'm sure he knows I'm here. The two guards replied, No. Besides, we received orders from the mistress not to let you in. Hearing this, she was surprised and asked, Sister of Shin, why? Suddenly, Taza appeared from above and said, Nice to meet you. Hizzy turned to look at Taza confidently and introduced herself. I am the daughter of the Nooster family, Taza Nooster. Hizzy bowed and said, My name is Hizzy Merbinger. I've heard a lot about you from Eric and your brother. She continued, I heard you are a charming person. Here, another person spoke up, but she couldn't join because she didn't have an invitation. Haiji stammered, Sorry, why? Can you call the third young master? No, I'm sure he knows I'm here. The two guards replied, No. Besides, we received orders from the mistress not to let you in. Hearing that, she was surprised and asked Shin's sister, WHY? Why did she suddenly appear out of nowhere and say, Nice to meet you? Hizzy suddenly turned around and looked at Taza confidently, introducing, I am the daughter of the Nooster family, Taza Nooster. Hizzy bowed to her and said, My name is Hizzy Merbinger. I've heard a lot about you from Eric and your brother. She continued, I heard you are a charming and strong person like a blazing fire, but it seems those rumors are quite true about you. It's an honor to meet you. She was briefly surprised but still politely replied, Thank you, Hiji. While speaking gently, she suddenly coldly questioned, But I dare to ask why you stopped me? I can't think of any reason why you stopped me. Taza quickly responded, This is the main residence of the Nestor family, the head of the 6 clans managing the Magic Tower. This isn't a place where just anyone can come and go freely, right? She continued. Blonde hair, blue eyes are the identifying traits of the Merbinger family, but she could be disguised. Moreover, if she really is the sister of the Star Duke, then she still has to follow certain procedures. Hiji spoke up. So in this case, what do you want me to do to prove it? If you really are the sister of the Star Duke, that means you are also a member of a magic clan. So I will only believe you if you defeat me in a magic duel. Hiji frowned and replied, Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to use magic. Hearing this, she laughed and said, Then Hiji asked back, What about spiritual energy? She warned, You'll get hurt, Taza arrogantly replied. I'm curious about that. She snapped her fingers and said, This is simple. An explosion burst out. Taza spoke, a procedure to verify your identity. Both of them flew off swiftly. Taza smiled slightly, while Hezi held a large hammer and asked, Are you sure you can stand firm against something that big? She asked again, Have you ever played tag when you were a kid? The fragments of earth and stone flew scattered from the hammer strike. They flew powerfully toward me. She easily used magic to burn them. She said it's been a long time since I last played. But Shin and I played together a lot in childhood. Taza used magic and named them, throwing fireballs at Hiki, and said, I never lose track of it. What about you? Are you good at this game? Hiki was unfazed. She gripped the hammer tightly, swung it hard, and replied, I've never lost 7 times before, but that's because the desire to win in me never stops flowing. She reached out and threw the hammer with terrifying force toward Taza. Hezi said, I always catch Eric again and again. Taza leaned back to dodge the hammer. She looked at Hezi, sparkling in the light. I thought, it's surprising that a member of a magic clan is also a martial artist, but I couldn't imagine she could wield a 220-pound hammer as lightly as a feather without using spiritual energy. She looked at the hammer and thought, that's definitely a member of the Merbinger family. That sign quickly revealed a truth. Through the mark on the hammer's handle, the sister of the Star Duke is actually a member of the most powerful mercenary legion. The hammer slammed down, creating a huge explosion. Higi laughed and asked, with this result, the score is 1-0, right? Tasha confidently replied, I won't hold back this time. Suddenly, a magical wind was created. A voice rose, pushing back Tasha. Surprised, she asked what's going on. Hiji calmly said, things are only getting better. Suddenly, she grabbed Eric's neck. Everyone was shocked. Eric struggled and said, You still look as healthy as ever. His sister hesitated. It seemed like she and Tasha were having a good time together. Would it be a problem if I interrupted you too when we get the repair fee? Now calm down and let me go. Hizi's voice was close to Eric's. She turned her neck with a cracking sound. Hizi widened her eyes and said, Let's talk for a while. I frowned and focused on her, clutching the paper and pondering. Tassa spoke. Is this correct? On the paper appeared the words Heigi Mibinger, unable to verify. Hanabi stammered in response, I'm sorry. According to the intelligence collector, the information is tightly secured. She clasped her hands and said, Well, just as I expected. After all, the Black Tower is also the strongest underground mercenary organization. Their enemies are proportional to the number of missions completed, so I'm sure their identities are also ranked. She squinted and continued, Very good. I will seize this opportunity to become a peer. In my mind, I silently calculated it's hard to meet even one member of the Black Tower because they have no relations with other AIs outside the Grey Lion clan. What if the young lady of the Merbinger family is a member of the Black Tower? She smiled and thought, this reason alone is enough to have a close relationship with the Merbinger family just because of Duke Seti and Star. But that way, Nestor definitely has nothing left to lose, right? It seems we've made the right move. Scene change. Hezi jumps up while saying, Got it. She swings the Taza hammer hard and speaks. Are those two still playing tag? Meanwhile, Eric runs and talks. Sister Shin, talk to me. Hezi responds coldly. You seem to be living well with that fame, huh? Now you can use magic, huh? She continues. And you've learned how to resist too. Hezi slams the hammer down near Eric's spot. He quickly jumps out of that position and exclaims, Sister, are you serious? Eric thinks seriously, if it weren't for Bretta, I'd really be dead. He continues thinking, she's been like this since she was a kid. She would break my leg every time I caused trouble so I wouldn't fall into trouble again. Mephi also remarks, I've never seen you struggle like this. She truly is a Merbinger, he says, but I think I can also sense a different aura from a Merbinger family member. Eric is startled and glances to the side. Hezi jumps up high, swinging the hammer. Mephi comments, This is the first time I've witnessed something this interesting. She asks, Your shallow little brother, sister, let's see if you can dodge this one. Eric uses magic and shouts loudly, blocking Hezi's heavy hammer strike. Luckily, the defensive shield protects him. Her strength makes Eric grit his teeth while defending. Sister, are you serious? He says, sweating profusely. How can you expect me to dodge a move like that? Eric tightly closes his eyes, trying to resist. Then he opens them to see Hiji is holding the hammer in front of him, standing still. Eric exclaims, "Sister Hiji," she says upon hearing that he's achieved some basic accomplishments. "I feel a bit relieved," she continues. "I know you had a hard time with mana blockage, but you still tried your best, so I want to support you as much as I can." She continues, "But now, why did you put yourself in danger, lose control, and be unconscious for days? And after waking up, you disappeared for months without a word about where you were going," Hiji asks him. "When do you think was the last time you contacted me?" "Half a year," he answers. "You were out of contact for half a year." Hiji questions tearfully. "Do you know how worried I was?" Eric thinks silently. "She always overprotects me. She scolds me for everything I do. That it's dangerous. She's always been by my side," he continues thinking. "I don't like that overprotection, but I understand why she acts that way," Eric silently admits. "After our parents died, she had to take care of a troublemaker like me." He recalls his past and Hiji. She had to grow up too fast. Then Eric silently comments that her personality is a bit extreme. Suddenly, he seriously says, "I found our family's mission. Even when I was unconscious in the dragon's lair and when I disappeared after waking up, it was all for the family mission." Eric honestly says, "Sometimes I think I don't need to get back up. Our fallen family has already collapsed, and I wonder if my efforts even mean anything." He firmly states, "But after going through so much, a thought crossed my mind. This world will be filled with calamity at any moment." Eric continues, "So avoiding it as a Merbinger member is disrespectful to Mother. Father and our ancestors fought for our survival," he declares clearly. "I will head north. There lies the mission our ancestors left behind." Eric says determinedly, "No matter what the mission is, or how dangerous the path I take is, I will still pursue it," he says, thinking of past images. "Just like our ancestors did, until our family or this world and everywhere I step shines." Eric seriously says, "Like stars." Hiji suddenly falls silent hearing his declaration, then smiles as tears gently fall. Hiji asks, "Eric, if you keep being silent and leaving, I will really crush these legs of yours." "Got it?" He hesitates. "What's wrong?" Eric asks back. "Aren't you touched?" "Yeah." Eric replies, "I've grown up. You won't interfere in my affairs anymore. Shouldn't you say something like this?" Mephi speaks. "How embarrassing. She should hit him a few more times instead of me." Du continues. Mephi spoke shamefully. "She should hit him a few more times instead of me continuing to speak. Fortunately, she still found a way to escape my control this time. You said some interesting things, but how can I trust you after everything you've done?" He replied that he was still hoping next year on this day would be that guy's death anniversary. Forget that for now. Humans really always get emotional over the smallest things. Meanwhile, in another scene, under the bright moonlit night sky in a desolate wilderness, HCO looked at a box shaped like a small pair of red wings. The box in his hand emitted tiny sparks. Asio murmured about the resurrection of the Lord named Azazel. The eagle wings spread wide. Every feather pattern appeared sharply. Those wings radiated a majestic beauty against the vast sky. Only the powerful sound of the eagle's wings flapping echoed. Time passed in a flash. 3 months later, Eric had undergone a harsh training course on a towering mountain peak. The eagle suddenly flapped its wings strongly. It aimed directly at him and then dashed forward. Eric's eyes were covered by a white blindfold, yet he calmly continued his work. A sudden dazzling light flashed straight at the blindfold on Eric's eyes. Then he quickly stretched out his arms to catch the landing. The power of the eagle agility suddenly appeared. He was surprised and exclaimed, "You learn fast." Agility praised Eric wholeheartedly. He didn't expect Eric to perfect his eyesight so quickly. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Agility. Then it swiftly glided like the wind. That person was none other than Augustin. He wanted to test Eric, so he suddenly launched an attack. Eric was now more formidable than before. He only used one hand to block Augustin's strike. Augustin was satisfied seeing Eric pass the test. "Looks like you've also mastered the demon senses." Augustin carefully evaluated. "You've learned everything possible here. From now on, real combat will help you awaken faster." Eric sighed with relief, rubbed his head, then plopped down and asked, "So it's finally over. We'll never meet again, right?" Augustin calmly replied, "It's like just yesterday you were begging to become my disciple." Agility was a bit annoyed by Eric's attitude. "I have to say, you're quite a troublesome disciple." Eric corrected his posture, planted one foot firmly on the ground, then expressed his gratitude. "You forgot you used training as an excuse to torment me, huh? But anyway, I've learned a lot thanks to you guys. Thank you, masters." Augustin was surprised and said, "Are you flattering us?" Then he laughed heartily and reminded, "Didn't you say you'd head north immediately? Remember to bring gifts back for us, okay?" Eric chuckled softly before leaving. He didn't forget to tease them. "What gifts? Let's never meet again." Then Eric's tone suddenly deepened. Still, he deliberately lingered a bit to memorize Augustin and Agility's faces. Eric gave a few final instructions, then immediately left. "Take care of your health, both of you." After seeing Eric walk away, Agility curiously asked, "Does this make you nostalgic, leader? About the days we roamed everywhere with Seth?" Augustin slowly replied, "Every day was full of joy when we were still strong, and now we spend our remaining short days holding on here. Agility was a bit puzzled. What would the boss say if he were still here? He guessed. He'd probably nag about us sitting here waiting to die like old men. We're not even 100 years old yet. Augustin laughed out loud. God, we're not as old as him. Agility nodded in agreement. That's right, compared to him, we're just middle-aged guys. Augustin expressed regret. Putting that aside, how could he leave such great masters? He guessed that Eric went north alone for that reason. Augustin cheerfully replied, that disciple needs to be taught manners again. Scene change. Tassa held the documents Eric gave her. She was surprised and said, you assigned me to excavate the lair directly? Tassa kept thanking him profusely. Eric calmly replied, I'm entrusting it to you. He was a bit puzzled why she suddenly spoke so politely. He then informed her of the arrangements he made. I've prepared a carriage to take you north. It's right at the entrance. She was still absorbed in reading the paper in her hand. The content was an agreement on excavating the Diamond Dragon's lair between the Firebird's clan and the Merbinger's clan. Merbinger's clan, Eric Merbinger's, Firebird's clan. The content inside was an agreement about excavating the Diamond Dragon's lair, right between the Firebird's clan and the Merbinger's clan. Merbinger's clan, Eric Merbinger's, Firebird's clan. Tasha Nestor noticed Tasha seemed not to pay attention to what he said, so Eric loudly reminded her, I will arrange your studies at the academy. Remember to be careful, he thought to himself. She's famously fond of dragons, so that's why I entrusted this to her. Tasha was so fascinated that she kept her eyes glued to the words on that paper. She was delighted, finally able to touch some dragon items. All of them were top quality. He was surprised because Tasha's expression exceeded his expectations. He didn't think she would be this happy. Eric silently stared at her, quietly thinking that even though it's SAO, he believed our relationship with the Nestor family was growing stronger. So maybe AI benefits too. Then he remembered someone still owed him. Eric suddenly recalled Isabel's promise. Miss Isabel said she would contact me after visiting the clans. Could she have forgotten her debt to me already? SAO? He quickly set that aside. Even though it's SAO, I got on the carriage first. Scene transition. Herman slowly sheathed his sword. He angrily shouted at that bastard Pow for hurting him. Coldly looking at the bodies of the subordinates sent by Pow, even if I am weak, he showed disdain. He couldn't believe Pow thought this was enough to kill him right now. Suddenly, Isabel's voice rang out. She analyzed based on her thoughts. Maybe he's impatient. He's weakened after losing too many blue wolves. Isabel slowly approached Herman while explaining, and he knows if you join the Merbinger's forces, he'll be in danger. After hearing his daughter's voice, Herman turned around and saw Isabel arriving with 2 others. Hearing this, he excitedly reached out to pat her head. He praised, wow, our granddaughter is really smart. That's right, Vix asked. Why don't we stop this game and just go kill Pow? Isabel shyly replied, I told you not to treat me like a kid anymore. Ray agreed with him. That's right, the 3 of us will go together. He laughed with a slightly reproachful tone. I told you, the Quio family's problems will be handled by me. You 3 just need to protect Isabel. Herman's expression suddenly darkened with deep hatred. He coldly declared, I will personally meet this duke to express my thanks. Isabel, Vix, and Gray immediately became serious. The 3 listened attentively to his words. Herman continued speaking and decided how to deal with Pow. Scene transition. Axel suddenly stopped and asked sharply, why hasn't Pow been appointed as a lamb master yet? Juan calmly replied, there's a small issue with him, Tran An. Axel, don't worry, the plan hasn't hit any obstacles yet. He stepped forward. Axel thought for a moment, then slowly responded. I thought eliminating a lamb master with mana blockage would be easy, but thinking about the declining Robinger clan possibly blocking the way, he anxiously demanded, anyway, it's not yet time to deal with the Robinger family. Quickly appoint Pao Queo as lamb master, captain of the Blue Wolf Team 1. Juan's expression gradually turned ugly. Axel didn't care and continued. Once he becomes Lamb Ho, both his body and power will be stripped away. He furrowed his brows, looking at Axel with sharp eyes. He was determined to quickly complete his goal to contribute, even if just a little, to Lord Azazel. Suddenly, Albert made a loud noise that startled the flock of birds, causing them to flap wildly and scatter into the sky. He lost patience and said, I told you not to worry. Scene transition. A classic carriage slowly stopped at an empty lot. Not far from the bustling city, Eric's sudden shout echoed. No, no way. I plan to go north quietly. He helplessly rubbed his head and said, I appreciate the preparation of such a large carriage, but I don't need a co-driver. Someone reminded him, my name is not co-driver, but coachman. Eric was about to continue begging but stopped. After thinking for a moment, he decided to change the subject. It's nice to go out with friends once in a while. NDT Zero Shin showed anger. He reluctantly replied, I only came because Dad asked me to. Okay? Not only that, Eric's sister, Hizzy, was also on the carriage. He sighed in frustration. Sis, you should go home and rest. Why come along? She smiled teasingly. Why not? Don't you want your sister to come? Eric hurriedly explained, No, I do want that. I was just so happy to be with you that I almost jumped for joy. What made him even more troubled was the presence of Augustin and Agility. "Masters, you old folks should just sit still," he muttered, scolding. "You don't allow old people to go out and play?" Augustin took a deep breath and said, "We should teach you how to behave while we're still on the way to catch some northern breeze." Jate sat cross-legged as he calmly judged Eric's actions. "You hurt our feelings by leaving us behind, lost in a daze." He gritted his teeth, showing his annoyance. "Looks like this trip is going to be noisy." "What I hate most is being troubled." Eric helplessly sat there, laughing like a fool. "Wow, 7 people is the perfect number for an expedition." You looked up, about to speak, thinking this was some family trip, but Augustin cut you off. The old man cheerfully said, "Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I am Augustin." Eric's master, Heezy, also happily introduced himself. "I'm Hickey. Thank you all for taking care of my little brother. The boy is so weak he needs a creature like this to help him." The old man was surprised and asked, "You find the species of the Demon King adorable? Interesting." Annoyed by Eric's attitude, you said, "Can you stop frowning?" "Eric, did I say you could go anywhere you want?" Eric observed him frowning, resting his chin on his hand, then quietly looked away. His attention shifted to Heezy. She was happily playing with the white tiger and the two-headed eagle. Eric then turned to look at Master Agility. He was laughing and chatting cheerfully. Not only that, Augustin was smiling at him. Eric suddenly froze, immediately realizing something. Looking at the scene before him, Eric couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes widened, clearly showing his delight. The carriage slowly rolled forward under the sunset. Then Eric suddenly pulled out a sparkling blue stone. His lips curved into a smile, revealing his happiness inside. Eric clenched the stone tightly in his palm. At that moment, he seemed to feel warmth creeping into his heart. Maybe a family like this isn't so bad after all. Scene change. Kwai sat leisurely in a chair, slowly stirring a hot cup of tea in his hand. After savoring a sip, Kwai gently set the cup down and asked, looking toward the steward standing nearby, "So, everyone has gone north, right?" The steward respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." The steward looked a bit worried and cautiously asked, "Chief, is there some good news?" From the window, Hui quietly glanced outside. "Isn't it quite interesting? Look at him." Referring to Eric and the others as that ridiculous group, Heezy smiled in a way that made others feel moved. She gently reminded Eric, "I told you to mind your manners in front of adults." Heezy uses Shin as a standard for you to learn from. "Look at Shin, that's a real man." Eric crossed his arms and sarcastically said, "A real man, my ass." That made her angry. Heezy politely asked the opinions of those present. "I'm planning to discipline this stubborn little brother. Would anyone mind?" Augustin immediately replied, "Not at all, just leave it to us." Jade laughed loudly, agreeing with him. "Exactly, discipline must come from family." She bowed gently, expressing gratitude for their understanding. Eric didn't realize he was about to face real danger. At his age, he still had to relearn discipline. As soon as he finished speaking, Heezy boldly slammed her hand on the chair he was sitting on. She smiled mischievously, her eyes blazing as if ready to devour Eric at any moment. "Eric, come take a walk with me." Heezy angrily clenched the large hammer in her hand. Her fierce energy scared Eric. "If it's just a walk," he stared at the hammer in her hand, "then put that scary thing down." Heezy gave him no chance to regret it. She immediately pinched Eric's ear and Adoris Pace dragged him away. He cried out in pain. Mifi stood aside, watching the whole scene. He sneered, "Never thought I'd see the day Eric gets dragged off." Mephi laughed heartily, clearly enjoying it. Everyone focused on driving the carriage. Every movement was decisive. The carriage had only gone a short distance when he suddenly noticed something ahead and quickly stopped the carriage. After it came to a complete halt, Eric found it strange and stuck his swollen head out, asking, "What's going on? Why are the village chiefs bringing Jay and Reel?" The 3 of them rushed out and blocked the carriage. Each held a sharp knife ready. The old man shouted fiercely, "You're brave to step into our territory." The village chiefs, along with Jay and Reel, shouted in unison, "Hand everything over." The atmosphere turned silent. Eric and the others looked confused, staring at them. Seeing the expressions on their faces, the old man also felt puzzled. Eric, with an innocent and blameless look, was still staring intently at the village chief. The old man, angered by him, raised his voice, threatening the bastard. "Do you want bloodshed?" Eric immediately got off the horse, sighed, thinking what a hassle. Suddenly, a large hand was placed on his shoulder. Agility confidently said, "Leave it to me." He grasped the situation and was secretly pleased this was an opportunity to prove to Eric how talented his master was. Agility took the white tiger outside. Village chiefs Jay and Reel were frightened and stepped back. They shouted loudly, "Tiger!" Agility showed a fierce aura. He instructed Eric, "Watch carefully. From now on, I'll show you why they call me the Beast King." Eric stretched out his hand. He muttered and unleashed an ice energy. A huge block of ice immediately fell onto the foreheads of village chiefs Jay and Reel. The terrifying power of the ice blasted the 3 of them backward. They were so scared, they turned pale and just trembled, sitting on the ground. Agility looked a bit sad and softly told Eric, "I can handle them. so why do you have to interfere? Eric saw Agility's intention and scolded him. Are you trying to turn this place into a bloodbath? After a quick assessment, Eric concluded, those guys definitely aren't bandits, just some poor wanderers from a nearby village. The village chief immediately knelt down on both knees right in front of him. Then Jay and Real also knelt down following him. They begged, please spare our lives. We still have families at home. Please, have mercy. Eric spoke slowly. If by chance, we are just powerless good people who can't fight back, he shot them a piercing look and asked if they still wanted to beg like this. The village chief was silent and glanced at Real. Eric remained silent, patiently waiting for their answer. Without much thought, the old man slammed his head on the ground to apologize. Master Mage, you are right. Jay and Real anxiously called out to the village chief. He hit his head so hard that blood flowed down his forehead. The village chief begged Eric to forgive the two of them, but said, they came here because I forced them, so punish me instead. Rio hurriedly spoke up, village chief, why do you say that? You're also doing this for the village. Jay agreed with him. That's right, it's not your fault. The two of them also confessed their guilt along with the village chief. Please, punish us too. Eric raised his hand to cut them off. Let's see if what you say is true. Scene change. A clear blue sky appeared with white clouds slowly drifting across. Under the scorching sun, Eric, along with Hizzy, Shin Augustin, and Agility, followed the village chief back to where he lived. The village chief explained the events that had happened due to drought and famine ravaging the area, making life extremely difficult for years. We thought that since we were starving, we might as well become bandits. Mei Fai observed the surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed something. Wait, this energy. The old man painfully recounted all the hardships the villagers had endured over the years. Not only did it take 5 continuous days on horseback to reach another village, we also couldn't leave the village to find work because our livestock would starve to death. The village chief suddenly covered his face and sobbed uncontrollably. He blamed himself. It's all my fault. Augustin stroked his beard and said, unfortunately, the country's laws don't reach this place. Eric thought, whether these people committed crimes or not, he would forgive them because their intentions were good. He was silent for a moment, then the old man suddenly mentioned something. Isn't caring for the people the responsibility of the nobility? Eric nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not entirely their fault. Hearing this, the village chief immediately bowed his head to express gratitude. Mephi continuously flew back and forth above Eric's head, making him feel dizzy and lightheaded. The village chief held Eric's hand and promised, we will never steal or rob again. Eric smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Eric couldn't stand it anymore and loudly scolded Mephi. Why do you keep hovering around like that? The spirit carefully explained, although faint, I sense demonic energy nearby. Eric was surprised by the mention of demonic energy and immediately became alert. Eric used all his senses to detect, frowning as he carefully scanned the air around him. After a long moment of concentration, Eric used all his senses to perceive. He furrowed his brow, focusing on scanning the air around him. After concentrating on sensing the air for a long time, Eric pondered and gave a reason. This land is too desolate indeed. Before them was only a vast empty field with not a single blade of grass growing. Augustin curiously asked, Disciple, can you sense anything here? Eric was a bit confused. This is definitely the place, but Mephi immediately interrupted him. I'm sure it's buried somewhere nearby, and he made a demand because he had helped him. So you have to give me the magic potion as soon as you find it. Eric was annoyed because he had fallen into Mephi's trap. I knew you were tricking me. He raised his hand, creating a source of energy. Eric announced, First, I have to dig. Everyone, step back, he shouted sharply. Eric frowned. His expression suddenly became serious. In just a moment, a huge block of ice fell from above, destroying the ground beneath it completely. The village chief was so shocked he gaped in amazement. The elder praised, Oh my God! In the blink of an eye, he had dug a huge hole. Then Eric decisively took a run-up and jumped straight down. The newly dug hole below safely caught Eric as he landed, accompanied by an aura he emitted. He looked down in surprise at a box. Augustin followed him. The elder quickly climbed down to Eric's side. Did you find anything, disciple? Eric nodded in response. Yes, a box buried deep underground. As Eric opened the box, a strange purple mist escaped outside. Mephi curiously stepped closer to observe. The mist continued to pour out uncontrollably. Augustin exclaimed in shock, demonic energy. After all the air inside the box escaped, a winged goatman statue sitting neatly inside the box was gradually revealed. He wondered, why is it here? According to legend, the 4 great demon lords are descendants of the demon god and rulers of the demon realm. Those descendants are Mephisto, Forest, the original sin of the apocalypse, Lilith the revolutionary, and the tyrant commanding the largest demon army. The greatest among these demon lords was the demon of madness, Azazel. In the past, Azazel was very greedy and wanted to conquer the human world. During the invasion, he destroyed 12 villages. Eric held up the statue and asked, Is this the symbol created by Azazel's followers? Mephi explained, It was specially made for human sacrifices. After answering, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, how do you know about Azazel? Eric explained. I read about it in a book in Otto's library. Eric glanced carefully at him. Since these are human sacrifices, that means everyone in those villages had to be sacrificed to summon Azazel? Mephi turned his gaze into the distance, examining the village's condition before concluding, that seems like the most reasonable guess. Eric kept asking himself questions. What are the demons hiding in the human world, and what are they plotting? Mephi spoke up. Now absorb the magic and give it to me. Many have promised. Augustin immediately stopped him. Disciple, investigating the traces of demons defeated 35 years ago is very dangerous. He gave his opinion. I think we should give it to the members of the Magic Council. Mephi sneered. Ridiculous. Eric surprisingly agreed with Augustin. Interesting. Mephi panicked and quickly asked, Didn't you promise to tell me? Eric sighed and explained. He said he would give it to the Magic Council. But if I absorb this demonic energy, how am I supposed to explain it to them? He was tongue-tied, unsure how to respond. Eric, tempted Mephi. If you tell me how to use Mephi's seal, maybe I'll try. He shouted angrily. No way. Augustin stepped forward to take the box and ordered, Send this to the Magic Council immediately. Mephi panicked and desperately negotiated. Don't you have any other requests? Except for telling me how to use the seal, everything else is fine. Eric calmly requested Augustin to hurry. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his ear. Looks delicious. Then a strange blue-black mist emerged from Eric's arm. Once free from his arm, it rushed toward the box Shin and Augustin were holding. The mysterious mist opened its huge mouth and swallowed the box whole. After swallowing it, the black mist gathered in one place, forming the body of a demon. Seeing that he had stolen what he needed, Mephi panicked and shouted, Impossible. That's my magic. Augustin was puzzled. Old Shah asked the disciple what was going on, then transformed again into black wisps of smoke and slipped back into Eric's arm. He rubbed his head and replied, It seems this thing has tricked me. The evidence I've been searching for all this time has disappeared. Mephi's fury instantly erupted. You bastard! How dare you steal what belongs to me, huh? Eric ignored him and quickly explained. It seems this village won't turn into a desert just because of one cursed object. To be safe, let's look for something else. Scene shifts to a rough stone wall inside a cave where a faint light appears, illuminating the gloom. The atmosphere grew even darker. Below ground, a few candles flickered, their small flames casting light on part of the cave interior. Damien led his followers, preparing to perform a dark ritual before a giant archbishop statue. Damien respectfully knelt and bowed his head. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about the archbishop's statue. While conducting the ritual, the followers saw Damien stop and asked, What is it, Father? Calmly, he said, Some heretics dare to disrupt his lordship's summoning ritual. Damien's followers grew angry and shouted in unison. What heretics would dare do such a thing? Damien's expression darkened. He raised his head to look at the statue, then suddenly went mad. He shouted loudly, Archbishop, we will deal with those heretics. Please do not be angry with us. Damien and his followers swore together, We will surely fulfill your great will on this land. We will resurrect you. He turned and ordered a follower, Deliver my command to Yodati. Before heading north, Damien radiated a murderous aura that sent chills down everyone's spine. Meet Casa and proceed with the summoning ceremony. Scene shifts to the sky, darkening near a river. Eric's group stopped to rest after a long day. Eric's face showed a hint of sadness as he wondered, why does no one notice what the demons have been doing all this time? Nearby villagers, seeing the river's water level rising, were happy without suspecting anything else. Now we can farm. The water is rising fast. He felt pity for the innocent villagers. They've taken many innocent lives. Augustin approached him. Gently patting his shoulder to comfort him, he said, Because we presented evidence to the Mage Council, they'll investigate soon. Besides, everything that happened will be blamed on the local lords. Augustin gazed into the distance and spoke his heart. I also want to behead those bastards who caused all this, but it seems this matter is beyond our reach now. Eric was silent, thinking for a moment. The elder said, That's right. Since the council will intervene, those bastards will act quickly. The first thing to do is find the cursed object in this area. His eyes hardened. Eric silently vowed and then crushed the cursed object they had created. The village chief was overjoyed and burst into tears of happiness. Thank you all so much. Eric's group met the villagers and said goodbye. Before leaving, he instructed the elder. The drought is over. Take good care of everyone in the village. We're leaving now. As Eric turned to leave, the village chief suddenly called out, Wait! The elder shyly asked, At least can you tell me the name of the mage? Proudly, Eric shouted his name, Eric Merbinger. The villagers present were all surprised. They marveled and exclaimed, The hero of Maxine's star, just as expected. The village chief felt reassured hearing that name. He smiled, Merbinger, the star of the empire shines again. They resumed their work, loading the cart. 5 people, Shin, Eric, Heezy, Augustin, and Gility, sat quietly and neatly inside the cart. Just as the cart started moving, someone suddenly called out to Eric. Eric, I think you should step outside for a moment." Eric immediately poked his head out and asked, "What is it this time?" The man hesitated. Well? Suddenly, two mysterious masked figures appeared before them. They hurriedly introduced themselves. "We are from the Royal Inspection Council." Soon, the group approached. They hurriedly introduced themselves. "We are from the Royal Inspection Council." Soon, that group approached. Eric Ba-chan crossed his arms arrogantly and questioned, "Are you Eric Merbinger?" He responded with a cold glare. He thought to himself, how arrogant these people are. They belong to the Emperor's intelligence agency. Because of the Emperor and the royal family, everyone knew they were monsters disguised as humans, willing to use any means. From kidnapping and coercion to murder to complete their missions, their combat abilities rivaled those from the Magic Tower and great clans. At this moment, Eric's mind echoed with thoughts, but even in a place like this, they couldn't figure out the moves of the demons. No wonder we haven't analyzed anything or sent a report to Tatung yet. They didn't hesitate to travel quite a distance to come here. He sighed softly, feeling very annoyed. However, Eric then sneered and thought, even if they have the Emperor backing them, starting the conversation like this is a bit too polite, isn't it? His face showed a careless look as he spoke disdainfully. "Yeah, that's right." He hesitated, his eyes flashing with surprise, stammering to confirm, "Yeah, that's right." Seeing himself being looked down on, Batrang's anger flared until his eyes turned red. "How dare you speak so boldly?" His whole body radiated killing intent. "We are agents of the Royal Intelligence Bureau. Commoners like you should know how to show proper respect to us." Eric pretended to be shocked, then Ba-chan trembled with anger and growled, "What did you just say?" At that moment, his spiritual power erupted fiercely, displaying overwhelming presence. Eric calmly said, "Even if you are from that great intelligence bureau, alone you are at best only as strong as a viscount." The surge of power was so intense the ground shook. He was terrified and stunned inside. "What is this?" Eric shouted angrily. "Since when do officials have the right to be disrespectful to a duke?" Soon, his spiritual power surged and condensed into a giant beast. Batrang was terrified and quickly knelt down, panicked inside, wondering how he could do that. He stared wide-eyed in horror, thinking his level was nearly that of a mage. After a while, the magic gradually faded, and the sky cleared again. Batrang glanced back and heard footsteps approaching. The Crown Prince winked to signal, and Batrang seemed to understand, nodding immediately. He quickly removed his mask. "We apologize, Your Highness." Then Batrang bowed deeply. "Please forgive us for our disrespectful behavior." Seeing this, the consort praised, "You really always know how to show others what courtesy means." Eric replied seriously, "I did that only because if I had ignored it earlier, they would have treated me like a joke, and later they would have taken advantage of that." Dung bared his fangs at Eric and continued, "Next time, if you make such a mistake again, I will speak directly to that noble." He replied respectfully, "I will remember that, Your Highness." Although outwardly submissive, inside Ba-chan was boiling with anger. Just a lowly viscount acting so arrogantly toward me? Damn it, you brat. Consider yourself lucky. Suddenly, a voice rang out unexpectedly, making him pale. "I didn't expect anyone to be disrespectful to my disciple." Augustin stepped forward, his imposing figure cold as ice. "If it were me, your head would have rolled on the ground by now." He was sweating nervously, muttering, "Yes, Augustine Nestor." Inside, Ba-chan surged with astonishment. He was the disciple of the strongest person in the Magic Tower. It was unbelievable. He clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that once he returned, he would have to replace all the intelligence agents. Long rays of sunlight spread everywhere as the two sat down and began to talk. Batrang spoke first. "Allow me to introduce myself." He spoke firmly. "I am Pachin from the 4th Intelligence Bureau." Eric's eyes fixed on the person opposite him, a thought flashing through his mind. The 4th Intelligence Bureau, they had sided with the Crown Prince in the fierce power struggle within the palace. Could it be that the Crown Prince has already sensed the recent events? Ba-chan continued, "It seems I am wasting your time, so I will get straight to the point." Eric waved his hand. "If we're going to waste time, just say it." He secretly cursed the brat, but then he forced a smile to hide his long-standing anger. "We have secretly been tracking the demon's remains, and recently we found a group of demons." He waved his hand dismissively. "Instead of wasting time, just say it." He cursed silently. "Damn brat." But then he forced a smile to hide his anger. "We have secretly tracked the demons' corpses for a long time, and recently we found a group of demons. Unclear information." Eric twitched his ear and said casually, "Oh, Rigori." Ba-chan was stunned. "How do you know about that?" He narrowed his eyes, his attitude instantly turning cold. "You intelligence agents forgot which clan I come from?" He lowered his head, his voice choked between his teeth, mumbling. Eric smirked, clearly amused. Hearing those words, Ba-trang of the Demon Hunters questioned further. The report stated that 9 Totung have been found, but only 1 has been handed over. "So where are the remaining 8 now?" You pointed your finger at yourself. "I'm holding them." He shouted, "What are you saying? That's illegal." Ba-cha spoke sternly. "According to Article 11, Section 2 of the Royal Family Law, The royal family will keep all items related to the demon tribe as evidence. Eric immediately countered Article 8, Section 1 of the ownership law states if the Administrative Bureau allows a person to possess items related to the demon tribe for research purposes. I already have a permit from the Administrative Bureau. Does the Intelligence Bureau even know about that? He sneered. He was so angry he was trembling. May I ask you one last question? B.A. Trang inquired. How did you know the exact location of the Totung? Eric frowned and sighed softly. Didn't I tell you? I'm from the Mo Binger clan, honestly, he shouted angrily. If that's all your answer, it's too vague. You sound like you want me to reveal clan secrets to the Intelligence Bureau. B.A. Chan was speechless, veins bulging on his face, irritated. This arrogant guy really doesn't know his place. He kept using the clan's name as an excuse. Eric waved his hand. I think I've answered enough. Let's stop here, okay? You can't push me further. He clenched his fists to hold back his anger. Thank you for your cooperation. Then B.A. Cha quickly turned and left. You stood silently behind, watching his figure disappear. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Wow, your guts are impressive. You even dared to talk back to the all-powerful Intelligence Bureau. Hey, I praise you, Eric. If you just stood still earlier and let them have their way, I would have taken them down one by one. He rubbed his head and sighed. Oh my, you siblings really are just alike. Agility reminded Eric, the Intelligence Bureau is very stubborn. Once they bite, they never let go. Just leave things as they are, okay? You immediately replied. No, that won't do, Eric continued. You know how it is. I'm not the type to let things end so easily. Hearing this, Shin was alarmed. What trouble is he planning to cause this time? Eric continued. I'm not the type to let someone hostile to me get away without a good reason. His eyes flashed with killing intent. It's not that easy to leave. Night soon fell. The full moon hung high, casting a pale light over the quiet space. In a quiet forest, the night breeze gently stirred the leaves, making a rustling sound like whispers of the darkness. At this moment, B.A. Chan knelt before a man. I truly am a disgrace. I apologize, he said softly, looking up. Stand up, Agent B.A. Chan, the man said. The tiger is not you. It should be me, the Crown Prince, in a deep voice. This man was the Crown Prince. Behind him, a bat watched intently, missing no gesture or word. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. The bat was a spy planted by the big fish. The Crown Prince reassured his subordinate. I am the one who wants you to meet the Mobinger family. I am also the one blinded by jealousy who underestimated my enemy. The one who acted carelessly was me. B.A. Trang was stunned. Please continue, sir. He panicked and interrupted. Your Highness, please don't say that. The Crown Prince raised his hand to stop him. However, everything that has happened so far is personal. I have decisively assigned. Our top priority is to eliminate the hidden remnants of the demon tribe. B.A. Trang bowed his head and acknowledged the order. Yes, Your Highness. The Crown Prince stared intently at him. And you said that Count Garrote is one of Gregory's subordinates, right? He cautiously reported. Yes, sir. We have confirmed that. They are all demons, and everything related to the artifacts is connected to them. To gain the upper hand in the battle for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons. In this battle, he said sternly, there is no room for mistakes. B.A. Trang bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. Then he slowly watched the Crown Prince's figure walk toward the carriage, lost in thought. He couldn't forget his old fiancée, Lady Isabel. He had no other choice but to choose politics over love for her in order to claim the throne. In his heart, he silently thought the reason he hid his identity and decided to reveal it now was probably because he wanted to see Eric Merbinger, the one who saved Lady Isabel, for himself. Every thought kept flashing through P.A. Chan's mind. This might be to give him some peace of mind, but now they have given him a reason to do what he always wanted, to completely destroy the demons. His heart was full of hope. He is the son that will lead the kingdom to better things. Thinking of Eric's arrogant smile, P.A. Chan was furious. In his mind, he immediately drew up the next plan. We must avoid interfering with Eric Merbinger any further. This trouble cannot continue. In other words, we need to eliminate Eric Merbinger thoroughly. He was lost in thought, paying no attention to the bat watching him intently from afar. Then P.A. Chan gathered his subordinates at the Royal Intelligence Agency. Listen up, this is demon territory. Demons are everywhere in this forest land, he ordered firmly. Search every corner of this place, leave no trace. Let's wipe them all out. Cut to the Carrot territory. The sound of bombs and gunfire echoed non-stop, blinding lights filled the sky. Eric and his team stood on high ground observing. His cold gaze swept across the scene below. He called out, it seems they have started. Now we should move too. Instantly, Eric crouched to gain momentum and jumped down. The group followed swiftly like arrows slicing through the wind. At that moment, Eric thought sending scouts to the intelligence agency was a wise choice. Thanks to that, I was able to gather more information than expected, he thought to himself. Although learning that the prince is also hiding in the intelligence agency was quite interesting, discovering the demon's base was the most valuable information. Soon, Eric landed and fought until the ground was stained with blood. The intelligence agency and the Viscount's family, two opposing forces, stared at the fortress wall ahead. He silently thought he would take advantage of this opportunity, fishing in troubled waters. Eric calculated while the remnants of the demons and the intelligence agency gradually approached each other. I will seize the nest and escape. He quickly put on his mask, telling himself his teachers would pave the way for their escape. They disguised themselves as intelligence agency personnel, entering Nephi to hunt. At this moment, thunderous explosions rang out non-stop, buildings crumbled, debris flew everywhere, smoke and fire darkened the sky. The hunt officially began. Eric ran while suggesting, "It's only a matter of time before the intelligence agency attacks here. We need to infiltrate the mansion as fast as possible." Suddenly, a figure dashed past, startling the two people who turned around. Sheen nodded slightly, his eyes serious. Understood. The two said no more, continuing straight ahead. When they were close, Eric quickly cast magic, breaking through the wall to get inside. Sharp arrows appeared swiftly. Eric waved his hand, arrows flew with his shout. A deafening explosion lit up the sky. Soon, the wall was breached. Rocks flew. Seeing this, a guard shouted in shock. "What? The wall has been pierced." The man beside him stammered in fear. "The intelligence agency has come this far?" Eric leaned back to gain momentum, preparing to attack again. "Look closely. These cold arrows show no mercy." Piercing the soldiers nearby, fresh blood sprayed out. The two looked at each other, nodding slightly as if agreeing on something. In a flash, they tore off their heavy armor. Immediately, a demon appeared. Rough fur, large powerful wings spread wide, its eyes glowing fiercely with a cold gleam. This is reality. Eric recalled the previous instructions. His teachers would protect the kind-hearted people here. The demon crazily charged at him. "Die, human." The reminder kept flashing in Eric's mind. "So don't hesitate to unleash your full power." Shin quickly strikes out with a massive spiritual energy wave called the Wind Blade, instantly tearing apart the wings of a demon. It weaves between the others, slicing their bodies in two. The demons are appearing in greater numbers. They have sent the intruder over there. Stop those humans immediately. Hickey quickly coils her legs to jump. Even if she's dizzy, she grips the hammer tightly and swings fast toward the demons. Just smash of the heads of any enemy that appears within sight, right? One by one, the demons fall under Hickey's power. The scene before her teammates horrifies them, their eyes widen. Carrying the bloodied hammer on her shoulder, she confidently suggests to Eric, "Leave this place to me and everyone else." Hizi raises her head and speaks decisively. "Go quickly." Obeying Eric's words, they rush away under her urging. "Stop him." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the demons laboriously carry the statue of the High Priest into the underground museum. Alast angrily shouts, "Be careful with that." He thinks to himself that even the intelligence agency would struggle to locate this place. Atlas leisurely leans against the wall, feeling pleased while they are still busy searching here. "We'll smuggle the artifacts out through a secret passage." Suddenly, shards of ice burst through layers of earth and rock, and cracks begin to spread above. Dust pours down in thick clouds with each tremor. Atlas jolts upright, his face full of alertness. Suddenly, a rock strikes his face. Eric uses force to smash the debris into Atlas's face. Bright red blood sprays out in streams. He dies miserably without even closing his eyes. The arrogant boy taunts, "See, Mayfie isn't so bad after all, right?" The two remaining demons tremble like leaves. How did he find this place? Magical energy quickly flares around Eric. Eric speaks excitedly, "We're lucky to have stumbled into a feast." Outside, flames blaze fiercely. Thick black smoke envelops everything, seemingly ready to snuff out all life in an instant. An angry man slams his hand on the table. "What did you just say?" he growls. "The Royal Intelligence Agency has found the underground museum," a subordinate anxiously reports. "I think we need to get out of here fast." The man trembles with rage. "Only my closest people know about that place." "How did they find it?" He is Count Garrett. He stands frozen, eyes full of terror, muttering, "There can't be a spy in our army." Suddenly, a deafening explosion shakes the earth, hurling rocks into the air. The wall is completely destroyed, debris scattered across the ground. One of Garrett's subordinates faints from shock on the cold ground, still clutching his face as if trying to hide the lingering horror. Soon after, Bachan slowly steps in. "I'm curious who Count Garrett really is." His cold gaze locks onto the man before him. "So it's you." He slowly removes his disguise, revealing his true identity. Bachan coldly calls out, "Kaza." He decisively draws his sword, the steel gleaming in the light. "You bastard, always running away. Finally, we caught you." The man clutches his wound, snarling in anger. "Batrang, you not only planted a spy in my camp, but also stole my museum. Who's the bastard here?" Batrang asks in surprise. "Museum? What the hell are you talking about?" Kara shouts, "Don't play dumb." Just then, the man's claws extend like razor-sharp blades. Magical energy coils around his fingertips, emitting a dark and dangerous glow. Kara coldly says, "I'm sure you'll spill everything after I cut you in half." He tightens his magical sword, flames roaring fiercely, ready to strike at any moment. From now on, I will punish traitors, Kara, under the royal name. Soon after, they charge at each other like raging beasts. Ba Trang is no weaker, meeting the attack with all his strength. The two collide like wild animals, and in an instant, their magical energies clash violently, causing a cataclysmic explosion. The surrounding space trembles. At the same time, on the other side, the shockwave spreads like a firestorm. Hai and Shin freeze, their bodies tense, eyes wide as they watch the fierce smoke rising. He wonders, Eric causing trouble again? While she hesitates, Eric's voice suddenly rings out behind them. Chai! Without hesitation. He darts toward them like an arrow slicing through the wind, shouting fiercely, eyes blazing with fire. Now's the time to act. Seeing Hiji suddenly smile, Shin was shocked. How could she smile at a time like this without hesitation? She swung the hammer, spinning it around. Each rotation created a terrifying screech, as if tearing the air around her. Then she spun her body to gain momentum and threw the weapon. It flew far away with tremendous force, crushing pillars that seemed unshakable. In the blink of an eye, the demons all rushed out in panic, running and screaming. The mansion is collapsing. We need to run fast. Eric and his teammates immediately turned and rushed towards the place. Professor, they ran nonstop, crossing through ruined hallways, ignoring the smoke and deafening explosions behind them. Soon they arrived. He joyfully called out, Professor Augustin. The professor chuckled with delight, not expecting a student to request this. The professor did this, Agility shrugged. I don't know who said it, but it's fun to play. Joking with the Intelligence Bureau while pretending to be a hero, huh? Then, the two quickly climbed onto the carriage before the wheels started turning. The old man turned to ask Eric, have all the residents evacuated? What do we do now? He grabbed the door tightly. What else? Eric's eyes sharpened. It's time to get out of here. At this moment, Ba Chan stared fixedly at the rubble in front of him, frowning angrily, silently thinking, crazy bastard. He didn't expect the man to drag everyone to their deaths. Ba Trang muttered bitterly, who would have thought he has accomplices outside the territory? Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over, breathless, reporting, Deputy Commander, we've found the museum you mentioned. Thoughts raced through his mind. The castle has collapsed. Everything is in chaos. His mission is to find traces of the demon clan and report back to the prince. Ba Trang silently schemed. This could help him seize the throne. He pondered, if I can find the fake traces Eric left connected to this event. Ba Chan's eyes flashed coldly. I can put an end to the meringue family. While he was still deep in thought, a subordinate suddenly ran up urgently. Deputy Commander, please come here. Ba Trang was startled and turned around. What is it? The man pointed forward, stammering, Sir, the treasure vault is empty. He snapped angrily. Damn it, that demon cleaned this place out? The man looked confused. I'm not sure. Recalling Kaza's angry face earlier, Ba Chan frowned slightly, a strange feeling rising. There's no way Kaza didn't know about the ambush. He only discovered the spy halfway through when he arrived. Suddenly, he paused, eyes flashing with realization. Wait a minute. Ba Chan clenched his fist tightly. That's right, it's clear now. There's a demon spy inside the Intelligence Bureau. At the same time, Eric sat leisurely, laughing heartily. Augustin asked in surprise, what's so funny? He replied gleefully, eyes sparkling with delight. Just imagining the Intelligence Bureau people seeing the empty museum is hilarious. The old man chuckled, praising, the Intelligence Bureau's people got fooled. Truly, my students. Eric glanced at Mephi beside him. Are you mad? He sighed helplessly. I already let you absorb the magic power as promised. How can a demon king like you be so petty? Mephi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, voice angry but restrained. Wouldn't it be better if you told me how much stronger you got after absorbing the demon power? Eric hugged the magic power tightly, eyes shining brightly, voice full of excitement. There's so much power here. He eagerly absorbed 10 magic power cards from the demons. They threatened angrily, if you don't keep your word, there will be no future deals. Eric sighed softly, I know. Then he quickly cast a spell, tossing the magic power cards into the air. He waved his hands strongly, a burst of magic flared up, and in an instant, all the magic power cards were absorbed amid Eric's shout. Mephi was so happy he cried, chewing eagerly. Finally, the magic power, whether from Azazel or not, isn't it delicious? But suddenly he realized something was wrong. Mephi crossed his arms angrily and growled, What? Why did you take it back? Eric calmly replied, Come on, this isn't the first time you've traded with me. You have to give to get. Here's the switch to activate the original Sin Seal. Give it to me. Only then can I give you more magic power. Hearing this, his face darkened and his voice choked. The rising anger made Mephi tremble in waves, but he forced himself to stand silently, eyes focused on analyzing. Calculating which option would benefit him the most, Mephi angrily cursed, You're a bastard. The boy retorted, That's just exploitation and a fair exchange. Eric pondered, To use the seal, that person must prove their ability. And to prove their ability, that person must understand the seal. The boy furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If I want to understand the original sin, I need to receive the same type of seal, a lower rank one. The problem is, Mephi doesn't know which rank is lower than his. There's no other way, I have to find a way to use it myself. Suddenly, Eric sensed a sinister aura approaching. He glanced out the window, his eyes immediately sharpened, fully alert. A man slowly trudged, scanning everywhere for the stolen treasure. C.A. Ra followed the magical aura cautiously, stepping carefully. He saw the spiritual energy gathering here growing denser. He immediately guessed the treasure was very close. C.A. Ra shouted angrily, "I see you, thief." In a flash, he dashed through the forest like lightning. Leaves shook with every terrifying step. C.A. Ra gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with rage, intelligence gathering overflowing. He took a running start, determination surging. "I will never give up so easily," C.A. Ra muttered. "The totem they stole has a scent only I can detect." The thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. "Once I absorb the totem and strengthen the seal, I swear I will tear you apart." Scene change. At this moment, Augustin noticed C.A.K's arrival and worriedly said, "A demon that can walk in sunlight. He seems angry because of someone." He immediately stood up. "I'll go check, sir." Augustin stopped her. "Sit down, girl. There's nothing for you to get involved in." She frowned in confusion. "Sorry, sir," the old man calmly replied. "Isn't it best for the person who sent the invitation to that guy to go?" Eric looked intently at the statue of the high priest in his hand. His eyes gleamed with intent. Hey, I'm the one who called him here. I think there's still a lot to exploit from him." Hiji was startled, turning back. "Don't tell me you're aiming for the seal?" The boy calmly answered. "It's like food coming to the cat's mouth. Refusing would be rude, right?" Kazuya stood silently observing, inwardly scornful. A royal carriage without any guards? Unbelievable. Are they trying to fool me with this? Fools, he sneered. "I'll take back the totem." Suddenly, Eric's voice came from behind. "I was worried you wouldn't come. You really came." He tightened his grip on the statue, eyes full of mockery. "You're here for this, right?" CACA tensed, fully on guard. "Who are you?" The boy replied calmly, "I am." Without hesitation, Eric took off his mask. He sneered, teasing, "I saw the item in your hand." Eric was stunned, realizing it was a cheap mask. C.A. Ra was startled, gasping softly. "Impossible." He growled angrily, teeth clenched, voice full of hatred. "You." In his rising fury, the demon within C.A. Ra immediately activated. "How dare you trick us?" Kaza furiously lunged at him. "I'll tear you to pieces." Mephi appeared, warning. "Are you sure you'll be okay provoking him like that? Even missing an arm, he's still a demon with a pretty strong seal." Soon, the man closed in on Eric, growling in frustration. "Die." Eric nimbly leaned back, dodging. "I've always wanted to know how strong I've become. Since leaving until now." Then Eric quickly jumped, dodging the next sword strike aimed at him. "And I've decided on some things to do." He landed firmly, eyes shining with excitement. Eric swiftly cast magic, voice resolute. "I will annihilate the demons right now." The tattoo on his arm glowed brightly. Magical streams flowed over his arm like rivers. With Eric's shout, huge golden ice shards rapidly appeared, piercing through his decisive swing, sending the claws flying like arrows. Charging straight at the enemy, C.A. Ra frowned, clearly seeing the danger rushing at him. Spiritual energy flared on his arm. Sharp claws emerged. C.A. shredded the incoming ice shards arrogantly, taunting. "You think magic like that can stop me?" His next words darkened Eric's face. "A mage like you dares let me get close?" CAC unleashed a powerful punch at him. With a triumphant tone, "You're finished, bastard." Eric quickly threw a punch back, launching his attack. Two streams of VA spiritual energy collided, creating a dazzling, earth-shattering magical explosion. Rocks flew from the guy who was hit, knocked back as he clawed at the ground with his fingernails to stop. Confused, he spoke up. How could a mage be this strong? In the thick dust cloud, he stood still, staring at his palm. Seeing the sticky poison on his hand, Eric's mind sparked a thought. Fighting him, this could be very dangerous. He's holding the poison within his demonic energy, which will seep into every pore of the body. Eric quickly cast a spell to block it, thinking this is his sealing power. How about freezing it to stop the poison from spreading? But this is only a temporary solution. I have to be careful not to get further exposed to the poison. Looking at the scene before him, Sarah curled his nose in disdain, thinking he stopped the poison's spread by freezing that palm. What a childish trick. Then the guy spread magical energy all over his body. The tattoo on his arm glowed brightly, muttering, "If that's the case." Kara's eyes blazed red, his voice challenging. "Then how will you stop this?" He flapped his two arms like wings. "Let's see how you freeze a poisonous wind, lightning fast." Streams of toxic air surged and swirled around Eric, trapping him with no escape. He gritted his teeth. A rising fear surged in him. Damn it, the poison is seeping into my body. This isn't something I can freeze to suppress the toxin. Suddenly, a determined gleam flashed in his eyes. But I can still do something to break his attack. Eric spread his arms wide, repeatedly unleashing the reverse freezing technique with full determination in his mind. "I will blow this poisonous wind back at you." In a blink, the magic reversed and lunged straight at the opponent. Kazuya swung his arm to block with incredible speed, sneering. "How foolish you are to think the magic I use could affect me." Suddenly, he was startled, eyes wide with shock. What? The enemy in front of him had completely vanished. Kazuya was stunned. Where did he go? At that moment, Eric silently appeared behind him without him noticing. After a moment, Kazuya realized, but it was already too late. Eric shouted loudly, binding him in an instant. His whole body was tightly wrapped in sturdy chains, unable to move. Kazuya's face turned pale, panicked, shouting, "Wait!" Without hesitation, Eric immediately cast a spell, his face full of delight. "Come on, ending you anywhere is no fun at all." Eric thought to himself, "It's been a while since I used this move." In the blink of an eye, a secret technique, Snow Mountain King's Palm, was unleashed with terrifying power. The pain made the guy unable to stand, his whole body trembling. Both knees hit the ground. Kazuya gasped, voice full of horror. How can a human wield the power of the Snow Mountain King? Eric grabbed his head tightly, eyes flashing coldly, staring straight at him. Eric coldly said, "You don't need to know anything." Then he used the absorption technique. He absorbed all of Kazuya's magical energy into himself. Kazuya's body cracked open in moments and collapsed to the ground, dead before he could even gasp. Eric was silent, his cold eyes fixed on the motionless body on the ground. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Levi's face fell, inner turmoil rising. Exterminate the demon race? He dares say that in front of me? He smiled with satisfaction, meaning even if we have no choice but to work together, we will eventually become enemies we have to fight in the future. In Levi's mind, a line of thought arose. That's great. That's exactly what I think, Eric said, putting one hand in his pocket. His other hand clenched into a fist, eyes sharp, staring intently at the corpse lying on the ground. Suddenly, something seemed to affect his body. His brows furrowed tightly, vision blurred. Eric clutched his chest, drained of strength, slumping to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black liquid. Augustin and Heezy saw this and quickly ran over from near the car, calling out to Eric. He gritted his teeth, sensing the poison accumulating in his body. Heezy held one of his arms, while Augustin placed his hand near Eric's back, transferring energy and asking, "Are you okay?" Eric closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, I feel better now." After a while, Eric wiped the dirt from his face with the back of his hand and tilted his head, asking, "Have the demons always been this strong?" Augustin withdrew his hand and confirmed, "Yes, of course, that's right." He recalled the face of the demon they had met earlier and guessed if he had been in his best condition back then. A strong gust of wind blew past them. Augustin clasped his hands behind his back and concluded, "Son, you've probably lost him already." Eric sat cross-legged on the ground, extremely confident, and retorted, "No, I think I will still win." Augustin widened his eyes and thought to himself, the boy has boundless confidence. Looking at Eric, he saw him acting as if nothing had happened. Slowly stretching, Augustin silently admired, "My son must be figuring out a way to defeat his opponent." Despite the unfavorable situation, the lips hidden behind Augustin's beard tightened slightly. However, he spoke up to remind the person in front of him. "Didn't I tell you not to let arrogance take over? You need to change, Eric." Eric raised an eyebrow and asked him with curiosity, "But Augustin, why are you making that face?" Augustin's expression showed excitement, and he kept praising himself. "Truly worthy of being my disciple." At night, the sky above was dyed a deep black, with only the full moon shining brightly. The scene below on the ground was a pile of ruins. A man in uniform asked the person opposite, "Captain, what exactly are we supposed to find here?" The teammate replied, "I don't know either. Why does he keep telling us to look for traces of the third party here?" The man in uniform, wearing a mask, closed his eyes and sighed. "We've been searching all day and haven't found any trace." Before he could finish, a hand suddenly pierced through his stomach from behind. Blood splattered onto the man's uniform. His face froze in shock at what had just happened. Lucifer's eyes flashed red. Calmly, he withdrew the hand covered in blood, and immediately the man in uniform collapsed face down on the ground. The teammate glanced blankly on the spot. Lucifer asked him, "Hey, what happened here?" The teammate reacted, slowly moving his legs and shouting, "Who's there? Show yourself!" Before he could finish, a hand reached out and tightly grabbed his face. Lucifer lifted the man off the ground by the neck, his legs dangling in the air. The man struggled and screamed. The symbol on Lucifer's palm glowed. He said in a displeased tone, this annoying voice, "I'll find out myself then." 7 sharp screams echoed through the space. Finally, the teammate was completely assimilated by Lucifer. His body cracked, then shattered into countless black dust particles. All those black particles were absorbed by the symbol on Lucifer's palm. He closed his eyes, tilted his face to the sky, and said, "Casa 7 has fallen." In Lucifer's mind, images appeared of Casa, seemingly injured and trying to hold one arm. Next was a scene of 2 men breaking down the door of a certain room. Lucifer whispered to himself, "The third party isn't just the intelligence agency or our kind involved in this." Another scene appeared in his mind. It was the silhouette of the Crown Prince Lucifer, walking away with an interested smile. Truly an unexpected harvest. When he opened his eyes, they had turned a terrifying shade of red. Thinking of the Crown Prince personally participating at a square with a giant statue, the third party knelt in front. Behind him were people from the intelligence agency also kneeling on the ground, unsure how long they had been there. The Crown Prince spoke. Enough for everyone. He clasped his hands behind his back and sternly reminded them, remember the wounds you suffered today. For the rest of your lives, reflect on yourselves. The third party was covered in injuries. Bowing deeply, he replied, I will remember that. The Crown Prince asked him, the conquest plan, which was planned for over 5 hours, has completely failed. What do you intend to do now? The third party didn't lift his head but shared some information he knew. According to the report from the Marquis Garrett, he is not the only follower of Gregory. Fortunately, the agents we sent to other branches were able to gather information about our main camp. The Crown Prince, after hearing this, concluded, that means the plan for this place hasn't completely failed. The third party confirmed, yes, the Marquis Garrett's plan was simply a mistake by our Team 4. The Crown Prince turned and started walking. It was just a mistake by us in Team 4. The Crown Prince turned and walked away. He ordered, all right, Ba-chan, clean up this mess and then head to the rendezvous point. Suddenly noticing something unusual, he stopped in his tracks. The area had become chaotic with continuous screams signaling an ambush by demons. Ba-trang immediately reacted, stood up holding his sword, and commanded the others. Everyone formed ranks. Members of the intelligence agency began coordinating, splitting into multiple directions. Eliminating the flying demons on the hill, Ba-trang stood in front of the Crown Prince, glancing and scolding, you fools, protect the Crown Prince first. All members of the Intelligence Bureau understood his meaning and simultaneously rushed to one side to protect His Highness. Running to the Crown Prince's side, but at that moment above them, a streak of black-purple energy flashed by at lightning speed. Ba-chan was startled, thinking silently. Too fast, he changed position. Using his sword blade, he blocked the black-purple energy from hitting the Crown Prince. Lucifer's face was directly opposite Ba-chan. He praised him. Not bad. Human. Ba-chan swung his hand, slashing, trash, how dare you. Lucifer jumped onto the hill to dodge his slash. Lucifer smiled as if he had found his target, pointing a finger. It's you. His gaze fixed on the person standing behind Ba-chan, exclaiming 4 words, you are the Crown Prince. The demons around heard his words, fell silent, and exchanged looks. They all flew toward this side at once, attacking the Crown Prince. He is the Crown Prince. Ba-trang raised his sword, arranging, I will block him, protect His Majesty. 2 Intelligence Bureau members swiftly escorted the Crown Prince away. Please go with us, Ba-chan swore, releasing a source of power within himself. I, Arthur Ba-chan, will begin executing those who dare harm His Highness. On both sides of Lucifer appeared mouths with long tongues sticking out and sharp teeth. He clenched his fists. That guy's pretty good. Let's start acting, shall we? The 2 attacked each other without hesitation. Lucifer's mouth opened wide as if ready to swallow Ba-chan whole. An enormous explosion occurred. 2 forces, purple and yellow, collided directly. Below, the demons kept attacking. Intelligence Bureau members fought desperately against them. The demons targeted the Crown Prince and whispered among themselves. We'll get the seal if we bring the Crown Prince's head to the envoy, right? I wonder if we'll get more seals if we bring more body parts of the Crown Prince to the envoy. Ba-trang angrily charged at a demon. How dare you lowly demons insult the one who will govern our empire? Many slashes were unleashed, blood splattering, accompanied by a roar. Your Highness, I will clear the way for you. A demon suddenly flew to the Crown Prince's side, shouting at the Intelligence Bureau member beside him, you better hand the Crown Prince over to me. It raised its sharp hand and wildly attacked. The seal is mine. The Crown Prince was so surprised he stood frozen, unable to react. In this dangerous moment, a voice echoed from somewhere. Who dares block the envoy? As the words ended, countless beams of power shot down from the sky. The winged demons with immense power charged straight at the winged demons. Then they gathered to form the image of a lion's head, the symbol painted on the flag representing the blue lion. Lucifer held an arm, licking his lips, impressed. Luckily, an Intelligence Bureau member of the Crown Prince recognized the approaching army as the Blue Lion, led by Herman on horseback. Beside him was Isabel. Someone joyfully shouted, the Blue Lion is here. Herman nodded and ordered the troops behind him. Soldiers, eliminate the enemies. All Blue Lion soldiers received the order and advanced without hesitation. One slash alone took down a winged demon. The Crown Prince silently stood on this side. The Intelligence Bureau members surrounding him cheered joyfully. We're saved. The Crown Prince's gaze focused solely on Isabel, silently calling her name in his mind. Isabel. Time passed. The sky cleared with twinkling stars above. Blue Lion soldiers and the Crown Prince's Intelligence Bureau members faced each other. Time passed unknowingly. The sky cleared again with stars sparkling high above. Soldiers of the Lamb sect and members of the Crown Prince's intelligence agency faced each other. A report sounded, although we managed to eliminate most of the demons with the Lamb sect's help, Ba-trang, his clothes stained with blood, respectfully bowed to the Crown Prince and said, We could not defeat the demon leader. The Crown Prince closed his eyes and nodded once at the person before him. Thank you. Herman also bowed and explained, I'm relieved you are safe, Your Highness. I will escort you back to the palace, but you already have the intelligence agency with you. I will take my leave here, Herman said, as if showing concern. The prince replied, you must be very busy, so please continue on. Herman bowed once again, thanking him for his understanding. Just as Herman raised his head, he suddenly heard the Crown Prince ask curiously, but may I ask where you intend to go? He had no intention of hiding anything and glanced at Isabel standing beside him as he answered, I am looking for Eric Merbinger. The Crown Prince also turned his gaze toward her. I understand. Isabel bowed her head. Her complexion was slightly flushed, and the corners of her lips curved into an extremely gentle smile. The Crown Prince calmly turned and left, leaving only the words, all right, goodbye, but in truth, he was silently murmuring to himself. The new name he just heard, Eric Merbinger, was that the same one? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a carriage was moving through the forest in winter weather, snow lightly falling. Eric sat inside, curiously sticking his head out the window. He observed the carriage stopping in front of a massive city gate. Eric studied the fortress ahead. This is even bigger than what I heard, he silently analyzed. The palace must be somewhere behind this fortress wall. Soldiers stood blocking the gate, loudly demanding, please stop. Eric spoke to the guards in front. You must be border guards. We want to cross the border. The lead soldier did not move. Instead, he raised his hand to refuse. Eric, tense inside the carriage, heard him declare, but you cannot pass. Eric stepped down from the carriage and asked the lead soldier what had happened. Over there beyond the fortress wall, the lead soldier recounted the situation. Monsters outside the wall have been causing chaos lately. Unexplainable phenomena have also started appearing, so the guards are on high alert. Eric looked at the black streaks in the sky and thought to himself, I knew the energy I sensed beyond the wall was highly suspicious. He gritted his teeth and smiled, thinking, even so, I have no intention of giving up now. Eric signaled to the driver. Give them the pass, he said. The driver replied, understood. Quickly, Eric reached inside his coat to find something. In his hand was a rolled-up paper, which he slowly walked toward the lead soldier. Without saying a word, Eric handed the paper to the soldier. The lead soldier unrolled it. He read the contents with a suspicious expression, silently wondering, what is this? When he saw the names on the paper, the soldier was startled and quietly exclaimed, the Nearester and Merbinger families? He carefully rolled the paper back up and respectfully returned it. I apologize. I wasn't aware you came from such influential families. Usually, people cannot pass, even with a pass. But I will make an exception because you come from the Nearester and Merbinger families, the soldier requested. Please proceed to the highest temporary refuge. If anything happens, run there immediately. Eric asked, if I hide there, will someone come to rescue me? The soldier uttered only one word, no. His face grew serious as he continued, if that's the case, it will be easier for us to find your body. Eric frowned, stunned by the soldier's answer. A giant SA bug opened its mouth full of sharp fangs wide, swinging its head toward Eric, who was standing on the ground below. Then the SA bug closed its mouth and, at incredible speed, lunged directly at him. When it was just a short distance from Eric, the SA bug opened its mouth wide again. Eric raised his hand. A blue light shone from the tattoo on his arm. Eric jumped into the air, and a sharp block of ice stabbed straight into the SA bug's neck. A roar echoed. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said, these SA bugs keep charging like crazy. Behind Eric, another SA bug appeared, its mouth wide open full of sharp fangs. These SA bugs keep rushing here like crazy. Behind Eric, another SA bug appeared, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs, rushing to attack him as if sensing its movement, glancing back. Eric jumped up and flipped in the air to dodge, silently thinking after the last fight with the demon. I feel like I can't really use what I've gained properly. Skillfully, he reached out his hand forward, thinking to himself, if I get more seals in the future, my mana will be a limiting factor, and I won't be able to use them to their full power. Eric shouted a greeting. As soon as he finished speaking, countless ice blocks flew over and pierced straight into the monster bug. The monster bug screamed once, then its whole body lost all strength and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Large cracks appeared on the earth as well. Eric landed right beside it silently, revealing a magical target reserved only for himself. I need to create an entirely new magic. He looked up and concluded in his mind that only then would he be strong enough so that no one could look down on him anymore. Behind Eric, someone stepped closer and asked, Sir, are you done yet? Shin and the others didn't know how long they had been waiting. He tightened his coat, trembling and complaining, even though I've wrapped my body in mana, it's still freezing cold. I'm almost out of mana too. Eric turned his head to look at the scene before him and thought, this place should have been hot like a desert, but unexpectedly, it's freezing cold with strong winds. He wondered if this was one of those strange phenomena they had mentioned. He recalled the information he had learned. This place was called the Black Snowfield. The name Black Snowfield. It was simply a metaphor because the land here was poisoned and blackened. It looked like a black snowfield. That was the meaning behind the name. Eric looked at the corpse of the monster bug on the ground. This place was also completely filled with monsters, and even the Empire had to give up trying to conquer it. This was a forbidden zone, where even Grand Mages of level 8 and above were not necessarily safe. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around his shoulder. Shin closed his eyes curiously and called out, "Hey Eric, is the Flower Shrine really a place blessed by the gods?" He felt suspicious and asked, "In fairy tales, the Flower Shrine is a peaceful garden where the god of flowers lives happily with humans, but does this place really look like a flower garden?" Eric shrugged off Shin's arm and firmly affirmed, "The Flower Shrine does exist. I can confirm its existence based on the records of my ancestors in the royal family." Augustin was also interested and asked, "So you know its exact location?" "I don't believe. You can find it just with the information in those records." Eric revealed his intention. "I'm thinking about finding the Beast Guardians who watch over the Flower Shrine," Augustin exclaimed, reminding him, "The Beast Guardians hold a deep grudge against humanity. Are you sure you'll be okay?" Eric patted his chest confidently and said, "I have a plan." Augustine stroked his thick beard and said, "I don't know what you're planning, but I'm really looking forward to it. It'd be even more fun if I knew your intentions." The old man reached out, curious, "But how do you plan to find the Beast Guardians in such a vast place?" Eric answered, "That's something I'm still thinking about." Hiji also spoke up, "Do you have a map or any guide? We can't just search the entire black snowfield." Eric replied to her, "No, we have nothing. If only we had a compass." Mifals hovered in the air as if he sensed something. He flew closer to Eric and whispered, "Hey, the ice crystal is glowing." Eric reached into his coat and found the ice crystal he had stored in his pocket. He held the glowing ice crystal in his hand and wondered why it suddenly started glowing. The ice crystal suddenly flew up into the sky, startling everyone. Watching, Shin gaped in amazement. Something from inside the floating ice crystal emitted a dazzling light that shone directly down on Eric's head. His eyes widened as he silently realized the light from the ice crystal was opening a path for them. Eric smiled at everyone standing around and said, "I think we found the way." In the night sky, a full moon cast its light, illuminating the darkness, and twinkling stars surrounded it. In the forest, a breeze rustled the leaves. On the forest trail, a horse-drawn carriage with a lantern slowly moved forward. Eric held the ice crystal in his hand, glanced around, and then ordered to stop. The driver heard the command and replied, "Yes, sir, Eric." Shin asked curiously, "What's going on?" Eric looked down at the item in his hand and explained that the ice crystal had stopped glowing. "After we enter the forest, I think we need to search around here." At night, the forest is tangled with tall ancient trees, the space covered in darkness, seeming gloomy and scary. But in an underground area, a cluster of warm yellow lights appears, illuminating a spot. Eric leads Shin, Hizzy, Agility, and Augustine heading in one direction. Shin feels doubtful. Turning his face, he asks, "Are we really going to find anything here? I don't see anything at all." Agility's eyes flash brightly, saying, "I'm searching from above with my spirit beast, but I don't see anything either." Eric stares at the ice crystal that no longer emits light like before. "Is that so?" He curls his fingers, gripping it tightly in his palm. Eric closes his eyes and turns in the opposite direction. "Let's go back to the carriage. The ice crystal might still guide us." Suddenly, 7 sharp screams echo in the air. Both he and Agility are startled, looking toward the same direction. Eric and Shin exchange looks as if understanding each other and nod simultaneously. Exchanging glances, the three of them, Eric, Shin, and Agility, use extreme speed to dash away. All three move like lightning, weaving through the trees, advancing forward. They don't know how long they've been running. Eric widens his eyes, signaling something is there. He and Shin crouch behind 2 trees. On the other side is the sight of several horned demons. They're surrounding a woman. Eric looks closely at the woman's appearance and murmurs to himself. A female beastman, Mephi, stands at a tree corner with her arms crossed, saying, "That's a female cat beastman." On the other side, the horned demons with glowing red eyes open their mouths and roar loudly. They start to frantically charge and attack. Irina is kneeling on the ground, completely powerless to resist, only able to shut her eyes and scream loudly. "Is anyone there? Please help." At that moment, a voice echoes. Irina, still terrified, clenches her teeth. She closes her eyes tightly, waiting for her fate, but after a long time, nothing happens, so she opens her eyes in confusion. The horned demons have now been frozen into cold stone blocks. Eric is behind a tree trunk. He snaps his fingers, and all the frozen horned demons shatter into pieces. Eric approaches Irina, concerned, asking if she's okay. One hand strokes her hair, the other reaches out to her. "You must have been shocked, huh?" Mephi mocks. "You have no acting skills at all." Eric ignores his sarcastic words. He quietly asks Irina, "If you're hurt anywhere, I'll heal you." He extends his hand, showing friendliness, wanting to help her stand. "Can you stand on your own?" Irina silently looks up with a hostile gaze, glaring at him. She aggressively pushes Eric's hand away. "I don't need help from a human." As Irina finishes speaking, 2 cat beastmen with bows appear on a tree branch above them, guarding from above. Below, Eric's group is surrounded by a group of cat beastmen armed with weapons. Irina grits her teeth, threatening the foolish human. If you don't surrender after I count to 3, I'll deal with all of you. She counts 1. A cat beastman on the tree raises his bow, glancing at the other beastman on the tree. Irina's counting continues. 2. Hizzy looks toward the back figure in front of him, silently asking Eric, "What are you planning?" Eric's lips curl into a bright smile. He raises both hands and frankly declares, "I surrender." The group Hizzy, Gility, Augustine, Shin, and Mephi each show different expressions upon hearing Eric's words. Eric stands in front, raising both hands with a smile, saying, "I surrender." Mephi crosses his arms, thinking to himself, he really is full of tricks. The scene flashes back to earlier. When Eric's group was still hiding behind some trees, he glanced and saw Irina trembling, kneeling on the ground, surrounded by horned monsters. Eric chuckles. This situation is obviously a trap, the same old trick. Surrounded by a few goat-horned monsters, Eric chuckled and said this situation is obviously some old trap trick. His eyes gleamed. Recently there were soldiers too. Augustine, standing by another tree, asked Eric what he plans to do now. Eric's lips curled into a smirk, answering, "What else could I do? If they want to play, then we'll play along." His expression showed interest as he said, "We'll let them lead us right into their lair." Back to the present in the Monster Kingdom. An old horse-drawn carriage with a prison cage behind was moving along a quiet street in the city. Irina led the way in front. On both sides of the carriage's front were beastmen of the cat tribe guarding the prison cage. Everyone was tied up with iron locks except Augustine, who had dozed off, while the others remained silent without anyone speaking. Mephi crossed his arms and called out to the person sitting below, asking, "Do you really have to do this?" He couldn't understand why it had to go this far. Eric smiled and replied, "You're too naive," his face showing cunning. He confirmed that they had to be ready to sacrifice so much to pull off the deception, and Mephi could only sigh in admiration. Unexpectedly, those dumb monster guys were fooled by such a terrible act. Suddenly, on the roadside, many beastmen appeared, pointing at their prison cage and cursing, "Terrible humans! Why does the search team keep bringing humans back? They definitely don't mean well, just deal with them right now." Eric glanced outside to assess the situation. "I expected this, but their anger toward humans is really intense." Mephi also looked in Eric's direction. "After all, you humans stole their habitat and drove them here, so isn't this normal? The ancestral rage won't be so easily quelled." Eric fell silent. His eyes quietly narrowed as he glanced outside the carriage. Not knowing how long they had traveled, finally, the carriage wheels stopped somewhere. Irina's feet suddenly turned back as she faced forward. She spoke, introducing herself. "I am Irina, Royal Guard of the Andromov Kingdom." Her warning voice carried into the prison cage. "If you value your lives, you better behave obediently." Eric looked up, staring at her. At the massive castle gate, Irina's threats echoed. "Because our great king will interrogate you." The sky above had many white clouds drifting lazily as the castle entrance doors slowly opened. Irina led Eric's group inside, walking ahead down a long corridor. Eric and the others were handcuffed behind their backs. Mephi, with his hands chained and arms crossed, curiously asked, "You must have some intention, right? That's why you're entering the enemy's stronghold, right?" Eric smiled and confirmed quietly, in a way only they could hear. "Of course, the monsters won't refuse me." On both sides of the hallway, many beastmen stood in long rows, waiting. Eric passed by the Beast Kingdom officials staring at him and explained to Mephi, "Because I have the power they've coveted for centuries, the technique of the Tiger King, the former Monster King." He muttered 3 words, "strength technique," while Eric calmly analyzed. The Tiger tribe had held the king's position for generations but are now extinct. If the strength technique, the symbol of royal authority, reappears, Eric excitedly said, "Just imagine how valuable it would be." Mephi looked at him with appraisal. "You're really eager to sell it for a sky-high price, huh?" Ahead, Irina knelt on one knee, placing her hands respectfully on her chest and bowed deeply. She loudly reported to the person in front, "Your Majesty, the great king of Andromov, I have brought the prisoners." A small figure sitting on a chair responded, "Well done." His hands rested on the armrests, revealing sharp claws. Valence asked, "Why did you humans enter our territory?" Eric wondered silently if he was a tiger beast. The boy opened his mouth to speak, revealing sharp, gleaming teeth. "If you dare lie," Eric froze in place. In his mind, he murmured, "No way." The Monster King, Tiger King Valence, sitting seriously and threatening like that, means no one leaves here alive. Eric stood below, unable to believe it, whispering, "He's just a kid, then you won't leave here alive." Eric stood below, unable to believe it, silently shouting, "It's just a kid." He was completely frozen in place, while Hizzy standing beside him tried hard not to speak. Her face sweating, she whispered softly to herself, "He's so cute, too adorable." Mi-Fi also covered her mouth, teasing, "A young Tiger King. Maybe you won't gain much from this, not as you think." Eric narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "It's good that the Tiger King still has heirs," but he was still too young. He took a step forward, silently calculating in his mind. Let's see how it goes first. Even if it goes wrong, I can always choose to escape. Eric showed no fear and asked, "Are you the king?" Mouse, standing to the side, was displeased with his attitude. He shouted, "You insolent bastard, how dare you question our great king like that?" Eric bluntly replied, "Old man, don't interfere." Mouse, furious, pointed at Eric and cursed, "Old man, you brat. Soldier, drag that criminal out immediately." Eric tilted his head and wiggled his ears. Noisy Mouse, just then someone ordered to stop. Mouse still wanted to continue, but Valance stood up from his chair, his eyes flashing red with authority, and asked him, "Do you intend to disobey my order?" Mouse had no choice but to grit his teeth and retreat. Returning to his position in line, Eric smirked proudly and glanced at him. Valance sat back down and asked, "Well, do you have something to say?" Eric smiled, thinking to himself, "I thought he was just a clueless kid. It turns out the tiger blood still runs in him. Maybe he'll be easier to persuade than I thought." Then he looked up and faced the boy directly. He asked back, "Do you know martial arts?" Valance's expression froze upon hearing the question. The boy exclaimed, "What?" Eric raised two fingers and said, "If I told you I want to sell it, how much would you offer to buy it?" The officials standing on both sides started to stir upon hearing this. "What nonsense is this? You miserable little human. How dare you mention martial arts? Soldiers, split this human's head and body." Valance had to raise his hand to order them, "Calm down, everyone." Eric, as if losing patience, waved his hand and snapped, the iron shackles binding his hands. He shouted, "You all are too noisy." Immediately, a group of guards rushed over to shield Valance. The criminal who broke his chains and the royal guards behind him, led by Irina, also gathered. Eric's group was now surrounded on both sides. The iron shackles were broken into pieces by the others in Eric's group, falling to the ground. Augustin rubbed his wrist and asked with concern, "This freak isn't easy to deal with." "Want me to help?" Eric confidently refused. "No need, sir. I will handle them myself." A glow emitted from his body as he stepped forward a few steps. "I need to show them my ability so they'll believe me." An official shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Royal guards, quickly take down those vile humans." The guards immediately charged at Eric. Shin sighed helplessly. "He's been very quiet on the way here, so I was suspicious." He called out, "Eric, if you dare touch my beloved tiger cub, I'll tear you apart." Agility laughed excitedly. A blonde guard extended his sharp claws and lunged at Eric. Eric stood still, extending his hand with fingers gradually curling. He took a few steps back to gain momentum, then dashed forward at incredible speed. On the opposite side, the beastmen were also rushing in, both sides about to collide head-on. Gritting his teeth, Eric swung his arm, focusing all his strength into his sharp fingertips. In the blink of an eye, he passed the guard, simultaneously slashing multiple claw marks on him. Martial arts. Fierce, tiger assault. The two-tailed official gaped at the scene, unable to believe it. The official next to him also couldn't believe it and asked, "How can a human know martial arts?" Someone ordered, "Royal guards, transform into beasts immediately." The two guards nodded to each other. Their human faces transformed into beast faces with sharp fangs. Their hands and chests grew large and hairy, their legs bent into beast-like limbs. The official standing next to him couldn't believe it either, asking how a human could know martial arts, then ordered the royal guards to transform into beasts quickly. Two guards nodded to each other, their human faces turning into beast faces with sharp fangs in their mouths. Their hands and chests grew large and hairy, their legs turned into slightly bent beast legs. Muscles bulged, tearing their clothes apart. The guards fully transformed into beast forms, but still walked on two legs. A person shouted loudly, attacking the beastmen, opening their mouths wide. Looking extremely fierce, they all charged at Eric at once. Someone smugly declared, "You're finished now." Eric stood still, clenching his fists, spinning his foot on the ground, then stomped down hard. Eric jumped up, spinning in midair, knocking away all the beastmen surrounding him. The tiger body technique, the beastmen stuck out their tongues and passed out, knocked away and then fell right at his feet. A guard standing far off trembled as he looked up at the dark shadow enveloping him. Behind Eric appeared a giant black tiger. The tiger body technique, Black Tiger's fierce steps, its huge paw stomped down from above, crushing the guard to the ground. Irina trembled with anger as she saw her subordinate pinned down by that tiger paw, unable to move. She drew two swords hanging at her waist. She charged forward to attack. "How dare you!" Irina's sword tip was only a few millimeters from Eric's neck when a command shouted, "Stop immediately!" She froze and turned her face toward the voice. Irina looked at Valance standing before the throne and called out, "Your Majesty." Eric pushed down the sword, pointed at him, and said, "I think you've seen the power I have is real now." He smiled and asked the boy, "Do you believe me now?" Valance silently stared at Eric. Inside the palace hall, chaos reigned. Beastmen guards lay defeated, scattered everywhere. Valance narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and asked, "How do you know about the tiger body technique?" "Even we don't know it." A great blue power burst forth, filling the room and forcing the other beastmen to crouch defensively. From the tattoo on Eric's arm, a sparkling light radiated. He smiled and said, "That's magic." Valance frowned, not understanding, and repeated the two words he just heard. "Magic?" Eric raised his hand and used his power to draw magical circles in the air. Magic flows through everything. It always exists in this world. It reveals the mysteries of nature, and it harmoniously unites all principles within it. Valance looked up at the shimmering light before him, so the tiger body technique has always been preserved through magic. Eric smiled and moved his hand to gather all the magical circles together. Closing his eyes, he confirmed to the boy, "That's right. All the mystical images that appeared before." Valance vanished quickly after Eric waved his hand. Valance's eyes sparkled brightly. The boy looked at Eric in amazement. Mayfi behind him crossed his arms and said, "Magic? What are you pulling now? Another trick?" Eric smirked lightly. "Even beastmen have some affinity with magic. If we present this in an intriguing and mysterious way, they'll fall for it." He glanced toward the officials whispering among themselves. "Look, not only the king but others have started to believe." Mayfi commented, "Those beastmen are way too naive." Eric glanced sideways and chuckled. "That's why they're perfect to exploit. Time to seal the deal." As he finished speaking, he suddenly bowed to Valance standing before him, catching the boy's attention. Eric closed his eyes, showing utmost respect, and performed a formal bow. The tiger body technique is a secret treasure of the royal family. Even though I obtained it through magic, its true radiant power always lies in the hands of its rightful owner. Valance smiled, showing delight. The two ear holes on his head twitched as he heard those words. Eric straightened up and raised both hands, speaking passionately. "That's why we want to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family." Before he finished, a voice interrupted sharply. "Enough." Eric opened his eyes, tilting his head toward the source of the voice. Finance Minister Norris clenched his fists and stepped forward. "Simply put, you want to sell the tiger body technique to us at a high price, right?" Eric glanced at him, thinking, "Unbelievable, he sees through my true motive. This old man is no joke." Then Eric smiled and patted his chest, admitting, "That's right. What I need is information." Norris was slightly startled when he heard Eric say, "I want to know the path to the Hoa Kani Temple." Norris looked at the person beside him, puzzled. "The Hoa Temple? Why would a human want to go there?" Mouse also glanced at him and continued, "Besides, right now, that place is—" Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Noros stopped and turned toward the door, followed by a declaration, "We understand your wishes in this agreement, but we need more discussion, so please leave for now." He tilted his head and ordered Irina, the captain of the royal guard, to escort them to the mansion's peak outside to rest. She respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes, sir," before leaving with the others. Eric turned his gaze toward Norris, silently sighing. That was almost a successful deal, just because of that old man. Mayfi was also frowning deeply, his red eyes watching Norris intently for a long time. Mayfi scrutinized and seemed to sense a dark power surrounding him. That old man, the light in Norris's eyes had been completely overtaken by darkness, his eyes radiating a cunning red glow. Mayfi realized this was a demon. After Eric's group had fully left, only vengeance remained in the room. Standing high above, the Beast Tribe officials were continuously discussing noisily among themselves. Connie clenched his fist tightly and directly proposed, "Of course, we should accept the deal. This is an opportunity to restore the bloodline of the Tiger King and bring glory back to our tribe as before." Mouse agreed and spoke up immediately. "Those bastards are quite formidable. They pose a greater threat to us than those humans out there. If we can unite the wills of the Tiger King and the Snake, they will have no choice but to obey." Someone stepped forward and affirmed, "They are right. But frankly, analyzing the current situation, the power artifact is a symbol that unites the monster tribes. Losing it has caused many tribes to be divided. The species no longer stand united. This is the chance to regain it. Having it will remove the reason for them not recognizing a Tiger King, because he lacks the power artifact." Valance, sitting on the throne, closed his eyes and nodded in agreement with what he said. "All right, if that's what everyone thinks," Norris interrupted. "We must not do that. Boss won't understand." He turned his face toward him, loudly calling out, "Minister of Finance Norris, if we lose the royal symbol like this, we won't be able to." Before he finished, Norris used a threatening look to stop him from saying anything more. Seeing that look, he froze and fell silent. Norris turned to the others and said, "We understand the utmost importance of the power artifact to the tribe and the king." His eyes became serious as he uttered one word, but then Norris shouted loudly, "The reason we monsters must survive in this cursed place is because you have forgotten the suffering we endured." Other officials began to ponder his words echoing in their ears. "Humans used sweet honey to lure us, then cowardly stabbed us in the back, pushing us into this situation." Norris then turned to Valance sitting on the throne. "Your Majesty, if we accept this deal, we will once again become puppets in the hands of humans, and those painful historical days will repeat." He concluded everything he had said so far. "That is why we must not shake hands with humans. We need to be cautious with them." Valance raised his eyebrows, his face showing deep contemplation for a long time, saying nothing. After an unknown amount of time passed in another room, but grew impatient, wanting to persuade once more. "Your Majesty, we must not miss this opportunity. This is the only chance to regain the power artifact." Valens turned his back to him. The boy silently lifted his head and gazed at the statue before him. Valens looked at the tall statue ahead, murmuring a few words. "Rebuild the royal family." The boy suddenly said, "If we want to fulfill the late king's wish to unite the tribes, then we will need the power artifact." The boss immediately rejoiced and continued, "Then we will quickly summon those people here and finalize the agreement." Valens clasped his hands behind his back and turned to face him. And to make a deal, Valens clasped his hands behind his back and turned to face him. "But we can't do that, according to Mr. Norris's argument, because I think he has a valid reason to say so. Humans have deceived us too many times," the boss hastily analyzed, knowing it's true. That Minister of Finance Norris is quite wise in running the kingdom well as it is now. The tribe calls him the Black Sage, the Wise, but he's old, and his judgments might be flawed in this situation. Valens began to frown angrily and warned him to be careful with his words. He is the one who has devoted his life to the kingdom. Since the time of the previous king, I do not doubt his judgment. We need to be cautious with people. Bus knew he was wrong, so he immediately bowed deeply and apologized for his mistaken words. "Your Majesty," in the end, he can only accept the current outcome and turned to leave. Valens walked alone down the long corridor of the castle, muttering to himself, "Norris, I trust your judgment is correct." At the same time, the night sky above was dyed pitch black. In the air, birds spread their wings and flew around the Andromov mansion. A pair of legs wearing tall leather boots slowly stepped on the luxurious carpeted floor inside the room and pushed the door open. Eric, leaning on a chair with one hand supporting his head, saw the newcomer and exclaimed, Well, what do we have here? What wind has brought you here?" He calmly faced the person in front of him and called out, "Minister of Finance Norris." He glanced down at Eric and replied, "I came here to negotiate with you." Eric sat up straight, smiling and pointing to the chair across from him. "Oh, so you're a client, huh? Please, have a seat." He looked at him and got straight to the point, asking, "It seems you've chosen to accept the deal I proposed. How do you intend to pay us?" Norris reached out a hand toward him, promising, "I will give you what you want, and I will open the way to the flower temple for you." Eric raised his thumb in approval, praising, "Excellent. You are truly generous, just as I predicted." Norris's face broke into a wildly crazy smile as he repeated his demand. "The power technique, sell it to me." After finishing the conversation with Norris, Eric lay his head on the table, tired, sighing. I guess no one else will come. He felt curious and asked if they really thought they could seize the unified throne of the clans, just because they had the power technique. Why did the Minister of Finance and other officials all say the same thing? Augustin, sitting opposite him, wondered aloud. "I heard that the lineage of the Tiger King has fallen for a long time. They need the power technique to revive this kingdom, but I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. So, who do you plan to sell it to?" Eric raised a finger and recounted, "The Minister of Finance still offered the highest price." Augustin, seemingly in disbelief, confirmed, "That stubborn old Minister of Finance? Really?" Eric reached out, using his power as he spoke. In this case, the whole room was filled with dazzling golden energy. "Your question echoed in the space. There are too many customers pursuing the power technique, so it has become very expensive. If it has become so expensive, may I ask what the royal family intends to do with it, and how do you plan to pay me?" A figure hidden in the shadows gradually emerged as Eric's power shone on him. Valens's eyes flashed as he silently listened to Eric calling his name. "Your Majesty Mephi," he said, folding his arms behind his back, analyzing. "The power held by the king is gradually deteriorating. If it were me, I would have already split the heads and bodies of those vassals in two, though I'm not as foolish as they are." Valens's body trembled. His face darkened as he asked, "Why would the Minister of Finance do that? Something must be wrong." Eric stood up and took a few steps closer to the boy. "I told you earlier, didn't I?" He smirked confidently. "You will witness some very interesting things." Suddenly, Hezi appeared, placing her hands on Valens's shoulders, slightly displeased, questioning Eric. "How could you say those things in front of someone who's truly hurt like that?" Eric's face turned serious as he loudly called her name. "Hezi, you're not a child anymore. If you soothe his heart, he could change the current situation." Both Hezi and Valens were startled by Eric's words. Eric reminded her, "You know that too. No matter how glamorous and beautiful the throne is, it will soon be disregarded without a strong power backing it." She furrowed her brows and silently called out your name, Eric. She remembered the scene from childhood when the two of them were surrounded and bowed down by others. Their family was originally known as the Shaman clan. The image shifted. At that time, only the two sisters were left, lonely in their worn-out clothes. The two children held each other tightly by the hand. But right after losing power, all the gods, nobles, royals, and even the magic tower abandoned us. They were completely helpless then, only able to hold each other and cry bitterly. Eric, now grown up, once again walked amid the cheers of the crowd. "He is the hero of Lee Center. He is the son of the Shaman clan. Please look at me, Membinger, Menger." He glanced indifferently at the people surrounding him. Eric recalled those faces mocking him, saying only when he became the hero of Lee Center. Would those who once despised and called him a disgrace completely change their attitude toward him? He bowed his head to look at Valance and concluded, after all, power is what runs the world. Eric spoke to the boy standing before the king. You must sharpen your claws. Valance's face showed slight confusion as he looked up and asked again, my claws? Eric knelt on one knee, placed his hands on his chest, bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes to show respect to the boy, and said, you must silently sharpen them, so that at the final moment you can use them to seize everything you want. He opened his eyes and sincerely said, I will help you throughout this long journey. Valance's face went blank in place. The boy's eyes, when looking at him now, sparkled brightly. Eric silently marveled, look at those angelic eyes. I guess he's completely moved. Mephi behind just shook his head, looking as if the boy was ready to sell his soul to you. Eric smiled and explained, I have to do this to go further. Mephi, with a knowing look, said, don't think, I don't know. You're just trying to stimulate his fighting spirit, right? His expression turned serious as he declared, even if you help him, only he can solve the current situation. Who knows if he can be as impressive as those before him? Valance stood facing him and quietly asked, do you know anything about Tiger King Du? Eric was startled and asked back the boy, Tiger King Du is the strongest Tiger King, who once led the Beastmen to the peak, right? Valance strongly mentioned all the assets left by Tiger King Du. The boy affirmed, I'm willing to trade everything, even the research documents we've studied to restore the enhanced body technique. Eric narrowed his eyes, paying attention to the next issue Valance mentioned. However, the Hoa Temple has been sealed by the Eastern General. The boy stretched out his tiger paw. If you want to open that door, you definitely need me. I will personally lead you there, Valance loudly demanded. So hand over the enhanced body technique to me. Eric grabbed the boy's hand, smiled, and replied, understood. He braced himself to stand up and then suggested, let's sit down and discuss this more thoroughly. Valance followed behind Eric, wondering in his mind, is this decision really the right one? No, I must not doubt my own decision. I am the king after all. But as he said, as long as I sharpen my own claws, everything will return to its rightful place. Walking along the road, lost in thought, the boy stumbled and fell forward. Oh no. But very quickly, Hizzy's arms appeared, wrapping around Valance to catch him and prevent him from falling. Valance turned to look at her. Thank you. I tripped over my own feet. Suddenly, Hizzy reached out and hugged the boy tightly. Her unexpected action made Valance flustered, so he shouted rudely, I may be small, but I'm still the king, you know. Hizzy's hand moved to stroke the boy's hair and comforted him. If you want to cry, just cry comfortably. She closed her eyes and gently patted Valance. Enduring like this isn't good for a child. The boy's eyes widened in a daze upon hearing her words. Valance felt as if he was being held and comforted by his mother. She stroked his hair while whispering, if you're happy, laugh. If you're sad, cry. Valance seemed to hear her voice echoing in his ear. Tears began to stream down the boy's cheeks. The clear drops fell continuously onto Hizzy's shoulder. Valance's hand, still holding Hizzy's, trembled. Finally, the boy completely returned to the demeanor of a child, screaming loudly with his mouth wide open. Eric smiled as he looked at them. Earlier, he still looked like a true king, but now they've turned into a bunch of crying kids. Mephi also crossed his arms, feeling sentimental. Despite everything, he really is still too young to bear the responsibility of sitting on the throne. Eric covered his mouth and cleared his throat. He looked up at the person sitting opposite him. You said you would take me there yourself, so does that mean you intend to? Leave Enrom off? There was no answer. Eric looked at the two villains and Hizzy who were playing around on the couch and called out once, Tiger King? He frowned, slightly annoyed, and asked, did you hear what I said? If my guess is right, we should set off now, shouldn't we? If we waste more time here, we won't know what the Minister of Finance and the other departments will do. We must quickly summon the Royal Guard team and leave this palace. At this moment, Valance stopped joking and turned to answer. You don't need the Royal Guard team, kid, he explained, especially Irina, the captain of the Royal Guard, who is also the adopted daughter of the Minister of Finance. He only assigned her as a guard to monitor me. Eric waved his hand. If what you say is true, then the Minister of Finance already knows you are here. Valance told him the situation. I have quietly left the castle, but now they probably know. At that moment, Sin and Agility hurriedly pushed open the door to the room and informed Eric. The beastmen are gathering outside the palace in large numbers. Eric rubbed his chin, calculating in his mind, so we can't leave here quietly anymore. He seemed to realize something and asked himself, wait a minute, we really need to leave quietly. Eric looked first at Augustin, then shifted his gaze to the next person present in the room. Agility and the person standing next to him, Sim, plus two others, Valance and Hizzy. He suddenly realized that with the current members, they could easily overpower everyone and go straight out the main door. A plan was formed. Eric clasped his hands together and clapped, smiling as he called out, all right, everyone. Suddenly, the whole room seemed to shake as a loud noise echoed. Vengeance quickly broke free from Hizzy's arms and jumped to the ground. It was an emergency signal. The boy ran toward the window on the other side. The No Tribe has sent troops here? Eric looked in the direction Vengeance was running and silently repeated the two words he had just heard. No Tribe. He remembered that it was the Beastmen tribe currently in major conflict with Anromov. Eric watched Vengeance's expression carefully, thinking to himself that if they were here, they would definitely try to prevent the king, Vengeance, from leaving Anromov. A huge explosion was happening down in the city, with flames blazing red. Eric muttered, "This is really bad timing." Vengeance's eyes caught sight of something outside the window, two figures flying toward them. The boy pointed and alerted the others. The enemy is attacking. Eric raised his hands and activated his power, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out his name, "Eric, hold them for a moment." He looked up again carefully, then turned around and waved his hand to signal them to stop. Two people landed simultaneously on the window frame. Shin and Jilly stood behind Eric. They were startled when they saw the newcomers. Herman and Isabel stood on the window frame, smiling at them. Eric couldn't believe it and exclaimed the name Isabel. He was completely stunned, staring at the two who suddenly appeared before him, wondering silently what she was doing here. Meanwhile, Mephi crossed his arms, frowned while observing and circled around Herman, pointing at him curiously asking, "Who is this monster?" Eric didn't answer Mephi's question but bowed respectfully to him. "It's an honor to meet you, Blue Lion." Herman Quayo also placed a hand on his chest and bowed in return. "I'm just an ordinary warrior, granted the title of Count. You don't need to be so formal, Duke of Light." Then Eric pointed inside the room and invited the two. "Let's go inside first." Isabel smiled and replied, "Thank you." Next, Eric pointed inside the room, inviting the two of them. "Let's go inside first." Isabel smiled and replied, "Thank you." Eric silently looked at her. Isabel was talking with Herman behind. "Dad, come down slowly." After the two of them safely got down from the window frame, Eric finally asked curiously, "How did you know I was here?" Herman laughed twice and explained, "Ho ho, I wanted to thank our benefactor myself. You didn't just save my daughter but also healed me." His feet and high boots stepped forward a few steps, approaching Eric. Herman faced him and said, "That's why I came to the capital, but I found out you had already left." Eric scratched his head and replied, "Oh dear, I should have left a message about where I was going. Looks like we missed each other." Hoon looked at him denying no. "We should have sent a letter first. I wanted to surprise you, so I came looking without notice. It's our fault." Then he turned his head to look beside him, but Herman glanced at the four people, including Hizzy, Jillity, Augustine, and Shin standing nearby. "I see some familiar faces here," he exclaimed. "I didn't expect the Gray Lions hunting dogs to be in a place like this." Hizzy frowned, rebutting him. "I've told you many times that I'm not their hunting dog." Eric was startled and turned to the person standing next to him, asking, "You know my sister?" Herman was also surprised and asked back, "Is she your blood relative?" He put his hand on his chin, thinking, "I have a friend who's a bit ill-tempered. When I met that friend, I ran into her a few times, but I didn't expect she would be a Melvinger daughter. This world is really small." Herman shifted his gaze to another person. He stared at Augustine standing at the end of the line. "It's rare to see the eccentric old man of the Nestor clan outside like this." Augustine spoke up in response, "I remember telling you not to call me that anymore." Herman closed his eyes and nodded. "Calling an old monster like you an eccentric old man is nothing wrong. What else could I call you?" Augustine and Herman faced each other directly, the atmosphere tense as if preparing for a fierce battle. Eric, seeing their intensity, started to worry, thinking they might charge at each other. He raised his hand to intervene. But the next scene was completely different from what Eric expected. The two were shaking hands. Herman smiled approvingly. "Each member of this group is truly remarkable." He looked at Jillity and Valance over there, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a madman. Eric turned around and laughed with the others. "Ha ha, come on everyone, calm down." Herman's eyes remained fixed on Eric, silently saying, "That's why I want you even more." He took in the whole scene. Eric was blending in with everyone else, and in Herman's mind, he evaluated those who attracted talent. One day, they will take off and soar into the blue sky. Herman then looked at Isabel, who was smiling behind him, silently thinking, ignoring the prince he hated and coming here was the right choice. Eric tilted his head and asked Isabel, "How did you two get here?" She closed her eyes and slowly recounted, "I heard you pass through the walls. So we followed suit. A knight scouting the forest said he saw you being dragged away. So we came here to help you." Isabel glanced out the window. "Our side is causing chaos to distract the monsters. If we want to leave, now is the best chance." Outside, the whole kingdom seemed engulfed in flames. Eric calculated in his mind that if he wanted to escape properly, this was his opportunity. He observed the villains standing behind. Luckily, they aren't invading slaves. He turned around once more, placing his hand on his chest and kneeling on the ground. Eric looked up and asked Valance again, "Has your determination to leave changed?" Valance bowed his head and said, "Let me share my thoughts. I want to leave." But if I abandon the kingdom during this crisis, my subordinates will see me as a traitor, and the city will fall into chaos. A strong hand reached out and firmly grasped the boy's shoulders. Eric smiled confidently. You don't have to worry about that. I just thought of a great plan. The kingdom was now covered in red smoke and fire. A pair of leather shoes stepped on green grass and moved forward. Irina, saying you don't need to worry about that. I just thought of a great solution in the current kingdom, engulfed in red smoke and fire. A pair of leather shoes stepped on the green grass and moved forward. Irina led a group of royal guard members to the mansion. A male team member stepped forward and asked her, Captain, shouldn't we protect the city? Irina calmly replied to him, No, the royal guard's purpose is to protect the king. She pointed to the mansion. Currently, our king is with those disgusting humans. Irina declared once we ensure his safety and eliminate them. Her eyes radiated full hatred. Gritting her teeth, she spat out a few words. Suddenly, all those humans let out a loud scream, announcing that those people are advancing outside, led by Hizi and Shin along with others who have come out of the mansion. Irina quickly stretched out her arm to stop the others from acting abruptly. She frowned and asked them, Where is our king, you bastards? Turning her face, she scratched her cheek and answered vaguely, Who knows? Irina's whole body flared with anger as she shouted, Are you trying to provoke us? She immediately ordered the remaining members of the royal guard to transform into beast forms. The guards obeyed. In an instant, they all transformed into beasts. The roar of the wild beasts echoed across the sky. Irina's sharp sword aimed straight at Shin's neck, forcing him to step back, his face darkening. Irina began threatening, I don't know what you're planning, but if you don't return the king to us immediately. Before she could finish, a figure appeared on the high rooftop and a voice rang out, Stop right there. Everyone below saw Eric and Valence above. Irina loudly called out, Your Majesty. Eric smiled, looking at everyone below. If anyone dares to act rashly, your king is as good as dead, he said. The officials below, hearing this, angrily pointed and cursed. What is that crazy king doing? You bastard, get your filthy hands off our king. Valence looked up and asked him, Are you sure this will work? Eric still smiled, holding the boy in one arm. Now everyone could see the scene of the human with superpowers kidnapping their king. He smirked, observing the situation below. Eric noticed Nora standing beneath and confidently stated, None of them would dare do anything reckless. Then he waved his hand, activating the power of the tattoo on his arm. The shadow of a black dragon appeared. Eric loudly declared, If you want to save your king, then quickly clear the way for us. Irina's body trembled with anger, but Nora standing beside her called her name, Irina. He turned, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered something into her ear. After a moment, Irina's hand clenched into a fist. She shouted an order to everyone, Clear the way for them immediately. The royal guard members stepped back to both sides, creating a path for Eric's group. Shin stepped forward cautiously, glancing at the beastmen on both sides. Isabel and Herman were also extremely alert, feeling the hatred in the beastmen's eyes as they stared at them. Seeing their group leave, Irina turned and demanded, We've opened a path as you requested. Now release our king immediately. On the rooftop, Eric slightly parted his lips, stomped his foot hard, and then propelled himself into the air, carrying Valence with him. He bowed his head and said to Irina, How can I trust you? I will release His Majesty only after we are safely out of the city. If you chase us, you know what will happen to him, don't you? As he finished speaking, Eric flew up into the sky with Valence in his arms. Irina, along with the royal guards and officials, could only watch Eric and Valence fly away, unable to do anything. The city was engulfed in flames. The cries for help from the beastmen echoed everywhere. Come quickly, help us. We have to put out the fire first. Mephi and Eric, holding Valence, flew rapidly over the city skyline. Valence glanced down at the scene below and then heard. Eric asked, Do you want to go back? The boy struggled but refused. No. I'm the one who said we should leave. I have to clear the way to the temple for you. Eric tilted his head. Let's put that aside for now. What I want to ask is, his face serious, do you want to go back or leave here? Valence still stared down below. Just thinking about the castle now makes me feel suffocated. The boy remembered the faces of the people, but for my subjects, it's different. They are all good people who have trusted and supported me. Valence's expression darkened. If I abandon them, the whole castle will fall into chaos, especially if we are suddenly invaded. Mephi, who had been silent until now, called out to remind him, I don't think you have time to chat so leisurely. Hearing that, Eric looked up and asked him, Mephi, what do you see? A golden light shone in his eyes. Looking into the distance, Eric saw the image of a gigantic tornado appearing before him. Is that a black sandstorm? Valence's face showed horror. The boy anxiously uttered, That's the Eastern General. Eric looked at the huge tornado in front of him and recognized it as the disaster that destroyed the North. He furrowed his brow, thinking silently, If I get caught in it, I'll be torn to pieces. Mephi called out again, Hey Eric, it's not over yet, he smirked. I think there are some troublesome guys riding that tornado. Eric's eyes glowed golden again as he checked the situation ahead. What's that? He was startled when he saw the scene below the tornado. An extremely large troop was advancing this way. Eric recognized them by the emblem on the black flag fluttering. They were the Nine-Tailed Clan. Mark led the troop of the Rage Tribe, shouting orders to his subordinates, "Ha ha ha, run at full speed." They were also known by another name, the Rage Tribe, the eternal rivals of Andromov, led by the Tiger King, a monstrous alliance that had turned its back on the Tiger King's clan, who had lost his superhuman technique, while the Rage Tribe coveted Andromov's rule. So far, only small skirmishes had broken out. They had never launched any large-scale war. Valence's eyes widened in disbelief, asking, "What are the Rage Tribe doing here?" Eric exhaled and speculated. "It seems some traitors inside the castle have given them information about the superhuman technique." "You're still too naive, even after being stabbed in the back several times." Valence shouted angrily, "How ridiculous." Eric turned and asked the boy a question. "Otherwise, why would they suddenly want to invade Andromov? Especially where I, the possessor of the superhuman technique, am?" Valence almost understood everything now. His face turned pale, and he bowed his head low, unable to argue. Suddenly, Valence's whole body trembled violently, making him gape in confusion. Eric's arm lifted Valence up. Bringing them face to face, the boy panicked and shouted, "What are you doing?" Eric looked at him. "Can you answer the question I just asked you?" He repeated his question. "Will you return to the city or leave this place with me?" Valence lowered his head, hesitating, and uttered a single word. "Ah." In his mind, he recalled the worried faces of the people. Valence seemed to have made a decision. He looked up at Eric and said, "I will return to the city and protect my people." Eric smiled, satisfied with the boy's answer. "I knew you'd say that." But Valence continued weakly, confessing, "But I'm weak, and I have nothing to offer you. I can't ask for anything more." Suddenly, Eric banged his head hard against Valence's. Valence rubbed his reddened head and shouted loudly, "That hurts." Eric, tired of himself and the boy, said, "Your Majesty, friends don't care about things like that." Valence looked a bit dazed and repeated, "Friends?" Eric lifted the boy up high and said, "You just have to ask." He smiled and continued, "If you ask for help, I guarantee your friends will come to the ends of the earth to help you." He glanced toward the person who had just arrived, slightly helpless, only able to lean on one arm at his side. "That's not wrong either." Valence placed his hands on his chest, his eyes sparkling intensely, and asked, "Can I be your friend?" Eric smiled and replied, "What's hard about being friends?" Shin also smiled as Eric's voice echoed in their ears. "You can be my friend as long as you enjoy my presence." Valence's face lit up with excitement as he looked. The two of them looked toward the tornado and the Rage Tribe army, which had come very close. Eric continued speaking, "Because my friend needs help. How could I turn a blind eye, right?" He smiled and called out, "Shin, tell everyone to change the plan 2 front legs forward." The size of a beast rushing across the ground to move forward. Mao, the leader of the Nor Tribe's soldiers, roared fiercely, ordering his subordinates behind to speed up. He led the charge, rushing toward the Andromov city gate right in front of them. Hugo, the assistant of the Fierce Beast squad, flying beside him, asked the leader, "Is the superpower really in Andromov?" Mao snapped back at him, "You doubt this because it's just an ordinary human who possesses superpower?" Hugo shifted his gaze, admitting, "Yes, it's hard to believe that such a lowly race could have such an amazing secret technique." Mark pulled the reins and ran forward while analyzing. "Even if the information is wrong, we can't miss the chance to invade Andromov. Especially given the current defeat situation, right, Hugo?" Immediately, Hugo replied, "Exactly," his eyes revealing intense desire as he declared, "If the news is true, we can't let the Tiger King clan who lost the heavenly mandate get their hands on the superpower." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a large battalion of many Nor Tribe beastmen gathered, a pair of hands with sharp claws clenched tightly on the chair's armrest. The voice of the Blood Wolf King echoed, 45 minutes ago, if it weren't for that blonde-haired, blue-eyed mage blocking us, we could have already built a great empire on the corpses of those tigers." He flicked his furry tail disdainfully. "However, if I get the superpower in my hands, I will restore the tail I lost. Finally, I can return to the 9 tails I once longed for." The Blood Wolf King licked his lips with delight, saying, "No one can stop me." He began giving orders, "Soldiers, bring me the superpower." A Nor Tribe soldier knelt on the ground. Hearing the command, he nodded. The Blood Wolf King's passionate words echoed through the air, "Rebuild our honor and glory." He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Once done, I will make the whole world kneel before me." Back at the city gate, Mont shouted loudly, "The one who inherits the heavenly mandate is our king, the Blood Wolf King. He swore he would protect the blessing of the tail granted to us." Mont raised his gleaming sword and called out, "Brothers, charge! Take the head of the Tiger King." The faces of the Nor Tribe beastmen grew fierce. They shouted in unison, "For the blessing of the Blood Wolf King." All the Nor Tribe soldiers charged forward at full speed, yelling loudly, "Go and drink the enemy's blood." Suddenly, the image of a tiger's head emitted, a sudden blue light from above, shooting down to the ground in front of the Nor Tribe's soldiers, freezing them. Immediately after, a tall and long ice mountain appeared, blocking right in front of the Nor Tribe soldiers. The beast ridden by the soldiers suddenly panicked and roared. A soldier was thrown violently and fell to the ground. Panting heavily, he seemed to sense something, so he raised his head to carefully observe the situation around, seeing his comrades behind still running toward them. The soldier immediately shouted loudly, "Stop! Halt!" The mounts completely ignored him, baring sharp teeth as they continued rushing forward, knocking off the Nor tribe beastmen. Riding them, many soldiers were thrown off to the ground. The mounts lost control, raising their two front legs, pushing the soldiers far away. A pair of hairy hands grabbed the reins to stop them. Mont looked at the chaotic scene with many soldiers lying scattered in front and asked, "What just happened?" The blue tattoo on Eric's arm shimmered as he exclaimed, "Oh, everyone's here." Shin's distinctive red hair also appeared, accompanied by a reproachful voice, "Why is it only us who have to fight?" Next was Heezy's black hammer swinging in the air. She said, "I'm happy to see that." The sunlight peeked behind the castle. All three of them slowly walked forward from inside the main gate of Andromov City. Dusty winds fluttered in the air. At the main gate of Andromov, two figures stood. Herman crossed his arms and glanced at the person beside him, asking, "Are you planning to just stay outside like that?" He looked at the Nor tribe soldiers and assessed. The enemy's numbers aren't that many. Augustin stroked his chin and replied, "Eric was the one who asked us not to intervene." He confirmed firmly, "Don't worry too much." Herman also responded with interest, "Let's see what he can do." Up ahead, Eric's face was now smiling confidently. All three of them, Eric, Shin and Heezy, stepped closer to the Ice Mountain Pass on the other side of the Ice Mountain. The soldiers of the Wrath tribe panic, wondering what's going on. Has the Lord abandoned us? Hugo turns around and loudly orders his comrades behind him, "Gather up, you fools. The Lord hasn't abandoned us yet. This is just human magic." Other Wrath tribe soldiers also start to rally, shouting loudly, "That's right. I've heard that humans in Andromov have been using magic. I can't believe they would ally with those who trapped us here, those damn traitors." Hugo points toward the group of three. "Exactly. They are our enemies. We will annihilate all those despicable humans and take over Andromov," Eric declares fiercely. Eric stands calmly behind the Ice Mountain range, quietly listening to their words. All the Wrath tribe soldiers simultaneously raise their swords high and shout loudly. Mort stands silently among the soldiers, staring intently at Eric. He furrows his brow deeply, thinking to himself about the golden-haired, six-eyed mage. In Mort's mind, a past scene appears. He is the only survivor, surrounded by countless fallen soldiers. Mort recalls the image of a man flying in the air, whispering that he still hasn't forgotten that bastard's appearance. 45 years ago, he remembers the murderous gaze of that man, the human monster who single-handedly wiped out their entire army. Mort looks back at Eric's current demeanor and thinks silently, but he's different from the human from 45 years ago. He bares his sharp beast-like teeth, wondering if it's a coincidence or if he's toying with them. Ending his thought, Mao shouts loudly. He orders his subordinates, "Hugo, bring their heads to me." Hugo immediately responds, "Understood, Commander." He flaps his wings and signals his troops. The Bird Demon Legion advances. Let those inferior humans witness the greatness of the beasts. The Bird Demon's eyes gleam as it throws its head back, emitting echoing cries. A flock of bird demons densely fills the sky before Eric. Hugo commands them to use their weapons and transform into a hive. The bird demons flap their wings, releasing countless black feathers that shoot straight at Eric. He remains calm, standing still. Watching the feathers fly at him like the wind, a shout rings out, "Storm." Immediately after, a powerful whirlwind envelops Eric. The force of the vortex pulls the bird demons inside, spinning them around. One bird demon looks confused as its comrades are repeatedly struck by the whirlwind, falling straight to the ground. Another bird demon witnessing the scene can't believe it. "What is this? Magic?" the bird demon beside it asks. Eric praises Joe. "Well done, Joe." Joe raises his wings, controlling the power as he replies, "It's nothing compared to you, but I'm the third son of the Nereister family." Mephi crosses his arms, amused, saying, "I didn't understand why you brought someone who can't do much." Eric smiles and explains that's why his family is considered the strongest in the Magic Tower. He looks at the flock of bird demons surrounded in the sky. More importantly, the elemental magic of the Nereister family is wind. Birds like these are nothing but prey for Shin. Joe clenches his fist, ready to release some energy. He lunges toward the bird demons. "Do you understand the pain of being a side character?" Joe spreads his wings and unleashes a massive tornado at the bird demons. The bird demons scream and flee as the powerful force sweeps through them. Joe frowns, displeased, and flies forward. Suddenly, from nowhere, an iron hammer is thrown at the vortex, flying at incredible speed and narrowly missing Joe's shoulder. It flies straight back and explodes. Joe lowers his head to the ground and sees a group of Minotaur demons below. The commander sneers at him. "That weak attack won't work on us Minotaurs." Shin frowned unhappily, flying forward. Not that fast. Suddenly, from somewhere appeared an iron hammer thrown at Cao Chung. It rushed at extreme speed and grazed Shin's shoulder, flew straight to the back and then exploded, He bowed his head to the ground and saw a group of bull demons standing below. The commander disdainfully looked at him. That weak stuff has no effect on us, bull demons. The bull demons around, as if energized, became enthusiastic and shouted to destroy them. Suddenly from behind, a hand reached out, touched the back of the bull demon commander and shouted twice, "Oh my god! Hi G, I don't know when you appeared here." Smiling said, "This is the first time I've seen a bull wielding a hammer." She looked up and asked, "Are you playing with me?" The bull demon commander turned his head, his eyes flashing red light. He gritted his teeth, extremely angry. "Why does a lowly human dare to speak to me?" Before the bull demon commander could finish his sentence, a hammer swung down with a powerful strike straight to his face. The bull demon got hit by the hammer blow. Blood spat from his mouth. His whole body was thrown far away. The bull demon's head slammed straight into the rock wall. Several other bull demons were stunned, sweat pouring down their faces as they witnessed the scene. High D on this side raised a hand to his cheek. With a faint, innocent smile at the corner of his lips, "Oh no, I slipped and missed." Right after that, a group of bull demons charged at her all at once. "You damn humans, we will avenge the commander." A hammer was thrown straight at Hickey, but she gently tilted her head to dodge. Hickey didn't make a sound, just swung the hammer once towards them. With just one strike from her, the bull demons were crushed into pulp. Eric and Mephi standing outside watched the scene. As he silently dealt with the bull demons, Mephi crossed his arms and smiled looking at Eric's pale face. "I know why you're afraid of her now. I can't believe she smashed someone's skull while still joking around like that. She definitely has the qualities of a demon king." You're speechless, not knowing what to say. Elsewhere, a Nor tribe member holding a sword bent down to gain momentum. Then the Nor tribe swung the sword, slashing at the mountain range, breaking the ice and launching an attack. Finally, the mountain range shattered. Eric, from above, saw a group of Nor tribe members running toward the city gate, just in time. "I'm tired of waiting. You spread your arms." The tattoo on your arm glowed. "I will take care of all of you." The Nor tribe riding beasts charged forward, shouting loudly. "Only 3 of us. Eliminate them all." Eric activated his power. A swirling cold wind appeared in front of them. The Nor tribe struggled to block the strong wind with their hands. "Damn, where did this ice and snow come from? We can't advance anymore." One Nor tribe member seemed to notice something above. His eyes widened as a figure flew in the sky. Raising his arms high, surrounded by countless sharp ice shards, Eric glanced down indifferently, parted his lips to chant the ice dance spell. He waved his hand, shooting sharp ice shards down to the ground below. The sharp ice shards pierced through armor, impaling the Nor tribe members. Eric estimated the number of remaining Nor tribe on the ground, thinking to himself, "Too many survived." Huh. He jumped and landed safely on the ground. Eric smiled, looking at his arm. The tattoo's color deepened. "I'll show you the magic I created." His eyes flashed as he silently calculated, combining the brutal and ferocious seal and protecting his body with Dragon Team magic. Eric knelt on one knee, placing his palm on the ground. Then he would freeze everything he touched. He swung his palm, linking the spell in his mind and destroying them all. The rhino demons began to fear and step back, stopping. They raised their magic shields. Eric spun in the air, then launched himself toward the distant shields. He struck repeatedly at the shield layers with his palm, using the fierce tiger body technique charge. Finally, the shields of the Nor tribe's soldiers shattered completely. Eric smiled, silently admiring, amazing. A huge foot stomped on the rocky ground. A voice echoed, body enhancement technique and black dragon magic. A warning from behind to Eric, "He's dangerous." Eric narrowed his eyes, silently sensing the true power with that amount of spiritual energy. Eric quietly checked his whole body. The mount standing before him was rank 4, a monster master. He smiled and said, "An interesting human." Mord looked sharply ahead and said in a deep voice, "So it's you." He pointed his sword at Eric, saying, "The one responsible for this mess." Eric tensed, observing him, trying to keep calm, think calmly. "He's not an opponent, and I can easily defeat him. The fish I just caught has already escaped. What a pity," Eric muttered silently. He decided he couldn't waste any more time here. Immediately after, an angry voice rang out. "How dare you run away from me?" Mao appeared in just 1 second and closed in on him, his body full of murderous intent, attacking Eric, who looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, "Too fast." Not willing to lose, he quickly unleashed his power as well. Eric faced Mao directly, confidently thinking, "But there's nothing I can't block." Eric's fist collided directly with Mao's sword blade, producing a deafening sound, 2 powerful forces clashing. Eric's fist clashes directly with his sword, producing a deafening sound from 2 powerful forces. The impact quickly forces Eric to step back. He gasps in astonishment, thinking his speed and strength are incredible. "At this rate, just 1 glance and my sword will be chipped." There's a hint of surprise in his eyes as a very clear dent appears on the sharp blade. He immediately gets angry, stomping the ground and radiating a terrifying aura, speaking in a low voice. "It seems I can't let you go then." Eric looks at the power wrapping around his legs and starts to tense up, thinking, Damn it, now I'm in his territory. It's hard to escape with magic. He orders his subordinates standing behind him. Hugo leads the beast squad towards Andromov, his gaze sharp and cold, extremely serious. He declares, "I will chop his head off," and chases after him. As soon as he finishes speaking, the monsters, seemingly provoked, rush straight at him. Hugo flaps his wings forward, signaling the beast squad to advance directly towards Andromov. Facing the relentless assault of the monsters, Eric can only barely defend himself, observing the chaos around him. He frowns in irritation. Damn it, thanks to that bear, things have gotten complicated. Mephi appears, hovering beside him. Amused, she teases Eric. You underestimated the monsters a bit. There was a time when even the demon tribe wouldn't dare provoke them. After a while, only Mount and Eric remain facing each other, the atmosphere tense and terrifying. Eric, uneasy, mutters to himself, even if their forces have weakened, there are still strong ones left. That's why Andromov built walls and remains constantly vigilant against the slave tribe. He glances down at Eric and says, "Now, it's just the two of us." Eric begins to use magic, telling himself he must defeat him quickly by any means necessary. At that moment, behind him, the figure of a powerful blue lion suddenly appears. Eric silently smiles with confidence. Mort's hand tightly grips his sword, trembling as he suppresses his hatred, speaking to forget the humiliation from 45 days ago. "I have trained day after day." He leaps forward, radiating strong pressure. Mort roars, "Even if you're not him, I will still tear you apart to soothe myself." But instead of fear, Eric smiles warmly, reminding him, "Then you're unlucky. You should train 5 more days." Anger overwhelms Mort's reason. He angrily demands, "How dare you mock me?" His sword strikes down, producing a metallic, ear-piercing clash. He is stunned by what just happened. Facing Mount now, Herman uses his sword to block the attack. Mount asks suspiciously, "Who are you?" He calmly answers, "Herman Quayo, also known as the Blue Lion of the Empire." Herman calls back, suggesting, "Leave this place to me, you keep going." Eric quickly uses magic and dashes away, not forgetting to gratefully shout back, "Thank you, sir." Mort looks at the man before him suspiciously and asks, "Lion?" He angrily swings his sword down, disdainfully saying, "You think just an ordinary lion can stand against a bear like me? How?" Herman remains calm, releasing energy to confront him directly. He seriously says, "Then let's see." At this moment, Eric is rushing forward at lightning speed with Miffy when suddenly a huge explosion occurs behind them, startling him. Eric tries to stay calm, reassuring himself, even without full strength, the blue lion isn't someone easily defeated by a bear. He suddenly becomes pensive, wondering if his two siblings, Hizzy and Shin, are okay. The scene shifts to the two of them. Shin is fighting flying monsters fiercely. Hizzy is calmly dealing with the monsters on the ground. Eric floats in the sky, whistling casually as he watches them fight. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking they really are a perfect fighting pair. The battle below is extremely chaotic. Eric seriously observes and silently calculates a solution, but they can't stop the beastmen scattering everywhere. That's why I want to gather them all in one place to handle them more easily. Suddenly, a noise catches his attention. 3 knights appear out of nowhere, charging powerfully towards the monsters. Eric is astonished and quietly exclaims, "They." 3 strong men attacking the target in front easily defeated the opponent. He suddenly realized their identity, Blue Knight. It is said that Blue Knights are quite exemplary. At this moment, Vix suddenly laughed loudly with excitement, continuously unleashing critical strikes on the monsters. Vix looked exactly like a killing god. Watching this scene, Eric couldn't help but doubt. Is this really human? He thought. He laughed loudly again, looked up, and said to him, "Leave it to us, son-in-law." Ray, stepping on a monster underfoot, also happily waved hello. Eric assured, "I won't let even an ant slip through, son-in-law." This excessive enthusiasm gave him chills. Eric rubbed both arms, suspicious, as if he just heard something strange. He looked up seriously and thought, now that the Blue Knights have joined the battlefield, I just need to handle the rest. While he wasn't paying attention, the monster army was gradually closing in on the fortress. Watching this, Eric was amazed and whispered, "Since when did they get this far?" The fortress currently faces overwhelming danger, but on the magnificent wall, it was strangely quiet, as if no preparation had been made for the upcoming battle. Full of suspicion, he wondered, what the hell are they doing inside Andromov? There wasn't even a single guard inside the fortress. At this moment, the group of leaders was urgently discussing among themselves. Just spoke up hastily, reminding, "Now is not the time for that. We must come up with a plan immediately." Connie objected, asking, "Do you think we can stop the Noth tribe by just showing up and talking out there?" Bus angrily questioned, "So you mean just sit there and watch?" Right in the tense atmosphere, Mouse slowly stepped forward and firmly proposed surrender. Boss was stunned and exclaimed, "The finance minister? What are you saying?" Mouse angrily shouted, "What can we do? If you have a better idea, say it." He firmly opposed Mouse's opinion. "We definitely have to risk our lives to fight and protect this city." Connie spoke up, "I agree with him." Mao Chonglang calmly said, "See?" Others continuously agreed with his opinion. "Me too. I don't want to die like this." Bus couldn't believe it, looking at the people in front and scolding, "You're crazy." Norris had been silent all along, not speaking while listening to their nagging. "Look, you intend to put all the citizens in danger? Do you think they will leave our people alone?" The wolf-shaped